His Beautiful Revenge. A Billionaire Romance Audiobook. Their Secret Desire, Book 8. By Michelle Love. Blurb.
So you think I have it all? Yes, I'm Giacomo Conti, the billionaire. Dark Italian, good looks, attractive, and every woman I meet practically begging to get me into bed. That's my world, yes. So why am I in a loveless relationship with a gold-digging woman who cheats on me every chance she gets? Enough is enough. That's why I hired Nora. My sweet, beautiful, tender Nora. It wasn't meant to go anywhere. She was supposed to help me catch my cheater of a girlfriend and her abusive ex in the middle of their affair. But it went so much further. I know she'll be a challenge. I know it won't be easy. But I'm Giacomo Conti. She doesn't stand a chance.
Chapter 1.
The phone's shrill ring broke across the bookstore. Zelika waved at the receiver. "Lucian," she yelled across the room. Nora didn't notice the man sitting at the corner table, and his attention was caught by the way he stiffened at Zelika's words. Nora grinned at Zelika as she took the phone from her. "I've told you before, me Nora, him Lucian." Zelika poked her tongue out good-naturedly at her friend. "Ha ha." She walked away, swatting Nora's butt with her hand. "Hey you," Nora glanced at the clock on the wall of the bookshop. "Hey doll," Lucian sang cheerfully. "It's Friday, work's out, and I'm in the mood for some quality time with you. Are you going home soon?" Nora grinned, caught up in his mood. He sounded more cheerful than he had in months. And wanting to spend time alone with her? Rare, she thought to herself, what was up with him? But she didn't want to waste his good humor. "Yeah, very soon. Just gotta clear up some stuff, then I'm all yours." "You cooking?" They both laughed. "Pizza it is then," Nora said. "I'll pick it up on the way home. Do we have beer?" There was a pause. "Well, we did until last night." She rolled her eyes. "Okay. Hey, did Ziggy eat his breakfast?" Ziggy was their ancient St. Bernard crossed with a barrel on its legs. Lately he had stopped eating so much. "Yep, all of it." Lucian sounded like a proud daddy. "Oh good. Oh okay, be home soon." "Love you." She hesitated, then smiled. "Love you too." Nora went back up to her little office above the bookshop. Her freelance graphic design company, consisting of just Nora and her uber-organized work ethic, was beginning to take off, and she found herself spending less time in the bookstore she ran with her almost sister-in-law and best friend, Zelika. It was a blessing and a curse, she thought now as she glanced through the endless emails she'd received. As much as her first love was art and design, she loved the laid-back pace and friendly atmosphere of their San Francisco store. Now that Russian Hill was an up-and-coming, hip area, their clientele had tripled in the 3 years they had been open. The store, all dark wood bookshelves and large comfortable couches, had added a coffee machine in the last year, which had drawn many people in, and they had recently expanded into the empty storefront next door, adding tables where writers could sit and work. Ziggy also took up residence, making friends with the customers and their dogs. Nora, at 28, was completing her PhD in graphic design part-time as well as working, and sometimes the work seemed overwhelming. She wondered if she had missed the signs that her relationship of 5 years with Lucian Hargitay was beginning to unravel, and whether it was her fault for working too hard. She'd even said as much to Zelika, Lucian's stepsister, but Zelika had merely rolled her eyes. "If my brother can't handle a successful woman, that's on him, not you." Zelika and Lucian were not close, but Nora and Zelika were, and so Zelika put up with her brother. Her mother married Lucian's father after both were widowed, but the marriage was a disaster and lasted less than 5 years. It had cost Zelika's mother her health, and when she died, Zelika went to her best friend for comfort, Nora. The two had met in college and become as close as sisters. They'd earned the name the twins because they were always together. Looks-wise, the only thing they shared was their long, dark hair. Nora, with her dark beauty inherited from her Indian mother, dark brown eyes and soft, warm smile, was tall and curvaceous, whereas Zelika, her sapphire blue eyes large behind black-rimmed spectacles, was athletic and slender. They shared a silly sense of humor as well as sharp intelligence and street smarts. Despite never being apart for long, they enjoyed each other's company. Nora considered Zelika her family, and when she met her stepbrother, Lucian, it seemed the orphaned Nora had found her family. It was only later that she discovered that Zelika had been dismayed at the relationship between her best friend and stepbrother. It had bugged her ever since, but to Zelika's credit, she had never bad-mouthed Lucian to Nora or interfered in their relationship. 5 years later, Nora felt as if something major, something bad, was about to happen. Lucian had been distant, distracted, and even cold. They rarely made love anymore, both exhausted from work. Lucian worked for a major PR company in the Bay Area, and his work often took him to Los Angeles or New York. Yes, that was it, Nora told herself, it was work, except she knew from Zelika that Lucian was relatively junior in his role. At 31 and not long out of college, where he had struggled to maintain higher marks, he was still working his way up the ladder. Nora wondered if all of his trips were actually work and not. No? Stop thinking about it. An affair? Nora was horrified by her own thought process. She would rather think the worst of him than accept that his trips were genuine. It wasn't fair to Lucian. But she couldn't shake the feeling that he was treading water with her. She pushed the thought out of her mind, something she had a lot of practice with, and it wasn't until there was a soft knock on the door that she looked up from her work. The sun was getting low in the window, and for August, that meant it was getting late. Yes? The door opened, and Lucian stuck his dark blonde head around it. Hey, you. Nora was surprised. Hey, I thought I was meeting you at home. I thought I would surprise you and say hi to my little sister. She's serving a customer, so I thought I'd come up. The store's still open, sorry. I mean, hi, she chuckled and kissed him. Lucian was a typical preppy archetype, handsome, well-maintained, bland. What had attracted her to him in the first place? Nora was ashamed that she couldn't remember, but she knew she had loved him once. Now? Didn't all relationships turn into this? Friends with benefits? If you could describe their stale, intimate life as a benefit. They went back downstairs to see Zelika, finally locking the store up. She grinned at Nora, half ignoring her stepbrother. You will not believe the sale I just made, that complete leather-bound Dickens collection. Sold, baby. Nora's jaw dropped. The $5,000 set? The very one. Holy moly, we've had that for years. Zelika grinned at Nora. You wanna make out with me? Always. Okay, it just got weird. Lucian pretended to be sick. Yeah, but if I wasn't your sister. Dude, stop. You really have no filter, huh? Zelika shook her head. Nah. Not much of one. By the way, I have news. I have a date. Lucian and Nora looked at each other, then at Zelika. Holy hell. Nora's eyes were wide. Did the skies darken? Lucian checked outside the window. Oh, you're both so funny. Zelika gave them both the finger, but she grinned and chuckled. When's the first date? Tomorrow night. Oh, I was going to ask a huge favor. Zelika fluttered her eyelashes at Nora. It would be really nice if, say, I at least attempted to look like a lady. And seeing as I don't own anything. Nora smiled. Zelika was always borrowing from Nora's beloved collection of vintage dresses, and Nora kept a few of them upstairs in her office for emergencies like this one. Yes. Here. She threw her door key to Zelika. Go nuts. Just don't wreck it. Zelika kissed her cheek. You're the best. She and Lucian laughed at the speed with which Zelika scooted out of the door. Lucian shook his head. Poor guy doesn't stand a chance. Nora grinned. Who is it anyway? Not Rufus? She looked hopeful and Lucian grinned. You wish ready. How long have you been trying to finagle that? 2-3 years? Nora tapped her head. I'm telling you, it'll happen. I know things. Lucian hooted. Oh, you know things. Tell me, oh wise one, why do you want them to get together? Because they are perfect for each other. Zelika is gorgeous, Rufus is cute, and he makes her laugh. Lucian's smile was fond, and a little patronizing. Is that really all you look for in a man? Nora flushed at the slight. That, along with kindness and fidelity. She couldn't resist the snark, and she watched something flicker in Lucian's eyes. He didn't rise to the bait, though. Come on, you. Let's get home to the dog. Both he and I are starving. Nora relented a little. I can rustle up dog food pizza for both of you? Lucian laughed. Yum? Now I'm really hungry. Gross. That made him laugh even harder. Let's see, do I fancy beef chunks in gravy? Chicken in jelly? Nora made a gagging face. Stop, please. He laughed, caught her by the waist, and pulled her into his arms, kissing her tenderly. It was a sweet, loving kiss, but Nora felt herself tense up. Lucian noticed, and his smile faded. Let's go. I'm bushed. He walked out of the door in front of her, and got into his own car, not waiting for her to follow him on the way back to their Palo Alto home. For a brief second, Nora considered not going home, staying there, pulling out the little temporary cot they kept upstairs for emergencies and sleeping there. If it wasn't for Ziggy. Nora sighed and, starting her car, followed Lucian out of the city. Giacomo Conti was bored. Yet another cocktail party with people he had nothing in common with, yet another evening wasted when he could be working, reading, or hanging out with his own, more sedate friends. But then again, he reasoned, Tara was willing to appear with him for public events whenever he needed her, so it was only fair. He looked across at her now, seeing her blonde hair falling to her shoulders, her petite doll-like features, and her long legs. Tara Hubert was the world's highest-paid supermodel, and she was with him. Giacomo Conti was a self-made billionaire, an Italian geek whose brilliance within the technology field had sent his career into the stratosphere when he was just 19. Almost half a lifetime, and now he was bored. His company, Conti Tech, was competing with Google and Facebook in the world, and was on target to become a trillion-dollar company any day now. Yet Giacomo found himself envious of the lives his friends led, more sedate and less shallow. As teachers, writers, artists, and lawyers, they didn't work any less hard for what they had. It was just their fields didn't pay as much, apart from the lucky few. Giacomo's best friend and his brother-in-arms, Orlando Price, was a school teacher in one of the city's poorest schools, and yet the results he had with his kids, the hope and inspiration he imparted, were priceless. Giacomo's evenings with Orlando, his wife Carmel, and their 7-year-old daughter Firma were his absolute favorite times. Tara never joined them. She had little time for the little people, and she and Carmel had no time for each other whatsoever. Tara's beauty was icy and cold, whereas Carmel's dark good looks were sensual and exciting. Tara was jealous, so when Giacomo insisted on spending time with his friends, Tara always cried off, to everyone's relief. And now? Giacomo realized he hadn't been listening to the man talking to him, but there was a good reason. Tara was cheating on him. Giacomo had suspected it for months, and now he had a name to go with his suspicions, Lucian Hargitay. Giacomo had had his private detectives follow Tara for the last 3 months, document and photograph every time she met with the man, and build a portfolio that when Giacomo confronted her, Tara would not be able to deny. It had been Carmel who had started him thinking. She'd mentioned she'd seen Tara in the city with another man months previously, not realizing that Tara had told Giacomo that she would be in New York for work. Carmel had been horrified to think she had casually blurted out the evidence of Tara's cheating, but Giacomo had reassured her it had been for the best. Carmel had shaken her head angrily. Giacomo, I know it shouldn't be my business, but don't ever bring that woman here again. I don't take her cheating on you lightly. There had been a nasty incident a few weeks later, when the two women had come face to face. Carmel had to be restrained by her husband as Tara complained at her about Giacomo's immersion in work, and she couldn't help blurting out that at least Giacomo knew about loyalty. Tara had asked her what she meant by that, and Carmel snarled at her. "You know." Giacomo feigned innocence when Tara asked him about it, and Carmel apologized to Giacomo for her mouth. "It gets away from me sometimes," she said ruefully, hugging him. "I just can't stand the fact that she had the nerve to cheat on you." Giacomo had hugged her tightly. "Don't worry, Bella. I'll handle it." Since then, he had bided his time, burying himself in work as his detectives gathered the evidence. Only today, he had been at a meeting, completely disengaged, that afterward, he had decided to go to the workplace of Hargaty's girlfriend and sister. He had donned a baseball cap over his dark curls, and stuck some wayfarers on his face to cover his distinctive green eyes. At 37, Giacomo Conti was considered one of the world's most handsome, most eligible, said the women's magazines, choosing to forget his relationship with Tara Bachelors. His tall, darkly handsome face was saved from being generic by the brooding, almost dangerous set of his green eyes rimmed by thick black lashes, his chin dimple and his strong jaw. His black hair was left to grow in wild curls, and he was a man who could make both a Savile Row suit and an Abercrombie & Fitch sweater look good. His broad shoulders, slim hips, and long legs contributed to his demeanor, and on the rare occasion that he smiled, it lit up the room. Giacomo knew he was good-looking, and did not believe in false modesty. When he was younger, he had screwed his way across Italy, then Europe, and finally the world. His physical prowess was legendary. Giacomo deliberately let the world think he was a playboy and as deep as a puddle. It suited him to know that the real Giacomo was still that little geek, playing with computers in his small house in Trani. His small circle of real friends knew him as Jack, and knew the fun-loving, loyal, big-hearted man beneath the image. He trusted few people with the truth, especially not women. So when Tara's infidelity came to light, he hadn't been that shocked. And today, when he'd gone to the little bookshop, Anthology, in the Russian Hill district, he had been pleasantly surprised at the laid-back feel and the friendliness. The giant St. Bernard had taken a shine to him, and sat with him as he drank the superb coffee, and watched the two women who ran the shop. Giacomo could barely take his eyes off the taller woman, Tara's romantic partner's girlfriend. Her sweet smile, her easy, infectious laughter, her patient way with customers, and her literary knowledge spoke to Giacomo in a way he'd never felt. "He's cheating on you, lovely girl?" "Idiot," he thought in disbelief. When the phone had rung, and the younger woman had yelled out the creep's name, Giacomo had felt immediately on edge, almost jealous, almost wanting to yell at her to ignore it and that the figlio di puttana wasn't good enough for her. He'd watched her face break into a smile, and couldn't do it. He couldn't break this lovely girl's heart. He'd left soon after, unable to stand it. At home, he hadn't been able to resist Googling her. Nora Reddy, part owner of the Anthology bookstore and also a freelance graphic designer. He looked through her online portfolio and was impressed. He called Sebastian, his longtime personal assistant, and asked him to set up a meeting with her. "I think we might find her useful for some of the campaigns we have coming up," he told Seb. "Also, she's gorgeous, and I want to see her again." He grinned to himself as he hung up. Two birds with one stone. Suppose he could harness the woman's obvious talent and get that beautiful body into his bed. Opportunity and revenge in one go. He smiled to himself again now, as the cocktail party droned on. Watching Tara network and flirt with the men in the room, Giacomo knew Tara barely registered the other women, knowing she was the most beautiful woman there. He wondered how he had ever gotten involved with her. She was so totally opposite of what he was attracted to, but then again, 5 years ago, he'd been reeling from the death of his grandparents, cancer, within weeks of each other. And he dealt with it by drinking and numbing the pain by screwing around. Tara had seen his sadness and moved in, telling him she was what he needed. He felt a pang of sadness now. Yes, he had needed her then, and he couldn't help but know that he was partially responsible for the fracture in their relationship now. He was obsessed with his work and passionate about what he could achieve. He had neglected her, and Tara wasn't a woman to neglect. He'd seen the disgust in her eyes when she looked at him. Maybe he should just cut her free. His phone beeped, a message from Orlando. "Dinner with Carmel and me on Friday?" Giacomo smiled. "Yes, gosh, please. Hell yes. Send Black Ops to get me out of this party." "Ha ha. Grit your teeth. See you Friday, buddy." Giacomo sighed. What he wouldn't give to have a time machine now. Still, he had no meetings tomorrow as yet. So he could always go spend some time in that little bookshop. He pushed the thought away and went to get his drink refilled.
Chapter 2.
Carmel gently took the headphones off her sleeping husband's head. Orlando was stretched lengthways on their couch, his breath coming out in tiny snores. She kissed his forehead and smoothed a finger down his face. His arm, solid and muscular, slipped from his chest and hit the floor. He stirred, grumbled softly, and turned onto his side, still muttering. Carmel suppressed a laugh. She moved around the living room, picking up empty bottles, cups, sheet music, and student papers. It was a wonder if any students got the correct papers back from their favorite music teacher. Orlando's organizational skills were not exactly a gift. Carmel carefully stacked everything that looked school-related on the small desk in the corner of the room, catching them as they slipped out of her grip. As she tidied, she glanced out the window of their small home and froze. A movement caught her eye, someone moving away from the window. Their neighborhood was safe, and it shook her to see that. Not least because, for the last few weeks, she had had a creeping feeling that she was being followed or watched. Carmel wasn't a woman who scared easily, but it had been insidious, and whenever she had been alone, out in the city or on her way to work, she had become more paranoid. She hadn't said anything to Orlando, not wanting to worry him until she knew for sure. Now though, if whoever was following her, if they actually existed, was coming to her house. No. No way, Buster. Not with my daughter asleep upstairs. She opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch, peering into the gloom. The street, which was tree-lined and still somewhere the kids could play outside, was empty, except for Jason, the elderly man down the street who waved at her. She waved back, smiling. Jason was in a wheelchair, and hardly likely to be peering in their high windows. Satisfied she was being paranoid, she turned and went inside. Just for once, she locked both doors. She heard footsteps and turned. Orlando shuffled sleepily from the living room. He ran a hand through his short hair and grinned at her. "Sup, babe, what you," he yawned expansively, "doing out there?" He took in her face. She was frowning slightly. "What's the matter?" He stepped toward her and slid his arms around her waist. Carmel blinked and her face cleared. "Ah, nothing," she said, not convincing him for a second. "Well, I just thought I saw someone watching the house." But there wasn't. So. He grinned down at her, cheeky and boyish. "Shut up." She scowled at him, trying not to smile. "Watching the house?" "Shut up." She started to laugh. Orlando put a mock-serious look on his face. No, better to make sure. Want me to have a look?" No. Wouldn't hurt to look." He reached behind her and opened the door. For a second, they both looked out. Carmel secretly hoped they would see something. Orlando turned to look at her. Strange. She wiggled away from him, swiping at him. Laughing, he gathered her up in his arms and buried his face in her neck, pressing his lips against her warm skin. He felt her body relax and, raising his head, tipped her face up to his. He kissed her gently on the mouth. Carmel sighed with happiness. "Wanna go cuddle some?" he muttered, his lips moving against hers. She responded by kissing him harder. His right hand tangled in her hair as their kiss deepened, his left hand sliding down the curve of her back. She pressed her body into his, feeling the excitement build in both their bodies. She gasped for air as he broke away. His dark brown eyes burned with desire as he bore her up the stairs. He laid her on the bed when they heard it. Ah, said Orlando, sighing. The walking, talking contraceptive device. Mommy? Carmel chuckled and disengaged herself from her husband. Take a load off. I'll go see what she wants. There's a reason you don't have brothers or sisters, Orlando yelled grumpily to his daughter, and Carmel hushed him, giggling as she went to see what her daughter wanted. Firma was sitting up in bed, her hair in cornrows. What is it, sweetie? Monster. Carmel sighed. Where, darling? On my toes. A monster on your toes. Okay. Carmel sat down, pretending to look under the comforter. Now who would be so brave to go near your stinky feet, pumpkin? She lifted the edge of the comforter, then pretended to hold her nose. Pooh? No, no monster, darling. No cheesy feet-eating monster. Firma giggled and wiggled her toes. My feet don't stink. They don't? Okay, I'll check again, pooh arg hh. Carmel pretended to choke on the stink. Help, I can't breathe, the smell. The smell? Firma giggled uncontrollably, and Carmel tickled her daughter. Now look, kiddo, there are no monsters, okay? None that will get in here, not while I'm around, okay, Snugglepuss? Sleepy time now. She settled Firma back into her blankets, then went back to bed to find Orlando sprawled across the bed snoring. So much for love, she muttered, grinning, then crawled into bed next to him and was asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. Nora shut off the shower and dressed quickly. Lucian lay watching her, then as she passed him, hooked her legs and pulled her down onto the bed. Stay, stay, he said, pinning her down. She wriggled out from underneath him, annoyed. Quit it. Too much to do. Get off, get off. She struggled to her feet and swatted his head, smiling to soften the snub. Up, up. Time to do manly stuff. Lucian rolled into a sitting position, yawned and smiled at her. Manly stuff? She grinned. Yep. Chop wood, hunt bison, that kind of stuff. From downstairs they heard a pitiful whimper. Ziggy wanted his breakfast. Nora sighed. I gotta feed the kid. She left Lucian to shower and thumped downstairs. Ziggy was beside himself. She fought him off while reaching for his food, his nose seeking out the meaty chunks. As soon as she put his bowl on the floor, Ziggy fell on it with abandon. Nora switched on the coffee pot and surveyed the contents of the fridge. Eggs. Eggs sounded good. She snagged a mixing bowl from the cupboard, feeling the satisfying crack of the shell against her palm. She grimaced as the egg white stuck to her skin and flicked the food into the bowl. She was whisking the eggs, adding some paprika, when Lucian came down the stairs. Ziggy had finished his food and was now licking the empty bowl around the kitchen, the metal scraping against the floor tile. Lucian snatched up the bowl, and Ziggy looked up at him with hope. Now you've done it, Nora shook her head. He thinks he's getting extra. Lucian shrugged. No dice, dog, he addressed Ziggy, live with it? He threw the dish into the sink. Ziggy harumphed and wandered off. Lucian grinned and slid his hands around Nora's waist, pretending to bite her neck. She put the bowl of eggs into the microwave, fixed the time, and pressed start. She turned to face him. Booby check. Lucian pulled her shirt out and peered down her cleavage. Yep, still there. She half smiled, a little irritated by his cheerfulness. Nora was not a morning person. Lucian smiled. You okay? Yeah, fine. Do you want eggs? Please. They were interrupted by the sound of wood being chewed. Lucian grabbed Ziggy and tugged him away from the table. Hey, hey, quit that, Ziggy grumbled, rolling onto his back and biting his own leg, wiggling his body from side to side. Lucian laughed at their dog, teasing him with his toys and playing tug-of-war. Stupid mutt. Don't call him stupid, Nora said and bent to kiss Ziggy's head. You're Mummy's favorite boy. Yes, you are. Ziggy licked her face and she giggled. The microwave beeped. At the same time, a knock came from the front door. Nora threw Lucian the dishcloth. I'll get the door. You deal with breakfast. Okay. I'll let His Majesty out for a run. He's antsy. The postman was waiting with a package for Nora to sign. She thanked him and was opening it when Lucian came back into the kitchen. Anything interesting? Nora was studying the contents, a Conti Tech brochure and letter outlining their future projects. The letter, by the looks of it, handwritten by Giacomo Conti himself, asked her to keep the contents secret and requested she call his private office to set up a meeting. I have studied your portfolio, Miss Reddy, and I think we can work well together. I'd like to hear your vision and see if we can build a professional relationship. Look forward to hearing from you very soon. Yours? Giacomo Conti. Nora felt her body tremble. Conti Tech wanted her. She felt a little breathless. If she landed a Conti Tech contract, gosh, it would send her career into the stratosphere. Just a possible future client, she said casually, stuffing the contents back into the envelope and slipping it into her bag. Nothing interesting. As they ate breakfast, Nora asked herself when she had stopped confiding in Lucian about the important things in her life. Then it struck her. Had she ever trusted him? She studied him now. How's work? Lucian shrugged. Busy. Too many egos at work on this latest job. I tell you, never work with diva photographers or supermodels. A nightmare to work with. It doesn't matter what we've pitched, they always change their minds. You're lucky in your line of work. Yes, Nora said dryly. Because clients never change their minds in my line of work. He waved away her sarcasm with his hand. You know what I mean. You don't have the high-pressure work that I do. Nora gritted her teeth. This was more like it. The affable, fun-loving boyfriend of this morning was gone, and in his place, the egotistical douchebag who belittled her at every turn. Her eyes narrowed at him. Why do you do that? What? Put me down? Does it make you feel like more of a man? What the hell are you talking about? You don't have the high-pressure work I do. She mimicked him, knowing it annoyed him. I run my own business, Lucian, and you think I don't have pressure? Actually, I run 2 businesses. So don't give me that nonsense. Lucian looked astonished at her outburst. Finally, he started to smile. Are you menstruating? Wanting to pound the smirk off his face, Nora got up. I'm going to work. She looked around for her phone, and realizing she'd left it upstairs, she headed out of the door. Upstairs, she sat on the bed and took a deep breath in. Why was she so annoyed? Maybe because this is what Lucian did. He'd be playful, friendly when it suited him, and distant and dismissive when it didn't. She was sick of it. She dropped her head in her hands. It was Saturday, and she was glad that she had the bookstore to open. Maybe it would distract her. She grabbed her phone, and then saw her pill packet next to the glass of water on her nightstand. Gosh, she'd forgotten to take it this morning. Hurriedly, she swallowed it with some water. No, Lucian, I'm not on my period because I make sure I never have them. She didn't question why she had always made absolutely sure she wouldn't get pregnant, not with Lucian's child. As she walked back downstairs, she asked herself the same question she had asked herself for a long time now. Why the hell am I still with him? Lucian heard her on the stairs and stuffed the envelope back into her bag. Conti Tech. Giacomo Conti wanted to hire Nora. Coincidence? He didn't think so. Nora came in and grabbed her bag, giving him a short, "See you later." He grunted in reply, then when he heard the front door close, he pulled his cell phone out. Tara's greeting was a purr, but a few seconds later she was much less friendly. What are you talking about? I'm talking about your boyfriend hiring my girlfriend. Does he know about us? No, of course not. How could he? Lucian sighed. I thought you said that a friend of his might have seen us. Carmel? That situation is being dealt with. Put it out of your mind. How do you mean dealt with? Don't worry about it. I don't think this thing with Giacomo and your girlfriend is anything to worry about. Didn't you tell me she was an excellent graphic designer? Well, yes. Giacomo has a habit of nurturing new talent. He probably just sent out feelers to a whole slew of young up-and-comers. If we freak out about it, well, that's just going to confirm issues. Lucian rubbed his eyes. When can I see you? Soon? As soon as this other situation is over with. Tara's voice warmed again. I'll miss you. I'll miss everything about you, baby. She laughed softly. I'll be thinking about you.
Chapter 3.
Nora read and reread Giacomo Conti's letter. She showed it to an impressed Zelika, whose eyes bugged out of their sockets. Wow. Wow, Nora. I know, right? It was late afternoon, and the bookstore was quiet for once. Nora couldn't resist telling Zelika about the letter. Zelika read Giacomo's handwritten letter and sighed. Even his handwriting is attractive. He's attractive? Nora looked confused. She'd never seen the man himself. Zelika rolled her eyes. Just occasionally, she teased. Check out some gossip sites instead of your usual geeky ones. Here, she grabbed her iPad and quickly brought up some photos. She handed it to Nora, who did a double take. Holy moly! She looked into the intense green eyes and dark good looks of Giacomo Conti. I thought he was much older. Well? Nora nodded, grinning. That is one gorgeous man. And you could be working closely with him, Zelika teased. I can see it now. You're working one late night on an urgent presentation. You're both so absorbed in the work that you don't realize it's gotten dark outside. You lean across him, and he smells your perfume. Nora was giggling. Are you writing some kind of adult movie in your head? Hey, you mentioned it, so who's the pervert? Zelika grinned and Nora flushed. She'd got her there. Nora held up the iPad, trying to hide her embarrassment. Look at this man. Who wouldn't think of an adult movie? True story. Grinning, Nora handed her back her tablet. Anyway, besides that, it could mean the business taking off. Which might mean you are not being free to work here as much. Zelika nodded. I get it. We always thought that might happen. Do you mind? Zelika shook her head. Putting aside the fact I'll miss your company, your business is the reason our business has been financed this long. I'm grateful. I'm more than that, I'm delighted for you. We need to celebrate. Good idea. Zelika studied her friend. Why don't you stay with me tonight? Call Luke, tell him you need a girls' night in. Nora nodded. I'd like that. What she didn't add was it would be a relief. The tension at home and Lucien's mood swings, she needed a break from it. What she also hadn't told anyone else was that she'd been looking at apartments in the city to rent. If Lucien was cheating, then she already knew her plan. In a weird way, she almost hoped he was cheating, because then she would have the final push to do what she had wanted to do for a long time. End it. Giacomo had now been to the Anthology 3 times, and was feeling like something of a stalker. Finally Seb had told him that Nora Reddy had called, and tomorrow was the day he would finally meet her. The few hours he had spent in her unknowing company, he had seen a woman who, above all else, was free. Free from vanity and free from expectations. He reminded himself that he did not really know her from those hours observing her, but he couldn't help feeling excited about the meeting. Tonight, however, Tara was sitting out on his balcony, smoking one cigarette after another and fretting about, what was it this time? Giacomo sighed and went outside, pinching a cigarette from her packet. What is wrong today? He said, lighting the cigarette and inhaling deeply. He studied her. Tara, her denim blue eyes large, was almost 30, but she looked a good 5 years older. Sun damage and smoking had weathered her face, but it didn't detract from her beauty. She gazed back at him steadily. Why have you never asked me to marry you? The question surprised Giacomo. They had never discussed marriage before. He leaned forward. Because marriage has never figured into my plans, he said honestly. And, rightly or wrongly, I thought you would prefer to have a career rather than be shackled to me. And why would I marry someone who would cheat on me? Or is that why you are cheating on me? Tara smirked. My career is steady. I get the work of girls 10 years younger. I know that you do. But I think of marriage, kids. With me? Tara put out her cigarette. Of course you. Giacomo smiled coolly. I'm surprised. Why? He met her gaze steadily, leaving the reason unspoken. Tara was the first to look away. Whatever. She got up, but he caught her hand. You are not happy, Tara. No. Then why don't you leave? She didn't answer, merely pulling her hand away. As she turned to leave, he saw, just for a moment, a flash of hurt in her eyes. Tara? Don't, she said, her voice quivering, and disappeared back into the apartment. Giacomo felt like a heel, but told himself he'd done nothing wrong. You're not the one who is cheating. Not yet, he said, thinking of Nora Reddy's pink lips and sweet smile. Not yet. He dropped his head into his hands and sighed. Che caso di casino. What a mess. Nora straightened her skirt over her hips, and wished she had another suit. As a graphic designer, she'd always been casual, if professionally dressed, but otherwise, she was hardly ever out of jeans and Chuck Taylors. She felt awkward in the dark red suit, but as soon as Giacomo Conti entered the room, she forgot everything else. The photograph on the website did not do him justice. He shook her hand, his large warm hand dwarfing hers, and led her into his office. His very cute assistant, Sebastian, grinned at her. Would you like some coffee? Just water, please, she managed to croak out at him, and he gave a reassuring wink. Jack for you. Giacomo smiled, and Nora felt her stomach flip. Gosh, that smile. Water's good for me too. Thanks, Seb. He's nice, Nora said after Seb had gone, and Giacomo smiled. He is, and very efficient. I got lucky. Now, I want to thank you for coming to see me, Nora. I can call you Nora, yes? Oh gosh, yes. Especially with the accent. Of course, Mr. Conti. He laughed. And that's Jack to you. I hate standing on formality. Nora relaxed a little. Me too. Good. Now, as I said in my letter, we have a number of new projects in the pipeline, and I am impressed with your portfolio. Nora nodded. And thank you for taking the time to look, but Mr. Conti, I have to tell you from the off, I've never worked on a major project before. Not that I wouldn't welcome the chance to work with you, but I have to be honest. It would be a huge step up for me. I appreciate that, Giacomo. Jack, she reminded herself, said as Seb came in with their drinks. Then I suppose think of this as graduation day. He grinned at Seb, who rolled his eyes. That's his favorite saying, Seb said to Nora in a stage whisper, and she chuckled. It is? Giacomo nodded. Yes, but it's also true. Nora, Seb's right in that I do like to nurture new talent, especially from the Bay Area, but it helps when that talent has new, fresh, exciting ideas, and your portfolio shows me how talented you are. Seb made a loud beeping noise. Too many uses of the word talent. You're out. You're fired, Giacomo shot back, grinning as Seb made his exit, laughing out loud. Nora was shaking her head in disbelief at the comedy show. I may be out of line, but I've never been in an office like this, she laughed, and Giacomo smiled at her. Like I said, I hate formality. Or hierarchies. Gosh, who gets off on power trips? Never a good way to run a business. Nora liked this man immensely, not just because his green eyes were beautiful, but because, if nothing else, he was honest. Rich and handsome, and the world at his feet, but he made jokes with his employees and took their teasing with good humor. Yeah, you're a good one, Nora thought, and felt sadness that she didn't know more men like him. Are you okay? She pulled herself up. Yes, very. Just wishing more workplaces were like this. He smiled. I hear you. Come and sit on the balcony, and we'll talk about the projects I have in mind. The afternoon flew by, and Nora left the Conti building feeling more energized by work than she had for a long time. The challenges Giacomo Conti laid in front of her were daunting in their scope, to be sure, but the kind of challenge she had longed for. "I see us working closely together," he said, his eyes twinkling, and she grinned at his flirtatious manner. This man knew how gorgeous he was and didn't mind using it. "You are trouble," she thought now, smiling to herself, but she had enjoyed every moment in Giacomo Conti's company. More than his looks and personality, though, he had treated her with respect, listened to her as she went through some preliminary ideas, and gave her constructive criticism and praise. It was a productive, collaborative meeting, and she enjoyed it. Giacomo had asked her to officially sign a contract with him. She had agreed without even discussing money. She had forgotten all about the money side of things until she got home and read through the contract. She frowned. It must be a typo. She grabbed her phone and called him. "I think there's been a typo," she said, her tone amused. "There are one too many zeros on the end of this check." She heard his deep, soft laugh, and it sent thrills through her. "No," he said. "There's no mistake." Nora gasped. "Giacomo, no. This is too generous." "No, it isn't. You just haven't been paid what you are clearly worth before. I have to tell you, I won't budge on this." Nora was speechless. "I don't know what to say except thank you for believing in me." That laugh again. "I know you won't let me down." "I won't. I promise." "Not ever." Were they still talking about work? The conversation had taken a far more intimate turn, and Nora felt her body quiver with longing. There was a pause in the conversation. "Nora, I'm having dinner with some friends tomorrow night. Would you like to join me?" Nora felt a pang. Gosh, yes she would, but... "Giacomo, I can't. I'm sorry. I have commitments at home." "Understood. Another time?" "Definitely. Good night, Giacomo." "Sweet dreams, Bella." A few minutes later. She heard the front door slam, bringing her back to reality. She turned over in the bed, not wanting to talk to Lucian as he stomped up the stairs. "Nora? You awake?" She kept her eyes shut, feeling irritated at his presence. "Gosh, just leave him already, woman." She stiffened as he got into the bed. He smelled of booze and perfume. "Creep?" She felt him reach for her and kept her body stiff and unresponsive. "Come on, baby," he slurred, "wake up for daddy." She wanted to throw up. He knew she hated it when he got like this, drunk and sloppy, and he did it deliberately. The daddy thing had always revolted her, and it was a new thing too. Did his other girlfriend like it? Lucian's hand was on her leg now, and finally she reacted. "What the hell are you doing?" He laughed. "Just getting mine." "Come on, honey, we haven't been intimate in weeks." She edged away from him, but he grabbed hold of her arm. "Let me go, Lucian." "You know what? No. You're my girlfriend, damn it." He moved quickly, pulling her back onto the bed and covering her body with his hands burrowing. "Get off me," she growled at him, getting more annoyed, but he didn't let her go. His fingers were seeking her now. He kissed her roughly, and she bit him in retaliation. "Damn it," he snarled, striking her across the face. The impact left her stunned and numb. Lucian proceeded to overpower her, his actions fueled by rage and possessiveness. A minute later he groaned and buried his face in her neck. "Don't ever leave me, Nora," he growled, his voice laced with a chilling threat. "You ever leave me and I'll take your life." Frozen, Nora lay under him, and after a few minutes Lucian was snoring. She shoved him off her. He didn't wake as she slid from the bed. She got dressed, pulling her hold-all from the closet and dumping her clothes and toiletries into it. Downstairs, she attached Ziggy's lead, grabbed her laptop and phone, and got into her car. Without looking back, she drove into the city and straight to Zelika's apartment. When Zelika opened the door, she was shocked to see Nora's face, wan and pale. Dry-eyed but obviously devastated, Nora let Zelika lead her into the apartment, then said very calmly, I need you to take me to the nearest police station, Zul. I have to report the attack. Giacomo smiled at his friends as they sat around the outside dinner table. Firma was perched on Giacomo's knee, showing him how to draw the perfect spacecraft, and Carmel was leaning against a reasonably drunk Orlando. Lando raised his glass. To my family, my beautiful wife and daughter, and my brother Giacomo. Giacomo buried a grin, and Carmel rolled her eyes. Fourth time tonight, hun. They had enjoyed sizzling hot fajitas and 2 or 3 bottles of red wine, and now it was getting late. Come on, fruit bat. Carmel lifted her daughter up. Time for bed. Give Jack a kiss. Firma threw her arms around her godfather's neck and kissed his cheek. Giacomo chuckled. Night, mio caro. While they were alone, Lando studied his friend. You look different. Upbeat. Giacomo smiled and ran his hand through his dark curls. And if I told you why? Lando laughed. Please make my day and tell me it's a woman. It is, Giacomo admitted wryly. And not the one it's supposed to be. I figured. Who is she? Her name is Nora Reddy. She's a brilliant graphic designer, and she has a boyfriend. That would be okay. After all, I couldn't date someone who worked for me except for one thing. What's that? Giacomo hesitated for a long moment. I think Nora's boyfriend is the one sleeping with Tara. Lando was sober then. Oh gosh, Jack. I know. What a mess. He gave a humorless laugh. I've been saying that a lot lately. Lando sighed. Man, does she know? I mean, this Nora girl? Does she know? I don't think so. Hell. Yup. They sat in silence for a few minutes, then Lando leaned forward. You like her? Giacomo nodded. Very much. She's the opposite of Tara. Man, I think it's time you ended things with Tara. You haven't been happy with her for years. She asked me the other night why I had never proposed to her. I gave her some guff about not wanting to settle down and hurt her career. Did she buy it? No. I think we both know it's over at this point. Gosh, I knew she was cheating, and my instinct was to find out who she was, but now I wish I never knew. I wish I had just had the guts to finish it. They sat in silence until Carmel came back down and rejoined them. Men? Have we moved into serious territory? Jack's got a crush. Carmel grinned at Giacomo. How many times have I told you, Jackie? I'm married. Sucks, my mistake. He grinned at her, but then his smile faded. Carmel, I met someone. Someone special. But I also know something that could break her heart. Do I tell her? Carmel didn't have an answer for him.
Chapter 4.
Zelika took her friend to the police, then accompanied her to the hospital for the crime evidence collection kit. She saw the burgeoning bruise on Nora's face, and her stomach roiled with fury. When she was sure that Nora was asleep, back safe in Zelika's apartment, she called her stepbrother. He was still asleep. Creep, she hissed down the telephone at him. Lucian was awake then. Zul, what the hell is going on? In the background she could hear sirens, and she smiled grimly. Hear those blues and twos? They're coming for you. I saw what you did to her. I saw the bruises on her face. You attacked Nora. What the hell? Attacked? I was intimate with my girlfriend Zelika, not that it's any of your business, and where the hell is Nora? Nora? She heard him call out for his absent girlfriend, and it made her growl. You don't even remember, do you? You struck her, Lucian, and then you took advantage of her. An attack is an attack, dear brother. Gosh, I could kill you. What? Lucian's voice had changed from confused to scared now. No. I couldn't have, gosh. Zelika heard the knock at Lucian's door. Better get that jerk. It's time for your walk-in perp irons. You'll never see her again. Do you understand? Neither of us. Don't come near either of us ever again, or I'll have you arrested. Zul, please call my lawyer. She heard the police inside his apartment now, telling him to hang up the phone. Go to hell, she said and hung up the phone. Tears began to fall down her cheeks, and trembling, she buried her face in a pillow to muffle her sobs. The shock of what happened was hitting her now, but she knew it was nothing to what Nora must be feeling. Zelika couldn't believe it. She had never liked her stepbrother but had never thought him capable of this. She felt an arm slip around her shoulders and looked up to see Nora was awake. They hugged each other for a long time. Don't cry, Nora said gently, which of course made Zelika cry even harder. Why are you comforting me? You've been through hell. Nora opened her mouth to argue, but her body slumped and she nodded. I guess it's just hitting me. Ziggy, his eyes mournful, padded over to the two women and stuck his snout between them. Nora gave a little laugh and hugged him. The only man I can rely on, she said, stroking his silky head. They sat up until dawn, talking about what she would do next. Stay with me, Zelika begged, and Nora agreed. Just for now, she said, and told Zelika about the apartments she had already scouted out. I was lying to myself for so long, Zul. It's been over for months, maybe even years. Zelika nodded. I think we both needed to break up with the jerk. It's not as if our parents are even married anymore. Nora didn't know what to say about that. I can't thank you enough for being here for me. Zelika hugged her again. You are my family, Nora. It's you and me against the world. You, me, and this furball. She scratched Ziggy's ears. Monday, you start your new job with that gorgeous man. Gosh, that seems like a million years ago. Was it really only a few hours? Nora's thoughts were muddled, she was so tired. Eventually they fell asleep on Zul's bed, Ziggy between them, and slept until mid-afternoon. Lucian did not want his father finding out about his arrest, so he called the one person he knew had enough money to bail him out. Tara arrived, steaming angry, in heavy disguise at the station and posted bail. Lucian tried to kiss her and she stopped him. Not here, she growled and stalked off, leaving him to trail behind. In her car, speeding out of the city to a motel they often used, she railed against his calling her. Giacomo could have found out, she hissed at him. Or the paparazzi. What if they had taken you to the same station, as they do all the celebs? The press pays the police to tip them off. If someone recognized me. She ranted all the way to the motel. In the room, he realized she hadn't even asked him what he had done to be arrested. He waited until she had finished admonishing him. Baby, I'm sorry. It's a big mess anyway. What did you do? What they have accused me of, he corrected, an attack. What happened is very different. She folded her arms. So what happened? Who did you allegedly attack? Lucian sighed. Nora? We were intimate. I got a little rough and she cried foul. Tara stared at him. You told me you two weren't intimate anymore. We rarely are. I was drunk and missing you. So it's my fault, is it? I didn't say that. Anyway, we were intimate, and then she bit me, so I slapped her. Lightly. Playfully. Tara curled her nose up. She likes it rough? No? Lucian swallowed hard. Yes, he lied. Tara sat down beside him, and after a moment brushed her lips against his. Fine, you're forgiven. When is your court date? Lucian kissed her again. I don't know yet. Can we talk about something different? Or rather, now that we're here, do something different? Tara smiled. Yes, we can. Lie back and enjoy. Monday morning, Nora began to feel like herself again. Well, not really, but at least she had her new job to look forward to. She covered the nasty bruise on her cheek with a heavy foundation, which she hated, but made do otherwise with a light coating of mascara on her already thick eyelashes. She slipped into a yellow and orange sundress, which glowed against her dark caramel skin, and some flat pumps. She wanted to be comfortable, But she wanted to look good too. For a good first impression, she grinned to herself. Not for any other reason. You look gorgeous. Zelika was approving, and Nora flushed. Thank you, Zul. Gosh, I'm nervous. Is it natural to be this nervous? Well, when you're going to work for Adonis himself, Zelika grinned at her friend, whose blush deepened even further. Try not to get in bed with him on the first day. Gosh, Nora, I'm sorry. I didn't think, she said when she saw her friend's stricken face, then quickly got up to hug her. It's okay. Nora's voice was muffled. We can't dance around it forever. I need to move past it. Nora was pushing the attack to the back of her mind as she got into her car, but a second later, she jumped out of her skin as Lucian knocked on the driver's window. Go away, she yelled, locking the doors and windows. I just want to talk, Lucian called, holding his hands up. Look, just open the window an inch so we can hear each other. That's all I ask. No. Anything you have to say to me, you can say to my lawyer. She started the car and he backed off. Nora, I'm sorry. That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry. Nora watched him turn and walk away from her, getting into his car and driving off. She drew in a deep breath and started the car. The Conti Tech buildings were out in mountain view. She would have to drive past her old home. Tears pricked her eyes then, but she pushed them away. You don't get to win this, Lucian. You don't get to ruin my big day. She pulled the car away from the curb and drove towards her new life. Seb came to get her at reception an hour later, grinning and nudging her with his shoulder in a conspiratorial way. Nora was already half in love with him and chuckled. You look more excited than I do, she said. I'm really not that interesting. I beg to differ, Seb said. I need a new pal around here. He lowered his voice. All the guys are so straight and so nerdy it's painful. And I told Jack the other day, he's getting old now, so I need a new playmate. Nora felt her spirits soar, only for them to plummet again when Seb continued. Jack's just having an argument with the dragon at the moment. Sorry, I mean his girlfriend. Hopefully he's dumping her, we can but hope. Right on cue, the door opened, and a beautiful but icy blonde stalked out. Nora recognized her but couldn't place her. The blonde met her gaze, and they sized each other up. The blonde's eyes narrowed and she stalked out. Seb cheerfully gave the finger to her retreating back. Seb? Giacomo was at the door of his office, trying to hide a grin. Seb shrugged good-naturedly. Sorry, I have finger Tourette's. Anyway, here she is. Seb indicated Nora flamboyantly, and Nora burst out laughing. Gosh, how did these two ever get any work done? Giacomo shook Nora's hand. Come on in before you're scared off by this lunatic. Sebastiano, can I trust you to field calls for a little while? Take as long as you need, Seb said, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Nora couldn't help but grin at the man. He was fun, and she loved that he had already singled her out to be his friend. And as for the man in front of her, gosh, she would have to try hard not to be distracted by his sensual presence. He was wearing a light blue shirt tucked into dark gray trousers that fit him perfectly. Giacomo smiled at her. Ready to start work? She grinned back at him. His smile was like sunshine. You bet.
Chapter 5.
By the end of her first week, Nora was flying. It had been intense, exhausting, and high speed, but she had loved every exhilarating moment of working with Giacomo. He had very fixed thoughts about what he wanted for the campaigns, but he never dismissed her own ideas, listening to them carefully so that in the end, the first draft of the very first advertisement was a 50-50 collaboration between them. More than that, she found him to be great company. He was relaxed, flirtatious without being creepy, and comfortable with himself in a way that Nora envied. But then again, she supposed that when you looked like Giacomo did, you would be comfortable. It bordered on arrogance sometimes, especially when dealing with people she could tell he didn't like, but never ever with his employees or with her. He came unexpectedly to the Anthology one afternoon when she was working upstairs, and she felt shocked at how happy seeing his face made her. Don't fall for your client, girl. But she had to admit that she didn't think she could stop herself. Nora introduced Giacomo. She just couldn't get on board with calling him Jack. It was too generic for a man like him. To Zelika, who liked him immediately, and to Ziggy, who greeted him like an old friend. Nora almost groaned. Looks class, fun, and likes dogs? Yes, please. When he invited Nora to come for drinks after a meeting with two of his friends, this time she agreed, and now, as they took a cab into the city, Nora felt nervous, excited, nervous to be sure. Giacomo's arm was across the back of the seat behind her, as they rode in the back of the cab. He was chatting easily, but she couldn't help but feel the tension that had been building between them. Giacomo held her gaze as he talked to her, but she barely heard a thing. He seemed to sense the turmoil in her. He stopped talking, and let the back of his finger drift down her cheek. Nora felt her skin vibrating with longing, and his warm fingers brushed her collarbone. She closed her eyes, reveling in the feeling of his touch. She felt him move closer, then his lips brushed hers softly. She didn't dare open her eyes. She didn't want to break the spell, or have to deal with the fact that she knew this was wrong. He had a girlfriend. He was her client. His lips were firmer against hers now. His fingers knotted in her long hair. Her hands had a mind of their own. Nora opened her eyes. Giacomo was gazing at her, his green eyes dark with desire, drinking in every detail of her face. His lips moved against hers so naturally, their breath mingling. Finally they drew apart, and Giacomo smiled ruefully. I have wanted to do that since we met. She flushed. Me too, but Giacomo, we can't. We work together. You have a girlfriend. Giacomo nodded sadly. I know, and I assume you have a partner at home? Gosh, the shock of the reminder sent a pain through her stomach. Lucian. She shook her head. No. Not anymore. Giacomo stroked her hair. Bella, we should talk. Not here, obviously, he half smiled. But soon. Soon. I will not have the other commitment, and believe me, not just because of the way I am feeling about you. It had been over long before I was aware of your existence. The work thing. I understand your reticence, but we can work around that. For now, just know you are all I think about. She could hardly breathe. This gorgeous, beautiful, unattainable man wanted her. She knew the truth of it in his gaze, his words, and the tenderness of his touch. She was still glowing when they reached the bar, and she was caught up in the introductions. Orlando and Carmel Price, both strikingly beautiful African Americans, tall and with the friendliest smiles, were waiting for her. They introduced themselves to her and teased Giacomo, who clearly adored them. They ordered drinks and sat in a corner booth. Carmel, a human rights lawyer, chatted to Nora amiably about her work, Nora's work, and Firma, their daughter. Nora liked the other woman immensely. Orlando was a riot, funny and erudite. His gentle teasing of Nora made her feel at home with them. Giacomo was relaxed, and at one point Nora noticed him raising his eyebrows at Carmel, who nodded back approvingly. Nora tried not to blush at the obvious sign of approval she was receiving. The evening went on longer than anyone expected, and it was only at 10 o'clock that Orlando looked ruefully at his watch. Sorry to say, we have to get back for the sitter. She's probably sitting in the corner, sobbing and rocking back and forth because Firma's been on a tear. Nora nearly squirted her drink out of her nose at the image. I must meet Firma. She sounds like my kind of anarchist. Carmel and Giacomo laughed, and Orlando nodded. She is that. Nora, it has been an absolute delight to meet you, and I hope it's just the first of many such evenings. Hear, hear, said Carmel as they all stood. She hugged Nora and whispered in her ear. I shouldn't say this, but Jack's crazy about you. Nora felt tears prick her eyes. I like him too, she said, slightly embarrassed, but Carmel grinned at her and squeezed her hand. You'll be good for him, sweetie. I can tell. Orlando gave Nora a bear hug too. If everyone is free one night next week, can I suggest dinner at our place? They agreed on a night, and then Carmel and Orlando left them alone. Giacomo held out his hand to her. Shall we catch a little night air before getting a cab? They walked down to the waterfront. Giacomo took her hand and held it, winding his fingers through hers. Nora felt like a giddy teenager, but when Giacomo stopped and took her in his arms, she didn't resist. His kiss was intoxicating, soft at first, then as their lips moved together firmer and rougher until they were both panting. He groaned and broke away. Gosh, Nora, I'm sorry. I know this is wrong and that I should settle things with Tara first, but... He looked at her with such tenderness that she wanted to cry. I want you, Nora, so badly. In my arms, my bed, my life. Do you feel it too? Nora nodded. I do. Her voice barely above a whisper, the breath caught in her throat as he came to her again. Leaning his forehead against hers, he met her gaze. Come home with me, mio caro. The deep timbre of his voice, the accent, gosh. Nora found herself nodding. Yes, Giacomo, yes. Nora couldn't remember the cab ride to Giacomo's place. She couldn't remember him leading her into his mansion in Pacific Heights. She couldn't remember him sweeping her off her feet and taking her up the huge staircase to his bedroom. She could remember every moment of what happened next. Nora, you make me the happiest man, he said, emotion making his voice break. He smoothed his hand down her body. Beautiful, just beautiful. Nora didn't know how anything else in the world was beautiful besides this man, but her heart warmed at the compliment. Giacomo, she nuzzled her nose against his. You don't know what this means to me, this night. She felt him stroke a finger along her collarbone, and knew what he was seeing. A bruise from Lucien's attack on her. What did he do to you, mio caro? His eyes were dark with danger now. He had obviously guessed she'd been attacked. Something unforgivable. Giacomo nodded, his eyes serious. I'm going to make him pay for this. Nora kissed him. He isn't worth it, Giacomo. He's nothing. What he did to me. I won't let him ruin my life. Giacomo traced the shape of her lip with his finger. Still, I am surprised you. Nora smiled, a little pang of something inside her. I know. Me too. If it hadn't been with you, I don't think I could have. Not so soon. But I have to admit, I've been thinking about this since I met you. Giacomo grinned, cocky. Glad to be of service. Nora laughed, but then her smile faded. What I don't like is, now, I have done what I said I'd never do, sleep with another woman's man. Giacomo kissed her fingers. Principessa, I am your man. But I do see your point. Believe it or not, I have never been a cheater until now. I have cultivated the image of someone who plays hard and fast with a woman's heart, but I am really not like that. Then why do you let people think that? She was genuinely curious now. He gave her a strange smile. Safety net, he said simply, and she smiled, her hand stroking his face. I understand. Somehow I thought you might. I will talk to Tara tomorrow. She's out of town tonight. Does she live here? Giacomo shook her head. No, she has her own place. One here and one in New York. Suddenly, Nora didn't want to talk about Tara anymore. She'd already cheated with Giacomo once. She wouldn't stay the night, though. When things are settled with Tara, then I will, she told him, and although he was disappointed, he accepted it. At least let me drive you home. The night was warm, so they drove back to Nora's apartment with the top down. Nora enjoyed the feel of the cool air on her skin. Giacomo's hand was on her bare leg as he drove, and she smiled over at him. This whole night has been a dream, she thought, a total dream. Giacomo kissed her tenderly before he let her go. Good night, mio caro. Nora floated back to the apartment. Ziggy gave a delighted woof and padded out of his dog bed to greet her. She sat on the floor with him and hugged him. My other best man, she murmured, but then nearly jumped out of her skin as Zelika's voice came out of the dark. Oh yes. She flicked a lamp on and grinned at a blinking Nora. You look as if you've been with a man. Can I assume you and the billionaire were together? Nora flushed scarlet, but couldn't help the smile that crept over her face. Am I a tramp? Zelika's eyes widened. No, but it's true? Yes, yes, yes. She punched the air triumphantly. Was he as good as he looks? Still burning, Nora sat down next to her friend. Better. Nora chuckled. And that's all the detail you're getting. Nora got up, giggling, but Zelika pulled her back down. Okay, no more details except, are you okay? I mean, after what happened, I'm surprised that you know. Zelika's eyes were concerned, serious now. Nora hugged her. Me too, actually. But I'm not letting Lucian destroy my life. I wanted Giacomo, so I had him. Now that does sound slutty. She burst out laughing, and Zelika joined her. No, it doesn't. You know what it sounds like, no? Nora shook her head. What? Zelika smiled. Happiness.
Chapter 6.
Giacomo asked Tara to meet him at her favorite restaurant. After he'd told her gently that it was over between them, she stared at him. And you thought you'd tell me in public so I wouldn't make a scene? Giacomo sighed. Yes. Is that what you want to hear, Tara? Honesty? Then yes. Tara looked away from him, and he was surprised to see tears glinting in her eyes. Tara? I need a smoke. Come outside with me. They sat on the patio, and Tara offered him one of her cigarettes before lighting her own. Giacomo, not trusting this calm, shook his head. Tara, we haven't been happy in who knows how long. You know this. Tara blew a lungful of smoke out. I know. I just hoped we could find our way back to each other. Giacomo toyed with the stem of his wine glass. Tara, I know about Lucian Hargitay. She laughed derisively. I figured. Lucian means nothing to me. And yet he was worth cheating on me with? Tara gave him a withering look. Please, don't tell me you've been entirely faithful to me this all time. Until I knew it was over, I was. She looked skeptical. Is that why you hired Lucian's girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend, and no. I hired her because she was the best person for the job. Tara's eyes searched his face. You've slept with her, haven't you? Giacomo said nothing, kept his face blank, and didn't look away from Tara's gaze. Tara made a disgusted noise. Well, little Miss Pure ain't so pure after all. That got him. You don't know the first thing about Nora, so shut your mouth about her. Tara smirked, and Giacomo knew he'd lost that round. He sighed. Look, Tara, there's no reason this has to be unpleasant. I'm going to go now. Take care of yourself. Tara watched him walk away from her. Gosh, he was still so attractive to her even after she'd cheated on him. At the same time, how dare he dump her? Tara Hubert wasn't dumped. She was never dumped. Who the hell did Giacomo Conti think he was? One thing she did know, she would make him pay for this. She smiled to herself. No, Giacomo, you're wrong. There's every reason this has to be unpleasant, she murmured to herself, throwing back the last of her wine. And it's about to get really unpleasant. Nora drove out to Mountain View the next morning, her heart thumping, almost giddy at the thought of seeing Giacomo. Sebastian noticed the change in her as soon as he saw her. What have you been up to? He tried to get it out of her, but Nora, giggling, wouldn't tell. He guessed, of course, that as soon as Giacomo walked in, his eyes immediately went to Nora. His smile split his face, and Nora flushed bright red. Sebastian sniggered, nudged Nora, then disappeared as his boss glared at him. Giacomo took Nora's hand. Come up to my office, Bella. As soon as the door was closed behind them, he took her in his arms and kissed her. His kiss was so passionate and so tender that Nora's head spun. Breaking away for air, they smiled at each other. I am a single man, he said simply, and she could have cried with happiness when he added, "But I hope not to be in the next few minutes. Beautiful Nora, will you be mine?" "Yes, gosh, yes." They didn't get much work done that day. Nora already knew she was lost. She was in love with him. Tara lay back in her bed and studied Lucian as he got dressed. After an unsatisfactory time, her words to him, he was annoyed with her. Tara lit a cigarette. "What's she like?" "Who?" "Your ex. The bookseller. Your victim." Lucian shot her a warning look. "That's not funny." Tara shrugged. "Anyway, tell me. What is she like?" Lucian sighed. "What does it matter?" Tara smiled cruelly. "I just want to know who my ex is sleeping with." Lucian stopped. "What?" Tara stubbed out her cigarette and studied her own body. "He's sleeping with her. I thought you should know." Lucian made a disgusted noise. "If you think that, then you're crazy. Nora doesn't sleep around." Tara's mouth set in a thin smile. "Have you seen Giacomo? The man is a god. He could get a Mary Knoll nun into bed." Lucian stared at her. "You're serious?" "Deadly." Tara watched as a myriad of emotions played out across Lucian's face, and then he shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "None of my business anymore. He knows about you and me." "I thought you said there was no way." Carmel Price must have told him. "She never liked me, the stuck-up tramp." "I thought you said you were taking care of that too." Tara's smile returned. "Oh, believe me, she won't get away with it. Too late now. For you and me." "Yes." Lucian stood and tucked his shirt in. "What do you mean?" Tara waved her hand around vaguely. "I mean this. Us. Thanks for everything and all that, but this is goodbye." Lucian shook his head. This was nothing new for Tara. "You're a real piece of work, you know that?" "As a matter of fact, I do." She laughed suddenly. "Okay then, Lulu, I'll give us one last chance. Who knows? We may be made for each other." As Lucian left the apartment, his gut began to churn with the thought of Nora in bed with another man. And Giacomo Conti, gosh. He had to get back with Nora. But how? Part of his bail conditions meant he couldn't go anywhere near her. He needed to get to her via Zelika, which would be a problem because his half-sister hated him even more than Nora did. Still, Lucian was nothing if not a good actor. Turn on the waterworks. Beg for forgiveness. Wait for the billionaire to screw someone else, and if he didn't, if he was truly enamored with Nora, there was no reason that Nora couldn't be made to believe that he had cheated on her. Lucian began to smile. Nora had been his, and he had been dumb enough to throw it away. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Lucian called Zelika a few days later, begging her to meet with him, crying on the phone. She had never liked her brother much, but even her cynical heart was touched by his grief. "I'll meet you," she told him in a firm voice. "But I tell you now, I am 100% Team Nora. Do you understand?" "I do." And he sounded genuine. "Just meet with me and hear what I have to say. If you don't like what you hear, fine. Please, Zul." She met him at a coffee house, well away from their apartment or the bookstore. He smiled at her, but she didn't return it, just nodded. "I only have a half hour," she said shortly. "Just hear me out. That's all I ask." "Go ahead." Lucian sighed. "What I did to Nora, it's unforgivable. It was a dumb mistake. No, not a mistake. It was horrendous what I put her through, and I take full responsibility for it. I'll go to the DA right now and plead guilty if she'll just meet me to talk it through. I don't want her forgiveness. Just to talk." Zelika was studying him through narrowed eyes. "Lucian, you attacked her." "Yes." There was a long silence. "I never thought you capable of that." He gave her a half smile. "Believe me, I had no idea I was. I was just... I don't know. An animal. A disgusting animal. I'm in awe now. Not that it excuses anything, but it's a start. Why should Nora give you the time of day? No reason, except history. The fact that because of you, we will always be connected somehow. Wrong tack. Zelika's face hardened. I have no problem cutting you out of my life, Lucian. It's not like we have ever been close. He nodded slowly. I know. But the thought of losing you both, it's killing me. I will do my time for what I did to Nora, I swear. I will make this right. Believe it or not, I love both of you. Zelika sighed. Okay, let's cut to the chase. Nora is okay. Just okay. That girl has given you more chances than you deserve, and she'll probably do it again. So, if you want to make it nice, it would create a better atmosphere for everyone. Nora, me and your dad. I still think you need to maintain a distance, but hey, that's me. I will tell you this, if she says no, she says no. Don't forget the restraining order is still in effect. Lucian rolled his eyes. How could I forget? He sighed and ran his hands through his hair so it stuck up. Thing is, I know it's over with Nora. How I thought we could ever make it work. I blew it when I slept with someone else when I hurt Nora. I'm not stupid. I know that part of it is over. But I miss my buddy, my pal. We had a few great years together. She nodded. If you think you can be just friends, then God be with you. I'd like to try. Zelika chewed her lip. I don't know what Nora will say. I'll talk to her, but I'm not going to plead your case. Just repeat verbatim what you've said here today. Do you understand that? Lucian nodded. I do. They sat in silence for a few minutes while Zelika contemplated her stepbrother. She sat up and nodded at him. Okay, tell you what. I'll talk to Nora for you. I will. She hesitated before continuing. I'm going to tell you something else, and how you react to it will tell me for sure if I'm crazy for trusting you, okay? She waited for him to process what she'd said. She could see the myriad of questions whirling around his head. Finally, he nodded. Zelika took a deep breath and hoped she wasn't about to make the biggest mistake of her life. Giacomo trailed his fingers down the length of her spine as Nora bent over her design table. She shivered with pleasure, then chuckled. You're distracting me, Conti. I'm trying to sketch here. This sundress has no back. How do you expect me to concentrate on anything but your honey skin? He pressed his lips to her spine and she gave up, laughing. We will never get this job finished at this rate. She turned and smiled at him. I don't care. He bent his head to kiss her. The last month had been the happiest of her life. Her life had changed so rapidly that it made her head spin. She had spent time with him and his friends and Zelika, who was once again between boyfriends and so was co-opted by Sebastian as his new buddy, and found her life enriched by all of their presence. The only dark cloud was Lucian. Zelika had come to her and reported what he had said, but Nora shook her head. No. I'm sorry. I can't. She had told her lawyer she would drop the charges on the condition that Lucian never came near her again and that she got full and final custody of Ziggy. She didn't want the court case, and she most definitely didn't want her new relationship to be brought into the spotlight. Lucian had agreed, and now she had a lifelong restraining order and freedom. Giacomo noticed her reverie. Penny for them? Nothing, she smiled, just taking pause, reflecting on my life. I have never been happier, baby. He grinned. You know what we need? A vacation. She grinned. Damn boy, you will do just about anything to get out of work, won't you? He laughed. Fine. I'll ask you again later when we are together. I find you agree to most things then. She broke into laughter. Such a dirty boy, but, she grinned wickedly, glancing over at his office door, which was shut but not locked, then slowly pulling up her skirt. Why wait until later? Giacomo grinned and made to walk to the door, but she stopped him, a sly grin on her face. No. Leave it. A knock at the door. Just a moment, please. Giacomo pulled out and they both, breathless and laughing, tidied themselves up. Nora bent back over her work, trying not to giggle as Giacomo strode to the door. Sebastian, who clearly knew exactly what had gone on, was grinning wildly. Just wanted to tell you that catering has arrived. Giacomo kept his face straight. Thanks, Seb. No problem, he called over his shoulder. By the way, I think it's hot dogs, unless you've just had one, Nora. He cackled with laughter. Thank you, Seb. Giacomo could barely hold it together then, and Nora let a giggle out, then couldn't stop until she was crying with laughter. Giacomo was shaking his head, grinning. I'm going to fire that guy. Nora put her arms around his neck. Don't you dare. She kissed him. Or I won't come on vacation with you. You'll let me take you away? She grinned. I will. After we finish this campaign. Tyrant. Hot dog.
Chapter 7.
Carmel was sure she was being followed now, and with Orlando she went to the police. The officer who dealt with them was kind, but told them there was little they could do unless they could gather some evidence to prove she was being followed. I thought California had pretty stringent stalking laws now. Orlando asked, his expression wan and concerned. The officer det. Lawrence nodded. But until we can prove definitively that someone is stalking Mrs. Price and who that someone might be, we can't do anything. Your work as a human rights lawyer, Mrs. Price, may of course throw some light on who would be a suspect. Could you make a list? Of course. They thanked him for his time, and he promised to follow up with them. They went for coffee afterward at a small diner they knew. Orlando was distracted, but Carmel tried to cheer him up. Sweetie, look, maybe it's nothing. And maybe it's something. She touched his face. They had been married for 9 years now, and every day they spent with each other just strengthened their bond. They had met in college, and they both bemoaned the cliché, but to hell with it, that's where she fell in love with the tall, rangy musician. With her focus on law, they couldn't have been more different with their passions, but they became inseparable from the first day, when, after a boozy evening in the student bar, they discovered they shared the same sarcastic dry humor and were equally as disdainful of the pretentious arty set. They had enough in common to have something to talk about, and enough differences to make it interesting. He'd had competition, of course. Almost every man at the college, including the tutors, practically drooled when they saw her, but to her credit, she was completely oblivious to the attention. Orlando won her precisely because he made an effort to see past the dark Creole good looks inherited from her mother. To him, she revealed a humorous, intelligent side, and confidence tempered with humility. And in turn she brought him out of his shell. He was still shy but hid it well, the result being that people would often find him the life of the party. If only they knew the real man. When he'd come to California from Oregon at 15, he'd felt like a shadow, half a person. His beloved Aunt Kathleen, who'd raised him from a boy, had been an amateur photographer, and her enthusiasm and vision had inspired him. He'd applied to the art college. Orlando strongly believed in fate, and when on the first day of college he saw the lovely dark girl full of life and laughter bounding through the corridors, something had changed in him, and he measured the start of his life from that moment. Baby, she said now and smiled at him, bringing him back into the present. I say we change the subject. I've been thinking. Now that Firma is getting so big, maybe she'd like a sibling. Orlando looked surprised. What happened to, impregnate me again, and I'll feed your danglers to a rabid dog? Carmel laughed. You can't hold me back from comments I made in the middle of 15-hour labor. The image was so striking it haunts me. But he grinned and took her hand. You want another anarchist? She nodded. I do. I'm really ready. Orlando leaned across the table and kissed her. Then I am too. Let's do it. Nora kept her word, and as soon as the campaign finished, Giacomo flew them down to his private island in the Caribbean. Walking through the airy, spacious villa, Nora marveled at the beauty of it all. Giacomo showed her around the property, beachfront palm trees with their silky, spiky fronds hanging down, and the crystal-clear blue ocean. Nora couldn't quite take it all in. It's unreal. The villa itself had huge glass sliding doors on almost every wall, even in the bedroom. Giacomo smiled at her raised eyebrows. The perks of being the only ones here, he said. At least at night. Tears began to drop down Nora's face from the sheer passion in his voice. I love you, she whispered. Giacomo so much. She couldn't imagine ever being anywhere but here, now, in this moment. And as they were together long into the night, neither could imagine life with the other. But of course, fairy tales always end. 2 weeks later, Nora opened the anthology early, still energized from her vacation. She and Giacomo had professed their love for each other again and again in their holiday idyll, and now she had some major news to share with Zelika. Zelika, her blue eyes crinkling with smiles, greeted her a half-hour later. Hey Yude. You look amazing. That man is better than any makeup. Nora laughed. No arguments here. She bent down to hug Ziggy. How's my big boy? Zelika stuck her tongue in her cheek. So many jokes, so little time, she quipped, then went to the door as a delivery van pulled up. Oh, I think this one's for you. A man bearing an enormous bouquet of exotic flowers came staggering into the bookstore. Miss Ready? For you? Between them, Nora and Zelika wrestled the bouquet onto a table and thanked the delivery driver. Don't need to ask who they're from. Zelika buried her nose in them. God heavenly. I take it these are all native to your island? Nora, smiling, nodded. I saw them all there. Gosh, how lovely. Zelika fished the card out and handed it to her. Nora opened it. I love you. That is all. Yours always. GX. P.S. The hibiscus reminds me of something. Nora giggled and gave the card to Zelika, who rolled her eyes. You two are like a full-on adult movie. Nora shrugged. Pretty much. She snagged her phone from her purse. How very Georgia O'Keeffe of you, she read aloud as she wrote a text message to Giacomo. Thank you for the beautiful flowers. Come play with my hibiscus anytime. I love you. Zelika cackled with laughter. Seriously, no, that man has unleashed your inner slore. Nora pretended to be affronted. Excuse me, I happen to be a strumpet. A harlot. A lady of disrepute. A trollop? That made them both giggle so much that they couldn't speak for a while. Zelika wiped her eyes and Nora cleared her throat. Actually, I do have some other news. Zelika's eyes immediately dropped to Nora's flat stomach, and Nora grinned. Slow your roll there, cowboy. I'm just moving in with Giacomo, that is all. Zelika squealed and hugged her. Seriously, Nora, I'm so happy for you. Nora hugged her. Thank you, baby. Now let's get some work done. Giacomo, of course, couldn't stay away long. He arrived at lunchtime and bore Nora off to a little trattoria in the city. They shared a plate of pasta and half a bottle of a superb white wine, chatting easily and enjoying the warm day. It wasn't until Giacomo was paying the check that Nora saw her. Tara. Nora had learned enough about the blonde woman now that she recognized her immediately as she walked towards Nora. Nora didn't like the smile on her face. You must be Nora. Nora gazed back at Tara coolly. You must be Tara? Tara smirked and sat down without being asked. Nora glanced at Giacomo, who was talking to the maitre d', and hadn't seen them. What do you want? She asked Tara, who lit a cigarette and observed her for a few moments. Just wanted to see my replacement. He's good, isn't he? She flicked the ash of her cigarette and didn't wait for a reply. Lovely, and that face. Nora's expression hardened. I'll ask again, in case you're dumb enough not to understand my question. What do you want? Tara cackled. Oh, you have some fire in your belly. Good. That's good. You'll need that when he screws around on you. And he will screw around on you, Nora, mark my word. Please leave. Tara didn't move. You know why he's with you, of course. I'll tell you, unless you're under the illusion that you have something magical that he can't resist. Payback. Nora sighed. I really don't care what you think. Tara's mouth formed into a perfect O. You really don't know, do you? Giacomo was there then, his face full of anger. Tara, what the hell are you doing here? She smirked, completely unfazed by his annoyance. She turned back to Nora. He knew, you know. Tara, shut your damn mouth. Nora had never seen Giacomo look so angry. She stood and took his arm, her eyes cold as she looked at the blonde woman. I really don't care what you have to say. She began to walk away when Tara called after her. Lucian. Giacomo knew I was sleeping with him before he offered you a job. Before he was with you. That's what I mean by payback. It was revenge, you fool. Nora felt her heart stop. She looked up at Giacomo, who shook his head. That had nothing to do with. You knew. You knew your girlfriend was sleeping with my boyfriend and then, what? Giacomo? It had nothing to do with the way I feel about you, mio caro. Nothing. I love you. Nora pulled her arm away from him. But you knew, and you never told me. Giacomo closed his eyes. Nora? You creep. She whispered the words, her voice breaking. She heard Tara behind her. He's just like all of the rest of them. Just like Lucian. A fury rose up in Nora, and she turned and slapped Tara's face hard. Tara, laughing, staggered but righted herself as Nora, with burning anger and hurt in her eyes, looked at Giacomo. You're a liar and a user. Go find someone else to play your twisted games with. Giacomo reached out for her, but she ducked out of his reach. Don't follow me. Tears pouring down her face, she fled down the street, hailing the nearest cab. Giacomo had arranged this all. She was a mere pawn in his and Tara's twisted game. Her chest felt like it was being ripped open, and she bent double, trying to drag air into her lungs. The cab driver casts worried looks in the mirror. Hey now, are you okay? Do you need to hurl? No, I'm okay. Just please get there fast. At Zelika's apartment, she barely made it into the room before collapsing to the floor and sobbing her heart out. Zelika, terrified, couldn't get a coherent answer out of her. Instead, she managed to wrestle her into her bedroom and put her to bed, encouraging Ziggy to lay next to his weeping mistress. Giacomo turned up at the apartment an hour later, but Zelika wouldn't let him in. Giacomo, no. She doesn't want to see you. He looked devastated. Please, Zul. I need to explain what really happened to her. Zelika felt like she had been refereeing her best friend's love life for months now. Just give her some time. He had agreed, but Zelika could see the pain in his eyes and knew he was genuine. I love her. Please just tell her that. I will, she whispered before closing the door. Nora was in her room, knees hugged to her chest. Was that him? Zelika couldn't stand to hear the break in her voice. Yes, honey. She sat down and stroked her friend's hair. He's a mess. He lied to me. He used me. Zelika didn't know what to say. She understood why Nora was reacting this way. At the same time, she thought this was more about Nora's fragile trust being broken than what Giacomo had done. Zelika didn't believe for a moment that Giacomo had seduced Nora out of a need for revenge. But since the attack, she didn't think Nora had processed her feelings, instead blanketing it out with her affair with Giacomo. Maybe she did need some space to reflect and heal.
Chapter 8.
It had been a week since the row, and Giacomo, desperate as he was, had managed to stay away. Now, though, he couldn't wait any longer. As Giacomo walked into the bookstore, Nora looked up. Zelika greeted him warily. Hey Zul. He half smiled at her, and looked over to Nora. She looked away and went out into the back room, closing the door behind her. Giacomo sighed. Give her time, Zelika said in a low voice. He nodded, his eyes heavy and sad. Do you want some coffee? He hesitated, looking back at the closed door. He shook his head. No, His voice broke and he turned and walked out. Head down, he strode across the road, clearing his throat and trying to relieve some of the tension and misery. He got into his car and headed for Orlando's home. He needed someone to talk to now. Sebastian, usually his sounding board, was annoyed with him. Rightly so, Giacomo thought now. How could I have been so stupid? He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd lost her forever, and the thought made him want to scream and never stop. Zelika let herself into the back room, knocking lightly on the door. She saw Nora, dry-eyed now, cleaning the tile floor with harsh, angry movements. She didn't look at Zelika. You okay? Nora didn't answer her. Zelika saw the tear stains dry on her face and the red of her eyes. Honey, you should give him a break. Nora looked at her with a hard expression. Should I? Zelika nodded, trying to smile at her. He's devastated. Truly. He's hurting. Badly, Nora. Really badly. Really? Zelika nodded. You know he is. Nora's jaw clenched. And yet somehow it's me who gets screwed once again because a man can't keep it in his pants. How ironic. Zelika looked down. Nora slammed down the mop on the floor, scrubbing the mess away. He didn't sleep with you to get revenge. I think you know that. Giacomo Conti is a man in love. With you, Nora. Nora stopped. Don't defend him. It's too late for that. Zelika looked her straight in the eye. It shouldn't be. This isn't about Giacomo, and I think you know that. Nora gave a humorless laugh. So what's it about? You were attacked, Nora. That's what this is about. Don't? You know it is, darling. You're just using this as an excuse. You know in your heart that Giacomo Conti is in love with you, and you're pushing him away because deep down you think you're damaged goods. Something in Zelika's voice broke through Nora's anger. She stopped mopping, her expression pained and haunted, and she stared at Zelika for a long moment. You think I haven't processed the attack? Zelika shook her head. No. Nora looked away, all her anger disappearing. She sat down on the couch and dropped her head into her hands. You don't think Giacomo used me? No. Nora closed her eyes. But then why the hell didn't he tell me? Zelika went over to her friend and tried to smile at her. He did try. You should give him a second chance, honey, and you should definitely get some therapy. Nora half smiled. I'm so tired, Zelika. Maybe I need some time alone. Zelika hugged her. Do you really want to be away from him? Nora sighed and leaned into her friend. I don't, but maybe I should just take a pause. You do what you think is right. I will. I promise. I need some time for me, I think. Zelika smiled, trying to lighten the mood. You've been doing those incantations again, haven't you? She grabbed her friend and stared hard at her, her eyes crinkling. Repeat after me. I am a strong, independent woman. I am a strong, independent woman. Who really, really wants to give her best friend a colossal and completely undeserved pay bump. Nora laughed then and hugged her. It wouldn't be undeserved. Zelika's eyes lit up. Then I get a pay bump? Nora smiled. I didn't say that. Come on, let's get to work. I could use the distraction. Giacomo was in such a mess that Orlando persuaded him to stay with them for the weekend. They got a sitter for Firma on a Saturday night and took him to their favorite bar, Fonseca's. He was hollow-cheeked, and his eyes were haunted as he told them how Tara had reached out to him. She destroys my life, then tries to worm her way back in. Unbelievable. He shook his head, and Orlando and Carmel exchanged glances. "Tara is nothing but a waste of space," Carmel said. "Don't waste any time thinking about her." "You said Zelika was on your team?" Giacomo half smiled. "It's the only thing giving me hope." Orlando felt for his friend. He and Carmel had sat up nights talking about the situation, hurting for their best friend. They had been distracted from their own lives, and were amazed when Carmel fell pregnant almost immediately after they decided to try. They hadn't told anyone yet, not even Firma, and they kept their joy between them, especially in the face of Giacomo's sadness. Now Carmel reached over and squeezed her friend's hand. "I know in my heart that she'll return to you, Jackie. I've never seen two people more in love, apart from Lando and me, of course," she added hurriedly, grinning at her husband, and they were both gratified to see Giacomo half smile. "If Nora and I were ever as happy as you two, it would be a dream come true." "Don't give up on that dream, buddy." Tara was chain-smoking one cigarette after another. She had thought Giacomo would be angry with her, but the fury in him after she'd spoken to Nora that day was like nothing she had ever experienced. She'd chosen the wrong play. She knew that now, but still. Giacomo's anger had scared her. He was clearly deeply in love with Lucien's ex-girlfriend, and seeing Nora up close, Tara saw the beauty of the young woman. Her friendliness and warmth ate away at her. She had everything that Tara wanted, everything that Tara once had and was desperate to regain. Joy. Beauty. Giacomo. So that hadn't worked, but Tara knew exactly how to bring her former romantic partner to his knees, and she was looking forward to seeing Giacomo Conti utterly destroyed. She pulled out her phone and dialed. "They're at Fonseca's. You know what to do." She ended the call and started the car, pulling away from the sidewalk outside the bar. "Tonight it begins, Giacomo. Tonight." Carmel excused herself to use the bathroom. She sighed to herself. "Damn you, Tara, for making my friend so miserable." Giacomo was as devastated as she'd ever seen him. Carmel knew that he and Nora would have been good together. Maybe she would call the other woman to try and help mend things. She knew what Lando would say, "Don't interfere." But she couldn't stand by while two people, who were as crazy about each other as Giacomo and Nora, tore themselves apart. She used the bathroom and was washing her hands when she heard the bathroom door click locked. She looked up to see a man entirely dressed in black, his face covered, and in his hand a gun leveled at her. Her blood froze. No, this can't be happening. She backed away from him as he moved toward her. "What the hell are you doing? Who are you?" She thought she had asked him out loud, but realized the silence of the bathroom had been broken by neither of them, and when she saw a long silencer attached to the front of the gun, Carmel could barely breathe. "Please? I'm pregnant, and I have a daughter, a 7-year-old daughter." The shot rang out and Carmel gasped, her body recoiling from the impact. A second shot followed, sending a sharp wave of pain through her. She collapsed to the floor, struggling to stay conscious as everything around her blurred. Footsteps approached, slow and deliberate. Her attacker crouched beside her. With fading strength, she tried to meet his eyes. "Please don't." A cold silence followed before the final shots rang out, sealing her fate. Orlando ended the call as Giacomo returned with the drinks. His friend looked around. "Where's Carmel?" "Bathroom," Orlando said, then checked his watch, frowning. "Maybe she got lost." He stood and looked over the crowded room. "I'll just go check to see she's okay." His heart was pounding as he approached the hotel bathrooms, and when he heard the scream, he started to run. A young blonde girl came out of the ladies' bathroom screaming, and instantly Orlando knew. He grabbed the young girl. "What is it?" "I think she's dead," the young blonde sobbed. "There's so much blood." He burst into the bathroom, but then was stopped. It felt like a hammered blow. Carmel was propped in a sitting position against the far wall, in a pool of her blood. He could tell instantly that she had been shot, her hand on her belly uselessly trying to stem the flow of blood. He darted to her side, his heart hammering, his fingers pressing against her neck, trying to find a pulse. "Oh my gosh." Giacomo's shocked voice behind him. "Call 911. Now." He barked the instruction at a shocked-looking bartender who scurried off. Giacomo approached Orlando, who was cradling Carmel in his arms. "Carmel? I can't find a pulse." Orlando's voice was haunting. His hand was pressed against her wounds, her head on his shoulder. "Please don't leave me, Carmel. Please, not now, not like this." As Giacomo watched, his friend broke down, sobbing over the brutalized body of the woman he loved, begging her to live. The assassin reported back to his client, who thanked him warmly. She chuckled. "I wish I could have seen Giacomo's face. Listen. I may need you again in the future if my plan doesn't work out. I may need you to get rid of someone else for me. Another woman. I'll send you the details, but I don't want anything to happen to her yet. Just watch her for now." The killer nodded. "And the name?" Tara Hubert smiled. "Her name is Nora Reddy, and when I give the order, I want you to make her suffer before she dies." Nora stood under the shower, thinking of the dream. It felt so sensory, so real, Giacomo's hands on her body, his mouth on hers, his breath mixing with hers. Nora shook herself. "He lied and used you for revenge," she told herself. "It doesn't matter how gorgeous he is, how much fun you had together, or how much you ache for him. He's a liar. He'd broken all his promises, destroyed her trust, and hurt her heart." She swallowed the lump in her throat. She raised her face to the spray to clear the tears that suddenly dripped down her face. Focus on something else. Tara Hubert. Even now, the image of Tara's triumphant face was clear in her mind. Nora smiled grimly. A part of her, she was ashamed to admit to herself, plotted Tara's downfall. She could go to the press about the whole affair. After all, she didn't owe anything to Tara and Lucian, nor Giacomo. Nora indulged the fantasy for a second, but knew she would do no such thing. "Don't stoop to her level," she told herself. "Prove I'm not like her." She finished rinsing the conditioner from her hair and stepped out of the shower. Fall was setting in over San Francisco, and a cool breeze drifted through her window as she dressed and dried her hair. Zelika had gone to the bookshop, taking Ziggy with her, and Nora had the day off. A day off to brood and stew, she thought. She decided to distract herself with some mindless television while she baked a cake for Zelika. She flicked on the television, only half listening to the banal chit-chat of the morning anchors as she put together the ingredients for an angel food cake. The local news station interrupted as she was scraping the mixture out of the bowl and putting it into the baking tin. Nora heard the name, and the blood in her veins froze. This just in. Prominent San Francisco human rights lawyer Carmel Price was shot to death last night in the bathroom of a downtown bar. The Harvard Law graduate was married with a young child. Police are searching for the gunman, who evaded the club's security cameras, and say that the lawyer's recent international courtroom battles may have something to do with the killing. Her head whirled, and she gripped the counter for support, suddenly breathless. She sank to the floor, breathing in great gulps of air and trying to clear her head. She moved her head and her ears buzzed. Her skin suddenly felt as if 1,000 fire ants had stung her. She crawled across the floor to the television. No. Nora couldn't breathe as a photo of Carmel was flashed up, followed by a video of a distraught-looking Orlando carrying a sobbing Firma. Behind them, Giacomo, his face contorted with anger and despair, cursed and pushed away the thronging paparazzi, as all three of them made their way from the hospital entrance to Giacomo's limousine. Nora's breath was coming in short, and she had panicked sobs now. Unthinkingly, she left everything as it was, grabbed her car keys, and ran from the apartment. She barely registered where she was going, until she pulled onto Orlando Street and slammed on her brakes. What the hell was she doing? She shook herself. Should she have come? She realized tears were pouring down her cheeks, and inside her there was a need, a desperation to reach out and comfort her friends. You've only known them for such a short time. She dropped her head into her hands and didn't see the limousine pass her by. Nora looked up to see the press camped outside Orlando's home and got angry. She got out of the car, slamming the door, her rage alive inside her. You? Get away from that door. You do not step 1 foot on this property without permission. Do you understand? Nora rarely got mad, but when she did, the sheer force of her anger made certain that those it was directed at were in no doubt she meant it. Nora pushed past the paparazzi and the news teams and knocked on the front door. Orlando opened it a crack, then his eyes widened in surprise and he threw open the door, grabbed her arm and pulled her inside into a bear hug. Nora held him as he sobbed, his face pressed into her shoulder. Over his shoulder, she saw another younger woman. She could only be Orlando's sister from the resemblance. The woman nodded at her, unsmiling, then disappeared back into the living room. Orlando released Nora, wiped his face, and tried to smile. I'm sorry, Nora. I didn't mean to do that. It's so good to see you. Orlando, I can't even begin. Please, he held up his hand. I know. Everyone's sorry. Come in and meet some people. See Firma. He took her hand, starting to draw her into the other room, then stopped, his eyes confused. Giacomo. A spike of sadness shot through her. Nora braced herself to see her ex-romantic partner, but then Orlando shook his head. You just missed him. He would have loved to see you, kiddo. Nora shook her head. This isn't about Giacomo and me, Orlando. Gosh, I can't even imagine how you must feel. How's Firma? They walked to the kitchen. Confused, sad, she's like the rest of us, in disbelief. Orlando sighed. When I had to tell her. Nora squeezed his hand. If there's anything I can do. She felt useless, and now she felt like an intruder, but as soon as Firma saw her, she hugged her tightly. Orlando introduced Nora to his family, and to Carmel's mother, an attractive older woman who looked shattered. Nora couldn't help but hug her. I'm so sorry. Nora helped out, cooking for the family, fielding phone calls, and making sure Firma was fed. Orlando smiled at her gratefully, but Nora kept to herself, not wanting to intrude on the family's grief. It was getting dark when Nora settled Firma into bed. The little girl was exhausted and fell asleep, still clutching Nora's hand. In Firma's other hand was a shirt that Nora recognized as Carmel's. It broke her heart. She snuck out of the back door, sat on the back steps, and let silent tears fall. What the hell was the matter with this world? Jesus. Nora didn't want to attract attention, so she buried her face in her hands and sobbed quietly. After a few minutes, she felt someone sit down beside her and put an arm around her. Somehow, she knew who she would see when she opened her eyes and knew she would have to deal with her heartbreak, but for the moment, she leaned into his warmth, breathing in his clean scent. Giacomo pressed his lips against her temple. Neither said anything. There seemed no need for words. After a while, Nora heard the screen door behind them open. Take her home, Jack, Orlando's voice was warm and soft. She's been incredible today. She must be exhausted. Nora wanted to protest that she wasn't the one who needed taking care of, but suddenly, she was overwhelmed with tiredness and sadness. Giacomo nodded and helped her up. Nora hugged Orlando. I'll come back in the morning if you need me. Orlando hugged her hard. You just take care of both of you. We'll be okay. We'll see you soon, right? For the funeral? Of course. She didn't protest when Giacomo led her to his car. There was no way she could drive herself, and when it became obvious he was driving them back to his place, she felt only relief. Giacomo took her hand as they walked up the steps and inside, and he didn't hesitate to lead her upstairs. In his bedroom, they faced each other. Giacomo brushed his lips against hers. Are you tired, Principessa? She nodded but kissed him again, wanting to feel his skin against hers. So you want to sleep, mio caro? She hesitated only a second, before shaking her head. She gazed up at him. His green eyes were ringed with black circles. He looked shattered but still devastatingly handsome. She stroked her fingers down his cheek, and he leaned into her touch. Afterward they lay side by side, gazing at each other. Giacomo, in halting tones, told her about the night Carmel was murdered. She just lay there so still, it was like everything stopped. I could hear Orlando screaming at her to breathe, and it sounded like it was coming from a million miles away. Mio Dio. Giacomo closed his eyes, and Nora could see how much he had been affected. I've never seen so much blood, mio caro. It was horrific. Did you know she was pregnant? Gosh, no. Nora's voice broke, and she started to cry. Giacomo held her close, his lips against her forehead. When her sobs quieted, he stroked her damp cheeks. Bella, this is going to sound monumentally selfish, but all I could think of, once we'd been to the hospital and they'd told us there was nothing they could do, was you. How badly I'd screwed things up by not being completely honest. How short life is. She nodded, hiccuping her sobs away. Giacomo smiled and kissed her gently. I'm so sorry, Bella, for not being entirely honest with you from the start. I promise you, my love for you is based solely on us being together and nothing else. I swear it to you. Nora sighed. I believe you, Giacomo. At least I want to. I just need some time, that's all. He nodded, though his eyes were sad. You'll stay tonight? She hesitated. She was exhausted and drained, and all she wanted was this man's arms around her. Just tonight, she told herself, then we reset. Take your time. She told him that, and he looked relieved. She realized then how much he needed her. Giacomo, she said, pushing him onto his back and climbing on top of him. Let's help each other forget for tonight, forget everything except this. Minutes later. In the end, neither of them slept. He drove her home through the early morning light, and as she said goodbye, he kissed her tenderly. Ti amo, mio caro. She leaned her forehead against his. I love you too. Nora let herself into Zelika's flat. Ziggy gave a delighted, muted woof and came to meet her. She hugged him for a while, then poked her head into Zelika's bedroom. Her friend was still curled up in bed, asleep, so Nora decided not to wake her. She hurriedly scribbled a note for Zelika, telling her they would open the bookstore late to wait for her to wake before going in. As she walked to the bedroom, she checked her phone to see if Orlando had messaged her, but he hadn't. Then, with Ziggy in tow, Nora fell onto her bed still fully dressed and slept until the afternoon.
Chapter 9.
Lucian stared out of the car window. He'd asked Tara to meet him, to ask her if she had anything to do with Carmel Price's murder. He had hoped she would deny it, but she grinned, completely unrepentant, and nodded. Of course. I told you that situation would be dealt with, and it was. Lucian stared at her in disbelief. I never said to kill the woman. Geez, Tara. She had a kid. The news this morning said she was pregnant, and you had her killed for what? Conti already knew about us. Damn. His voice was growing higher and higher, and he saw the sneer on Tara's face. You wanted the problem to go away, and it did. Geez, Tara. Tara, her icy blonde beauty stone cold, gave a wave of her hand. That's the only way to deal with the problem. Besides, now Giacomo will be so devastated that he'll need comforting by someone familiar. Heard he broke up with your girlfriend. Lucky for her. Lucian went very still. What do you mean by that? Tara stared back coolly. Exactly what you think. Lucian raised his hands. Whoa, no. Tara, don't even think about hurting Nora. Tara shrugged. Why do you care? Didn't you tell me you told her you'd kill her if she left you? She did leave you. She slept with Giacomo. Why do you care if someone puts a bullet into her? Lucian drew in a deep breath. Tara, you want Giacomo back? I do. Fine, then you'll understand that I too wish for something. Tara cackled loudly. Are you crazy? That woman will never ever take you back, Lucian. You hurt her. Better she's gone forever, then we can all get on with our lives. No. Lucian was furious now, and before Tara could move, his hands were around her throat, squeezing. She fought back, clawing at his face as she choked. Lucian, stop, I was joking. Lucian seemed to come to his senses. He released her and sat back. Just know, if any harm comes to Nora. Tara smiled, her fingers touching her throat. Fine. I must say. Never had you down for a choker, Lucian. Maybe we should explore that side of you next time we meet. Lucian gave a disgusted noise. Did you understand me when I said no harm comes to Nora? I understood. Good. Now it's best if we don't communicate for a while. I don't want to be tied to Carmel Price's murder. Lucian got out of the car and walked back to his own Audi, which was parked a little way down the street. Tara watched him, the sneer returning to her face. Revolting little punk. She'd only been with him to try and make Giacomo jealous when it seemed like her Italian romantic partner had lost interest in her. Now though, Lucian had just made things very interesting. If the police ever came looking for her, she would have no problem in framing Lucian for the murder of his ex-girlfriend. As Tara felt the sore places on her throat again, she smiled. Lucian himself had just signed Nora's death warrant. Hello, Bella. For a second, Nora, who had been thinking about Giacomo all day, thought she imagined hearing his voice, but when she looked up, there he was, gorgeous in blue jeans and a dark green sweater, smiling as he swaggered to the counter. She grinned and their eyes met. His smile at seeing her made her want to cry with joy. Giacomo slid behind the counter and stood next to her, his hand brushing down her hair. Hi. His eyes were soft. Hi yourself. They gazed at each other as Zelika came bowling out from the back room and broke the spell. Hey, no bear? Nora and Giacomo looked at her. No. Took me ages to think that up. She looked disappointed. You might want to keep working on that. Giacomo shook his head, feigning disapproval. Mac ready? Nora nodded, mock disappointment on her face. Nothing with a Mac, please. Zelika rolled her eyes and grinned at Giacomo. Hello again. Good to see you. You too, shorty. Zelika looked outraged. Just because you two are bona fide giants. Giacomo couldn't help but grin. That's what the ladies tell me. Nora snickered. Modest as always. Giacomo laughed. Zelika made a gagging noise. Jesus, that's not an image I'm comfortable with. Nora pretended to consider for a moment. I'm pretty much okay with it. Giacomo made a clicking noise and made finger pistols at her. Zelika grinned and hoisted herself up onto the counter. Nora and Giacomo looked at each other for a moment, and an unspoken agreement took place. They both looked at Zelika, who grinned back guilelessly. Zul? Yes? Go away now. Go grab a coffee down the street. They waited until a grumbling but smiling Zelika left the bookstore. Nora followed her, locked the door, and flipped the sign. Nervous now, she motioned for Giacomo to follow her into the back room. She was about to speak when he put a finger over her lips. Whatever you're about to say. He leaned in, hesitated, and then pressed his lips against hers. She sighed and gave in to the kiss. Giacomo moved closer to her and slid a hand onto her stomach and the other onto her back. She held his face in her hands as the kiss deepened. Waves of pleasure shuddered down her body. She felt the warmth of his hands through her dress and slid her own hands into his hair. You're beautiful, he whispered against her mouth. Wait. Nora pulled away, breathless, her voice shaky. Giacomo froze, and she felt a pang at the hurt in his eyes. I'm sorry, I can't. Not yet. Giacomo, we need to talk about what happens next. She drew in a long, ragged breath, then laughed softly. Believe me, there's nothing I'd like more than to. She gestured to the floor, and they both laughed. Giacomo relaxed and pulled her down to sit on the couch. He smoothed her hair back from her face, and she leaned into his touch. Her face was serious. If we do this, Giacomo, it has to be for real. No bullshit like last time. He nodded, his eyes grave. Anything you need, Nora. Just name it. She took his face in her hands and kissed him gently. Time? Just give me time. I need to process this and sort out where my life is going. I need to find my own apartment. You need to deal with Tara. That side of your life. When we're both free of the past, then yes, Giacomo, I'm yours. I love you. I just have to know you've learned how to face what you need to do, and that you can be the man I think you can be. Can you do that for me? Giacomo gathered her to him. Nora, I promise. You don't know how long I've waited for you. With all my heart, I promise. I will never let you down again. Carmel's funeral was attended by so many people that the small chapel was overrun. Nora felt like an intruder. She had liked Carmel and had grown close to her in a short time, but still, she felt like sitting with Giacomo near the front of the church was depriving someone else of their rightful place. The whole service was beautiful, but desperately sad. Orlando and Firma clung to each other as the pastor spoke. Giacomo clutched Nora's hand, his other hand was on Orlando's shoulder supporting him. It made Nora realize how much the two men loved each other. They were family. Nora glanced around. Zelika was at the back of the chapel, and she caught Nora's eye. Her tiny shake of the head said everything that was needed to say what she was feeling, what everyone was feeling. This shouldn't be happening. Giacomo had told her more about what had happened to Carmel, that she had been shot 6 times at point-blank range. Merciless. Brutal. Nora couldn't fathom it. Afterward, everyone gathered at the wake back at Orlando's home, and Nora, Giacomo and Zelika helped out by organizing everything and making sure the family was taken care of. Driving home, the 3 of them sat in Giacomo's car silently, each locked in their own thoughts. Zelika thanked Giacomo for the ride home, and looked surprised when Nora followed her out of the car. Stay with him, she whispered, but Nora shook her head. We're taking some space, she told Zelika once they were upstairs in Zelika's apartment, but Zelika sighed. Why? Surely today showed that we shouldn't waste time not being with the ones we love. She sounded frustrated, and Nora hugged her. We're working things out, Bubba. Believe me, I want it to work between Giacomo and me. It's just we need to find out more about each other, and take a few steps back. Moving in with each other so quickly was a mistake. We don't know each other well enough for it to be resolved yet. Zelika studied her. Do you trust him? Nora gave her a strange smile. Almost. Now I'm bushed. I'm going to bed. Night, Bubs. Good night, no. Zelika lay in bed, unable to sleep. So much had happened lately that she felt exhausted by it all. Not to mention, Zelika had a secret of her own, one she had yet to process. She'd found a lump in her breast a couple of weeks back, and had gone to have it checked out. She was due to have a biopsy at the end of the week, but somehow she couldn't bring herself to tell Nora, her best friend, her sister, the one person she would confide in normally. After everything Nora had gone through. No? Better to find out first whether it was anything to worry about. The oncologist had told her she was young to have breast cancer, but there was always the dread of being the exception. She gave up trying to sleep eventually, and switching her lamp on, grabbed her book and began to read. Lucian had seen the car pull up, and the 2 women get out. His sister and Nora were dressed entirely in black, and he guessed they had been at the lawyer's funeral. That's why he didn't get too angry when he saw who was driving. Did Conti take the women to the funeral as friends? As support? This time, I'll let it go, he thought to himself. He watched Nora, beautiful in a wrap dress, as she climbed the stairs up to the apartment. How the hell was I stupid enough to let you go? Tara's threats came back to him then, and he couldn't help but picture Nora lying dead, her lovely body riddled with bullets. No. He would not allow Tara to hurt Nora. Nora was his and his alone to decide who she loved and how she lived if she lived. He would kill Tara before she could hurt Nora. Because Lucian was the only person who had to decide if Nora died. If she went back to Conti, if she refused to forgive Lucian. Don't make me hurt you, my darling, he thought now as he watched Nora disappear into the apartment. Don't give me a reason, please. Giacomo sat in an endless accounting meeting, not listening to a word anyone said. His mind whirled with everything that was happening outside of the company. Orlando's endless grief, his goddaughter's utter confusion and sorrow. Nora. It had been a week since the funeral, and Nora had asked for some time. He'd agreed, of course he had, but he missed her terribly. At least they talked every evening on the phone, sometimes long into the night. He smiled to himself. Nora had been right. They were learning more about each other now. He discovered she had been labeled a book nerd at school, and she wore that badge proudly, that her father's family was from Kerala, India, and her mother was a Creole from Louisiana, and that she spoke Hindi, French, and some Russian. He'd sighed at that. And yet, no Italian. So disappointing. She'd laughed at his woebegone tone. I'll try to learn some, I promise. Anima mio, ti amo. Io ti per sempre, per sempre. Nora gave a little chuckle. That's beautiful, my love. What does it mean? My soul, I love you. It is you and me forever, forever. Giacomo knew he shouldn't say forever, but he didn't care. He meant every word. He heard her breath catch, and when she spoke again, her voice broke. I love you, Giacomo, like I have never loved anything or anyone before. You are my world. How do you say that in Italian? You are my world? Giacomo smiled to himself. Tu sei il mio mondo. Tu sei il mio mondo, she repeated and laughed softly. Ti amo, Giacomo, tu sei il mio mondo. Zelika wished she had told Nora, as she sat in the small waiting room at the hospital. In a few minutes, the nurse would take her to see the oncologist, who would push a thin needle into her left breast to draw out a sample, fluid or tissue, to check if it was benign or malignant. She kept telling herself this process over and over, so it became familiar, and she wouldn't freak out with anyone there to calm her down. For the first time in a while, she thought about Lucian. Was there ever a time in their relationship when he would have come with her and supported her? She almost laughed out loud. Lucian? No freaking way. He hated needles for a start, the loser. Geez, stop tormenting yourself, she told herself sharply. She toyed with calling Nora and asking her to come sit with her, but she figured Nora would be shocked and maybe even angry that Zelika had kept this from her. Zelika could do without the argument right now. She stepped into the hallway, heading for the water fountain. She bent her head to it, grateful for the cool water. Zelika? She felt a hand on her arm and looked up. Orlando Price was looking at her, his worn, tired eyes friendly. She half smiled at him, surprised. Hey, Orlando. She hesitated before giving him a quick hug. What are you doing here? Orlando showed her an envelope. Picking up some of Carmel's personal belongings. Didn't even think about it before. But her wedding ring, you know? Zelika's heart ached for him. Of course. Why are you here? Visiting someone? For a second, Zelika was discombobulated. She couldn't help but glance at the oncology suite door, and Orlando followed her gaze. Zelika? I have a biopsy, this afternoon. She couldn't help but blurt it out, and Orlando looked aghast. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, he said, then seemed to realize she was really alone. Is no one with you? Nora? Zelika's shoulders slumped. I didn't tell her. I don't know if it's cancer or not yet, so. You shouldn't be alone. I'll be fine. No. He took her arm and led her gently back to the suite. I'm here. I'm staying. Zelika wanted to protest that he had enough to deal with, but suddenly the thought of going through this alone made her feel tearful. She smiled up at him. That would be a comfort. Thank you. She introduced the oncologist to Orlando, and then it was time for the test. Orlando stayed outside the small cubicle, but kept talking to reassure Zelika as she went through the procedure. Afterward, he insisted on taking her to lunch. After they had ordered the same double-stacked burger and sweet potato fries, Zelika studied him. You're probably sick of hearing this, but how are you? Really? Orlando took a long sip of ice-cold soda before he answered. Not so good. I guess that's kind of an understatement, but it's been 2 weeks, and I still expect to see Carmel in our bed or playing with Firma, or yelling at some junior assistant at the DA's office. He smiled for a second, lost in his thoughts. Have the police any idea who would do this? He shook his head. None. They think it was a professional hit because of the bullets used. Gosh, she never stood a chance. What I keep coming back to is she would have told him. She would have told him she was expecting, and he still shot her 6 times. Zelika felt sick. She squeezed his arm. Orlando, I can't even begin to say how sorry I am. If there's anything you need. Thank you, Zul. Gosh, there's so much in everyday life that I've never had to process before. Where does Firma go after school when I'm working? Carmel's sister is staying with us, but she has her own family to get back to soon. So I've got to find an after-school place for her. He smiled at Zelika ruefully. Sorry. It helps to rant about stuff. Rant away, Zelika said as their food arrived and they both fell on the burgers. Gosh, saturated fat, salt and red meat. Yep, it definitely helps. Orlando half smiled. How are things at the bookstore? Zelika grinned at him properly for the first time. You mean, have Nora and Giacomo been hooking up? Orlando laughed. Sorry, that wasn't subtle, was it? Zelika shrugged good-naturedly. I don't mind. The official line is they're taking things slow and working stuff out. The unofficial line is they're as crazy about each other as ever. That's good to hear. I know. You're a good friend to her. I'm sorry about all that business with your brother. Stepbrother. I keep thinking he's going to pop up and ruin everything for Nora. I feel caught in the middle of that, and to my surprise, I feel kind of sorry for Lucian. He lost the best thing that ever happened to him. Saying that I'll never forgive him for what he did to Nora. He should be in jail. Zelika nodded. If it were up to me, he would be, but Nora didn't want to go through a trial. Can't blame her for that. No, I suppose not. Zelika shuddered. How anyone, any woman, could go near that creep is beyond me. The idea of him is so repugnant. Giacomo nodded. Not for Tara, though. Zelika sighed. No, I suppose not. Want a refill? He nodded. Zelika beckoned at the waitress, and she filled his coffee mug. Zelika smiled her thanks at her. I don't know what her problem is. She, too, had everything in Giacomo. And now she seems hell-bent on tormenting Nora. What a pain. The thing is, Orlando leaned on his elbows, I don't think Tara really cares for Giacomo. She doesn't love him. She treats him like crap. She just wants to beat Nora, but she can't see that even without Nora, Giacomo isn't going to take her back. She's in a competition no one else is playing. Zelika nodded. I've met plenty of people like her. The entitlement always boggles my mind. My brother is exactly the same. Nora was just a possession to him. Stepbrother. Orlando grinned at her, and she chuckled. Word? May I say something? Of course. The two of you, you and Nora, and in fact now Giacomo, you move around each other like orbiting moons. Your lives seem to be so intertwined that it appears from the outside impossible to break into your little group. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but it does feel like an exclusive little club. Very hard to penetrate. Zelika smiled back. Not at all. You read people well. I wonder, did Lucian ever feel like that? Shut out by your and Nora's closeness and your love for each other? Zelika was silent. She shrugged eventually. I can't tell you that, Orlando. Lucian and I were never good friends. But thinking about what you said, yes, maybe there were times he could have felt excluded. Orlando narrowed his eyes. What role do you play? What do you mean? There's Giacomo and Nora. Then there's you. Forgive me. We don't know each other that well, but your life must have more going on than constantly refereeing your best friend's intimate life and working as a bookseller. Zelika looked taken aback. Wow. Orlando put his hands up and shook his head. Sorry, that came out way wrong. What I mean is, what about you, Zul? Who looks after you?
Chapter 10.
A week later, Nora was working late in the bookstore when she heard someone knocking at the back door. A ribbon of fear curled in her stomach. She glanced at the clock. 11:15 at night. Who is it? It's me, mio caro. Her body relaxed immediately, and she opened the door to see Giacomo holding a pizza box and grinning at her. I know this is breaking the rules, but to hell with it. I was missing you. Nora laughed. Get in here, Conti. You're forgiven, mostly because you brought food. She kissed him and took the box from him. For future reference, that will always work, by the way. She winked at him as he laughed. Thanks for the tip. How are you, Bella? He opened his arms, and she went into them without hesitation. Better now. She nuzzled her nose against his, before pressing her lips to his. The kiss went on longer than either of them expected, and by the time they broke apart, both were ready for anything. I hope you locked that door. Giacomo grinned and Nora laughed. Why, sir, we're only making out. Giacomo raised an eyebrow, and his smile hitched up at one side. Is that so? In that case, Ms. Reddy, I guess I'll just have to tell you how beautiful you are. A few minutes later. Finally, utterly spent, they lay together on the couch, not needing words. As dawn began to break over the city, they fell asleep in each other's arms. Ahem. Giacomo and Nora woke with a start. Zelika was grinning down at them. Giacomo jumped up, grabbing the couch cushions and shielding himself. Nora started laughing at him, and Zelika hid her eyes. I'm officially horrified at seeing you both. She grinned at Nora, who was giggling helplessly at Giacomo not being able to find his pants. Zelika went out into the bookstore. There's underwear all over this place, she yelled. Nora wandered in, followed by a swaggering Giacomo. You did it in here. Dudes, there are perfectly good beds in both of your houses. What if Health and Human Services found out? Nora shrugged, and Giacomo grinned. Live with it, Zul. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do when you gotta do it. Huh? Zelika shook her head. Nora gave a filthy snigger, pulling on her jeans and handing Giacomo back his shirt. Sorry, Zul, sometimes these things take you over. Zelika looked into the sky. Ah, youth. Grandma. Look, I don't suppose you'd hold down the fort while we go tidy ourselves? Zelika nodded. Sure thing, but I do have an appointment this afternoon. Nora kissed her cheek. Promise I'll be back way before then. She grinned at Giacomo and held out her hand. Coming home with me? Zelika watched them walk out together, chatting and laughing. It made her heart warm to see them so happy. Maybe everything will be okay. She swallowed hard. The oncologist had called her that morning, wanting her to come see him. Today, please, Miss Hargitay. So soon, there was never good news. Zelika closed her eyes. Cancer? Really? At her age? She suddenly felt tearful, her whole body trembling. I wish you were still here, Mom, she thought. I need you right now. She went out back and retrieved her phone, flipping through the contacts. She hesitated when she saw his number. Orlando had enough problems without her leaning on him for this. Except he had called her every night, asking how she was. They'd been leaning on each other. Her finger hovered over the call button for just a second longer, then she dialed. The second she heard his voice, his warm, deep, kind voice, it brought her to tears. What is it, sweetheart? He said, and in a broken voice, she told him. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Then he cleared his throat. What time is your appointment? She told him. Okay, he said determinedly. I'll come pick you up, and we'll go together. You should not be alone at a time like this. I can't begin to thank you, Lando, she said. I feel awful having to ask. Don't be silly. It's no trouble. I want to be there for you, Zul. You are a great friend. Thank you. I'll see you at 2 o'clock. After they had said goodbye, Zelika sat for a while on the couch and took some deep breaths. Finally, composed and comforted by the thought of Orlando being with her, she went to work and opened the bookstore. Let me up off of this bed, Nora said, chuckling. We can't stay in bed all day. Your business empire will crumble, and my business partner needs help in the store. Giacomo, unrepentant, didn't move. No. You are my prisoner now, ready. She rolled her eyes, giggling. Gosh, you are insatiable. When it comes to you, yes. Afterward they showered together, and as they were dressing she could see Giacomo's eyes on her body, lust-filled and intense. It made her feel loved. She asked him to pull the zipper up on the back of her summer dress, and sighed happily as she felt his lips against her spine. Il mio amore, he murmured in her ear, sei tutto per me. Sei la mia vita. My love, you are everything to me. You are my life. Nora's eyes filled with tears and she turned in his arms. Never let me go, she said, her eyes soft with love. Giacomo nodded, his face lit up by his smile. I promise, Bella. Never. Zelika felt her whole body shut down with the shock. She barely felt Orlando's hand holding hers. Cancer. Stage 3. This cannot be happening. Dr. Miller, the oncologist, was looking at her with sympathy. It is very rare for someone your age, but it does happen. Zelika blinked. Did I do something wrong? She felt Orlando's hand tighten around hers. Of course not, Zelika. It's just rotten bad luck. Mr. Price is correct. You cannot have seen this coming. Now look, I've given you the bad news. The worst of it. So now let's look at the positives, and I promise you, they outweigh the bad. First, there's your youth and your excellent health and fitness. We are at what we call stage 3A. Your tumor isn't large, but it has spread to a few lymph nodes. The good news is, we can operate, and there are several treatments we can try going forward. We found it before it spread too far, or became inoperable. Zelika nodded along, glancing at Orlando for reassurance. Suddenly, she felt a pang of guilt. This man had just lost his wife in the most horrific way, and he was here comforting her. She turned back to the doctor. When can we start? I'm assuming there are also things I can do myself to help diet and exercise? Sure, the doctor nodded, smiling at her. That's a good attitude, Zelika. Let's go through some options now and start on a plan. Once again, Orlando insisted on taking her to supper afterward. If you don't mind though, I do have to pick Firma up from the sitter first. Of course not, look, I don't want to intrude. You won't be at all. Both Firma and I would welcome the company. She studied him as he drove back towards his neighborhood. How are you and Firma coping? Really? He sighed. Some days are worse than others. Firma keeps asking questions about how Mommy died. What did you tell her? At first I didn't know how. I was all for the whole Mommy got sick very quickly thing, but then my sister Claudette, I think you met her at the funeral, told me that kids at Firma's school had heard the truth. So I had to tell her that someone murdered Mommy. She wants to know why. That's the one thing I couldn't answer. He sounded so heartbroken that it made Zulika's breath freeze in her lungs. After a long silence, she tried to smile at him. Listen, seeing as we're almost at your house anyways, how about I cook for all three of us? Is that too presumptuous? Orlando smiled at her. Not at all. We'd welcome your company. It's just I don't know what we have at home. Zelika waved her hand. Don't worry about that. I have a gift for inventing recipes with whatever's available. Ask Nora. Many a night, especially in college, we've had le coq au vin ramen. That one was ramen noodles, chicken soup and beer. Surprisingly good. Orlando was laughing now. Please tell me you've never used Ziggy's food to make a stew? It's come close a couple of times, she laughed. Nora is very suspicious these days. She swore blind that a bourguignon I made this one time was with extra beefy chunks out of a Nature's recipe can. I wouldn't have minded, but I slaved over that stew. Orlando was laughing loudly. I'm so glad I don't have pets right now. She grinned at him. You should be. Orlando looked around at her, and for once he looked happy. Anyway, you have a deal. Besides, we have pizza delivery on standby just in case. Oh, ye of little faith. Nora, after Zelika had left for the afternoon, had immersed herself in her work, only distracted by the memories of Giacomo's hands on her body. She was still thinking about that, shoving new deliveries out on the shelves, when she heard the tinkle of the shop's doorbell. She turned to greet her customer, but her heart failed. What are you doing here? Lucian held his hands up, not approaching her. Just to talk, Nora. That's all, I swear. I'll stay over here. Nora, not trusting him, darted behind the counter and picked up her scissors. Her phone was in the back, shoved deep into her purse, and she cursed herself for not keeping it with her. She eyed Lucian warily. We had an agreement, Lucian. You're breaking it. If I call the police now, you'll be back in jail before you blink. He nodded. I know, and I realize I'm taking a risk here. I just wanted to see you. Baby, I miss you. Well, I don't miss you, she shot back. Please leave. Sweetheart, I'm just here to apologize. For everything. For what I did to you. For sleeping with Tara Hubert. I should have realized what I had when I had it. Nora's expression hardened. But you didn't. You don't get a do-over, Lucian. I've moved on. His smile was patronizing. I heard. With Tara's ex, I see. Nora said nothing. Her hand was resting on the scissors, ready to use them as a weapon. Lucian glanced at them, putting his head to the side and smiling at her. You won't need those, darling. I swear I just came to talk. I'm not interested. Nora moved around the counter and went to the door, opening it. Get out. Now. Lucian gave a long-suffering sigh. Well, I tried. Could you at least pass on my regards to my sister? She's the only family I have left, after all. Nora wasn't moved. Entirely your doing, Lucian. Please leave. He walked toward her and she tensed, but he simply stepped out of the door. He turned, however, stopped her from closing it, and said, I loved you. I still love you. I'm not done. Nora looked at him bleakly. I don't think you know what love is, Lucian. It isn't threats and violence. My advice to you is to be done. Because I'm never, ever coming back to you. I am so done. He moved quickly, pushing her up against the wall, his lips rough on hers. Nora cried out as his fingers pressed hard into her belly, his other hand groping her breast. She struggled with him, and finally he let her go. Get out now, or I swear I will throw you in jail. She was panting, her rage easily quelling any fear. Lucian smirked. Just giving you a taste of a real man. Nora started to laugh. You are about as far from a real man as it gets. She brought her knee up and smashed into his groin. As he groaned, she pushed him out of the door and double-locked it. I'm calling the police right now, so you'd better run. Oh, and for the record, go to hell. Nora was as angry and as riled up as she'd ever been as she yelled at him. She went to the back door, checking that it was locked, grabbed her phone, and went back out front to check that Lucian was gone. She saw him limping to his Audi, and when he turned to look back as he got into his car, she gave him the finger and waved the phone at him. Gosh, that had felt so good. She realized all the anger and hurt she had been harboring since Lucian attacked her had been released, and for the first time she could breathe freely. She laughed softly as she called Giacomo and asked him to come pick her up. I'm sorry I wasted so much time, baby. I love you. If you still have me, I'd love to move in with you. Lucian drove to Land's End Park and then stopped the car. He'd nearly lost it, nearly ripped the knife he had hidden from his pocket and slammed it into her, his anger at the rejection overwhelming. It took every last piece of his control not to take her life. You tramp. He looked back along the road. Should he go back now? Finish this? No. He got out of the car and walked into the park, needing to walk or jog his anger off. He sucked in huge breaths, waiting for his control to return. No. Too many people had seen him drive to the bookstore. Probably the neighbors had heard Nora yelling at him. If she had called the police, they would come looking for him immediately if they weren't already. If she were murdered tonight, it would all be over. All his careful planning. Lucian closed his eyes. His reason was returning. A simple slaughter wasn't enough. Too easy. Death could wait. There were more interesting things to do to her first. Punishment. Suffering. Humiliation. Violation. Pain. And he knew exactly who would help him do it all. Tara. His mind made up, Lucian smiled. Nora and everyone she loved would soon wish they had never been born. 4 months later. Giacomo trailed his lips down Nora's spine as they lay in his bed, the early morning sun shining down on her café au lait skin. He had honestly never thought he was capable of being this wiped out by love, but this beautiful, sweet, smart, funny girl had invaded his every waking thought. These last few months had been deliriously happy. He had persuaded her to return to working with him, and she had risen to the challenge, growing in confidence and impressing his board. The word had gotten out too, and Nora had found herself on the end of some very interesting offers. Giacomo pressed his lips to the back of her neck as she slept. She had resisted the offers at first, wanting, he suspected, to prove to him that she was loyal, but he had encouraged her to take the meetings at least. They would both work long hours, then come home to each other, cook together, and then talk before going to bed. Their weekends were sacrosanct, spent either with each other at home, lazing around and staying in bed late, or with Orlando, Firma, and more often than not now, Zelika, who had become great friends with Orlando and his daughter. Giacomo was grateful to Zelika for distracting Lando and Firma from their dreadful grief and the frustration of not knowing who killed Carmel and why. The police simply had no leads, and Giacomo had thrown his influence and money behind a private investigation, but so far it had come up empty. Whatever you need to do to find the answers, do it. He told the head of his team, fixing him with a look. The head of security, who had known Giacomo since he was a kid, nodded. Gotcha, boss. Anything goes. He was so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't noticed that Nora had awoken and was watching him, a small smile playing around her lips. Hello, baby. He smiled down at her. Buongiorno, il mio amore. She turned onto her back and stretched like a cat, and Giacomo admired her curves with relish. She grinned at him as he ran a hand down her belly. What were you thinking about? Lando, and how much Zelika has helped him and Firma. Nora smiled. I know, right? Still, I wish I could wave a magic wand and bring Carmel back. Zul told me that Firma is being bullied at school for not having a mommy. Giacomo made a disgusted noise. Is there anyone crueler than a kid? Nora laughed slightly. Cruel people are cruel no matter their age. If their parents taught them proper values, look at me, ranting like I know what the hell I'm talking about. You don't talk much about your family, he said, pressing his lips against her shoulder. Nora shrugged, not fazed by his question. We weren't particularly close growing up. My mom brought me here when she divorced my father, and we never saw him again. Mom died when I was 17. Zelika was the nearest thing to family. Now of course I have you, Lando and Firma, and my friends. Our friends. Very true, Principessa. He gazed down at her. Did you ever consider Hargati as a family? Huh? No, not even when I thought I was in love with him. The mere thought of him makes me retch. Still, he seems to have taken the hint after the last time he tried to weasel his way in. What? Oh. Nora stopped and went red. Yeah, I might have forgotten to mention that. He came to the store one evening, trying to pretend he was a reformed character and that he still loved me. That he wanted me back. Did he hurt you? No, he tried to. Before she could finish, Giacomo growled and leapt out of the bed. Alarmed, Nora sat up. What are you doing? I'm gonna find him, and then I'm going to kill the figlio di puttana. He was halfway out of the door, wild with rage. Nora grabbed him and dragged him back into the room. Nora, no. Let me go. Stop. Stop. She got his face in her hands and made him look at her. His eyes were mad. Stop. Let me finish. He tried to kiss me, that is all. I stopped him. Giacomo closed his eyes and sucked in a huge breath. After a few breaths, he looked at her, hurt written across his face. He could have killed you. But he didn't. But you decided not to tell me? Yes. He leaned his forehead against hers. Don't do that again. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want you going off at him and getting into trouble. I'm not losing you because of him. Because of anything. I imagined you ending up in San Quentin for the rest of your life. She kissed him. Anyway, I had better things to do than worry about that skid mark. Giacomo half smiled at that. Still, it was really stupid of you not to tell me. I know. It was dumb. Really dumb. He sighed and sat on the bed studying her. She stroked his hair near his temple, feeling his body relaxing as she caressed him. His green eyes were still troubled as he gazed at her. How did you get rid of him? Nora grinned at him. I smashed my knee into his junk. Giacomo started to laugh. You did. Hard too. He folded like a wet watermelon. Really satisfying it was too. Giacomo, still chuckling, kissed her. Badass. Yes, I am. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Do you know what I felt that day? Tell me. I wasn't scared anymore. Not of him, nor of anything. I felt free because you love me. Because I knew you had my back. He smiled and sat on the floor. Always. He grinned. And now I have your back, your front, and your sides. Funny boy. She kissed him and grinned wickedly. Giacomo laughed and pushed her onto her back. You're getting very bossy, Ms. Reddy. Maybe we should invest in some fun equipment to play with. Ooh, I like that idea, she said. Then I could really be your boss in the bedroom.
Chapter 11.
Zelika felt the nausea come again and headed to the bathroom to throw up for the third time that morning. Orlando was waiting outside the door with some water and a cold press for her head. He had offered her the spare room in his house while she was going through chemo, and although she had resisted at first when the side effects had kicked in properly, she was glad of the support. Often she had thought how strange it was that the three of them existed in this weird life together, but more and more it seemed natural. She and Firma got along so well that she knew Firma thought of her as a big sister, and Zelika had enjoyed caring for the girl when Orlando couldn't get home in time for her. Firma's school was only 2 blocks from the bookstore, so Zelika would go and fetch her and bring her back to sit with Ziggy, a glass of cold milk, cookies, and any book Firma wanted to read. Thanks to Firma, they had increased their children's section, and now more kids would come in to read after school. Zelika loved being around them all. They gave her hope. Because the cancer was worse than they had thought. It had progressed to stage 3B, which meant more surgery and more chemo. Zelika couldn't quite believe that she was sick. Most days she felt fine, which is how she managed to keep it from Nora. Thankfully, in Zelika's mind, Nora was so happy and so caught up with Giacomo that Zelika only had to hide it from her when they were together, which was getting rarer and rarer with the amount of work they both had. Orlando had tried to persuade her to tell Nora, citing the evenings they spent with their friends, where Lando and Zelika had to maintain the secret. Firma, who adored both Giacomo and Nora, was also ignorant of the cancer. Orlando had to field some inquiries from curious relatives about why he had moved another woman into his home. They had settled on telling them that Zelika was both a tutor and caregiver for Firma. But everything seemed like an enormous obstacle to overcome, and Zelika felt worn down by it all. The one bright spot was Orlando. He distracted her by asking her to tell him stories about herself, Nora, and their happy times together. He hung out at the bookstore with her and Firma, making them laugh and charming the customers. He didn't mention Lucian once or what had happened. He never once looked at her with anything other than friendship. She was glad. Both of them were still so damaged, Orlando still so lost in grief for his dead wife, that anything else would have been both wildly inappropriate and awkward. He was, however, quickly becoming her confidant. They would talk about everything, however painful, for hours in the evenings after Firma was in bed. He had even cried in front of her, something he told her he never did in front of other people, not even Giacomo. Today, Orlando will accompany her to the oncologist's office to get the results of the latest tests. After the scans, the x-rays, and the chemo, she desperately needed to hear good news, and not only that, it was a big day. If the news was good, she was going to tell Nora tonight at dinner. If not, normal service would resume. Orlando looked over at her as he drove them to the appointment. He smiled. "I just have a feeling we're going to hear good news." She squeezed his hand gratefully. "I hope so." Nora looked up as the door to the shop opened. Giacomo came in, grinning, and she laughed. "Dude, seriously, your business is going to go kaput unless you spend more time there." Giacomo smiled, shrugging good-naturedly. "This time, I have an excuse. We have been summoned. I am to drive us both to Orlando's house for supper. Queen Firma requests our presence." Nora's eyes bugged out of her head when she saw Zelika emerging from Orlando's house to greet them. Orlando was at her side, looking for all the world like a happy couple. "Holy moly." Nora grinned, and Giacomo rolled his eyes. "Bet it isn't what you think." She made a sour face at him. "Well, aren't you just Mr. Glass, half empty?" Giacomo laughed and pulled up alongside the curb. Nora was antsy now about getting the gossip. Getting out of the car, Giacomo wrapped his arms around her, sniggering. He maintained the hug for too long, and she started to giggle. "Get off me, you big Italian lug," she complained as he laughed out aloud. She hugged Zelika, noticing for the first time how thin she had gotten. "How are you, gorgeous?" Orlando's grin was ear-splitting. "Well, that's what we have to tell you. Come inside." Nora was almost dying of curiosity now. Were Orlando and Zelika together? Her oldest friend looked remarkably comfortable in Orlando's home. But Nora couldn't believe that Orlando would want to be in a relationship so soon, and Zelika, she knew, would balk at starting up with someone in his position. "What's going on?" She looked between Zelika and Orlando. Zelika took her friend's hands. "Okay, well, look. I have something to tell you, no, and I don't want you to be angry at me. Please just hear me out." Nora's heart began to thump unpleasantly against her ribs. "Gosh, Zul, what?" Zelika took a deep breath in. "Pull off the Band-Aid." "Okay, Nora, Giacomo, I have cancer." Both of them stared at her dumbly. "What?" No. Nora couldn't breathe. "No, it can't be. You're too young. It's not right." Zelika tried to smile. "Stage 3 breast cancer. Now, I've had surgery to remove the tumor and chemo and—" "Wait, how long have you known?" Zelika bit her lip. "About 5 months." 5 months? Nora felt her heart plummet. "Gosh, and you've been through this on your own? You didn't tell me? You were going through some stuff of your own, remember?" Nora's eyes widened. "Zul? What the hell? Do you think I wouldn't have dropped everything for you?" Zelika half smiled. "That's why I didn't tell you. You have every right to be angry. This isn't about me. You needed. Why do you think I'm telling you with Lando here?" He's been my rock. Orlando spoke then, his voice racked with sorrow. And Zul's been mine. How Firma and I would have gotten through these last months. Yes, the circumstances were the worst, but I hope, both Zelika and I have gained strength from helping each other. Zelika smiled at him gratefully. I certainly have. Nora, I'm sorry. Yes, in times past, we would have been there for each other. This time, we both needed other people. I think it's healthy. Forgive me, darling, but I stand by my decision. Nora was silent for a long time. Giacomo put his hand on the back of her neck, rubbing it reassuringly. Finally, she nodded. So now that we all know, what can we do? Well, the first thing is, we don't make it the sole topic of conversation whenever we meet. Zelika grinned at her friends. We all have stuff we need to work through. So it's fine to mention it, but not to dwell. Agreed? The other murmured their assent. Good. Now, I want to let you know the good news. I went to the oncologist today. The treatment is working. The cancer went to some lymph nodes, but it hasn't spread, and the main tumor hasn't reappeared. Nora let out a long breath. Thank God. So you see? We can overcome anything. She looked at Orlando then. Your turn. Giacomo sat up straight, as Orlando began to speak. The police are closing the investigation. No. No way, Nora exclaimed as Giacomo, looking angry, shook his head. I don't believe it. They say they've exhausted every lead and every suspect. They can't spend any more money on it. Screw them. Giacomo was up now, pacing. Lando, I promise you I will never stop trying to find Carmel's killer. Orlando looked at him gratefully. I would tell you I can't let you spend your money, but I know it won't make a difference. It won't? Thank you, my friend. Zelika sighed. Look, shall we eat? Firma will be home from school soon and she'll be starving. Orlando stood. We're barbecuing, he said, moving to the French windows. I've already set it up. I'll give you a hand. Giacomo followed his friend outside, leaving the two women alone. Nora got up and went to her friend, and they hugged for a long time. Love you, Zuli? Love you too, Batfink. Nora giggled. Batfink? Orlando has them all on, guess what, videotape. And he still has a video machine. Both of them broke into giggles, and when Orlando came to tell them the barbecue grill was ready for the chicken, both Zelika and Nora had to bite their lips. Chicken? Nora pretended to be serious. Have you thought of branching out on the meat you grill? Say, Bat? Orlando rolled his eyes. I knew that wouldn't stay secret for long. Yeah, so I liked Batfink. What can I tell you? Giacomo stuck his head in the door. What the hell are you talking about? Nora stood and went to her romantic partner. A kid's show us poor Americans had to suffer through. Orlando scoffed as he herded them all outside. Philistines. The evening passed pleasantly, even happily. Firma came home, delighted to see her godfather and Nora. By the end of the evening, when Giacomo and Nora were saying goodbye, it felt like a family had been together again. As Zelika hugged her friend, she suddenly remembered something. Hey, before I forget, we need to talk about the bookstore. I think we're at the point where we need to take someone else on. Nora nodded. I think you're right. I'm sorry I've been leaving it all to you, Zul. Look, I'll come in tomorrow and we'll put together an ad. Zelika grinned. Don't apologize. I'm psyched that your business has taken off. Soon you'll be too fancy to visit the likes of us. Nora cocked her little finger and pretended to sip some tea. What do you mean soon? Doofus. Nora chuckled. Listen, anything you need, Zul, ask. I'm always here. I know that. Love you, girl. Love you too, girl. Zelika helped Orlando tidy up the backyard. Lando, I think I need to try and get back to some sort of independent living, you know? Now that things are looking up. Not that I'm not grateful for everything, And believe me, I'll still be here every day for you and Firma. Orlando nodded. Well, we knew this was temporary, yes? But still, we'll miss you. And I will miss you as well. I'm not saying I'll want to move out entirely at the start, but maybe a couple of days a week for a while to get on my feet? The weekends maybe, when you're at home for Firma? Orlando sighed but smiled. That sounds like a good idea. Zelika hesitated. Lando, nothing will change between me and you and Firma. You are my family now. I just need to try and regain some of my old life. Orlando put down the plates he was holding and came to her. He pulled her into a hug. You don't need to justify yourself to me, Zul. I think you should, it'll bring you some confidence. They cleared away the mess together in a companionable silence. Before she said goodnight, she paused at the bottom of the stairs. It doesn't have to be just yet, Lando. Orlando's smile was warm. It can be whenever you feel ready. As far as I'm concerned, this is your home too. Much, much later, Zelika would realize that was the moment when she fell in love with him. The girl, not older than 18, had rainbow-colored hair, tattoos, and a broad grin. Like I said, I ain't had too much experience since leaving school, but I love books more than anything. Give me Harper Lee or Jack Kerouac over the telly anytime. Her broad Cockney accent sounded strange in this most American of surroundings, but Nora and Zelika shared a glance and a smile. The girl, Fred. That's what I prefer. Call me Frida, but I won't answer. Stupid bloody name, had walked in off the street. They'd actually witnessed her doing a body swerve when she saw the hiring notice in the window. She was a regular customer and had chatted with both Nora and Zelika on occasion, and now the two women knew they had found their new colleague. When can you start, Fred? Zelika said warmly, and watched as the girl's eyes widened. Really? Nora grinned. Really? You had us at Watcha, whatever that means. Fred laughed. It's London for Haya. Gosh, thank you so much. I'm so excited. Oops, sorry. Zelika rolled her eyes. It's fine. Just not in front of the customers. So seriously, when can you start? Right now, if you like. They laughed. How about in the morning? Nora said, and Zelika nodded. Fred hesitated, then hugged them both. Seriously, dudes, thank you. I have all the visa stuff I need. Shall I bring it in? Zelika nodded. Do, and we'll do all the paperwork we need to. So welcome to Anthology. After Fred, who was obviously excited as hell, had left, Nora looked at her friend. How are you feeling? Zelika hid a smile. It was the third time that morning that Nora had asked. I'm good. Really good, I promise. I've been spending some time back at my apartment, getting used to being independent again. I miss Lando and Firma, but I think it's something I need to do. Nora smiled. I bet they miss your cooking. Zelika laughed. Lando's actually a much better cook than me. All I do, really, is remember all the Indian food you taught me how to make and try to recreate it. Sometimes it works better than others. Ask Lando about the fish curry. Yeah, that was an adventure. Nora laughed. I shudder to think. How's he doing? Frustrated that the police have given up on finding Carmel's killer. Giacomo's got his men on it. They find anything? Nora grimaced and shook her head. Unfortunately, no. Not yet. There was a long silence. Have you heard from Lucian again? Lando told me that he'd been bothering you. Nora sighed. Not since I mangled his junk with my knee, thank God. Maybe he's finally taken the hint. Let's hope. Nora left Zelika alone and went up to her office to sort through some emails. Her schedule was filled through to the end of the year, and for a moment she felt overwhelmed. This is what you have worked for, ready, she told herself and drew in a long breath. She pulled up the details of the 3 contracts she was working on, one for a designer clothing store in the city, another for a cosmetics company, and the last and biggest, the one which would make her name, a campaign for one of San Francisco's most exclusive boutique hotels. On that one, she would be working with an advertising agency that had connections worldwide. If she could nail it, her network would grow exponentially. She set about outlining her ideas, doing rough sketches of what she envisioned, and before long it was late afternoon and Zelika had come to say goodbye. "Have to pick the munchkin up from school," Zelika told her as she pulled on her jacket. It was late spring, but a cold front had rolled in from the ocean. She kissed the top of Nora's head. "Don't work too late, that gorgeous man will be waiting for you." Nora chuckled. "Yeah, like old workaholic Giacomo will leave work this early. Have a good night, Zul, and kiss Firma and Lando for me." She was surprised to see 2 pink spots of blush appear on Zulika's cheeks when she mentioned Lando, but clearly embarrassed, Zelika merely smiled and waved goodbye. Nora put her pencil down and went to make some fresh coffee. She wondered about Zelika and Lando. Going through all that trauma had certainly brought them closer, and now, based on Zulika's reaction just now, Nora wondered just how close it had brought them. She chewed her lip as she brought the steaming cup of coffee back to her desk. She hoped neither would get hurt if something was going on. They were both so vulnerable at the moment. "It's none of your concern. Don't interfere." She could almost hear Giacomo's voice and smiled to herself. Her email pinged, and she opened it up to see an email from the contact at the advertising agency. As she read it, her heart sank. "Dear Ms. Reddy, further to our conversations regarding the Temple Bliss Hotel project, I am writing to inform you that, unfortunately, the company has asked us to remove you from the project. We are not entirely sure why this is, and we apologize for any inconvenience caused. You will, of course, be fully compensated for your time and the work already undertaken. Please note that as an agency, we cannot enter into any discussion of why this has occurred, and as we are still employed by the Temple Bliss organization, I would ask you please to be discreet and remember the non-disclosure agreement that we all signed. Please accept, again, my apologies and my wishes for your future success. Yours? Peter O'Flynn, CEO. Harlequin Advertising." Nora stared blankly at the screen. "I've just been fired." She said it aloud to make sure it sunk in. She'd never been fired from anything in her life. What the hell had happened? Why had they asked for her specifically to be taken off the project? She couldn't help but feel the sting. Was it because she was inexperienced? No, it couldn't be. The status that working with Giacomo had brought her had been immeasurable. Was it that her romantic relationship with Giacomo was starting to be noticed and commented on? No, again, Giacomo's good name and social standing would never hold her back. She hated even thinking like that. Giacomo could work in a chop shop, and she'd love him the same. She felt her chest get heavy with the disappointment. She drove home a little while later, still chewing it over. Giacomo's smile faded when she walked into their kitchen and found him already cooking. "What is it, Bella?" She told him, and he put down the knife he was using to chop vegetables, wiped his hands, and took her in his arms. "I'm sorry, mio caro." She sighed, leaning into him and feeling the solid warmth of his big body. "I know these things happen. It's just a blow is all." Giacomo pressed his lips to her temple. "I know." They embraced for a few minutes, and then Nora pulled away, forcing a smile onto her face. "That smells delicious. What have we got tonight?" "Ginger glazed mahi-mahi, fresh green beans, and asparagus." Nora was impressed. "Fancy. Sounds delicious." She hoisted herself onto the counter and watched him cook. She loved the way his dark curls were always in disarray, and how his light green eyes were so intense on whatever he was concentrating on. She grinned to herself, and he noticed. "What?" She shook her head. "I was just wondering how many other billionaires take the time to cook for themselves." Giacomo grinned and kissed her. "I wasn't always a billionaire. Some things I couldn't give up. Back in Italy we would always cook together, Then at college, Lando and Carmel and I were known as the gourmet geeks. I missed that until you. When Tara and I were dating, she would never entertain the idea of eating in. Having said that, she didn't entertain the idea of eating that often either. Nora shuddered. I could never starve myself for work. Giacomo smiled at her. Glad to hear it. Although you could easily be a model. Boring. Quite. She nudged his butt playfully with her foot. I'm more than my looks. You don't have to tell me, Bella. I know that. Though I do think you are the most beautiful woman in the world, inside and out. He said it so matter-of-factly, but tears sprang into her eyes. What a lovely thing to say. Thank you. I mean it. He grinned wickedly then. And not just because I want to get in your pants later. She laughed. It's working though. After dinner, they sat in the living room, enjoying their evening, and listening to the sultry tones of Billie Holiday playing on Giacomo's state-of-the-art stereo system. Nora lay with her head resting on Giacomo's lap, and he stroked her hair. Bella? He said, after they had enjoyed a comfortable silence for a while. She turned to look at him, and he smiled down at her. Ti amo. Ti amo, Giacomo. I've never been happier than in this moment with you. She smiled and sat up, pressing her lips to his. Me neither. You are my world, Giacomo. He slid his fingers into her hair as they kissed. I'm yours forever, Giacomo. I can't wait to be your wife. Giacomo smiled, and she could see the depth of his joy in his beautiful eyes. You are all I will ever want, il mio amore. They finally fell asleep, wrapped in each other, limbs tangled, lips almost touching, and slept until morning.
Chapter 12.
Zelika looked at her with suspicion as soon as she walked through the door to the bookstore the next morning. Fred was due to start her first day at 10 o'clock, but Zelika was still surprised to see her friend downstairs. Nora was singing softly to herself, her mahogany hair gathered up into a messy bun at the nape of her neck, her moves dance-like as she swept the floor. Zelika stood and watched her for a few minutes, a slow smile spreading across her face. Nora glanced up and saw her. Zelika stuck her tongue in the side of her cheek. It's been a while since you did that. Nora's eyebrows shot up. Did what? Sing to yourself. You always used to when we were at college. Sometimes, you'd work your way through Pearl Jam's whole back catalog without even noticing. It made me laugh because you'd sing one line from each song, and then move on to something else. Even Lucian liked it. He used to say it was one of his favorite things about you. Nora thought about it. Huh. And I haven't been doing that? Nope. Not for years. And then just lately you started again. Zelika grinned. Nora shrugged, smirked, and started singing again. Zelika's eyes narrowed. Why are you radiant? Nora tried not to grin. No idea what you're talking about. She hid her face, giggling to herself. She pretended to get something from under the counter. This would be fun. The truth was that she hadn't stopped smiling since Giacomo's proposal. Zelika wasn't fooled. She hooked a finger into the back of Nora's t-shirt and pulled her friend up so she could see her face. Nora tried to keep her face blank, her eyes wide with innocence. Zelika started to grin. Yes, you do. You're glowing? She gasped. He hasn't gone and done it, has he? Nope, no idea what you're burbling about. Nora tried to step around her, but Zelika moved too. They danced around each other, until they both burst out laughing. Zelika grabbed her friend by the shoulders and made her look her in the eye. Has he proposed? That information is not available at this time, Nora intoned, but she couldn't help smiling. Zelika squealed and hugged her. I knew it. Whoop. She ran around the bookshop, waving her hands around her head. Nora shook her head, grinning. You loon. Zelika stopped, still smiling. Seriously though, I'm so happy for you. Congratulations. Thank you, Zul. You don't think it's too fast, do you? Hell no. Not for you two. You belong together. Nora smiled. I think so too. Anyway, how are you? I'm good. I actually went out for my first run this morning. Only did a couple of blocks, but it felt good. That's amazing, Zul. Don't push yourself too hard though. Zelika rolled her eyes. You sound like Lando. I'm fine. Nora waited until Fred came in and got settled, then excused herself to go up to her office. She flicked her laptop on and went to make a pot of coffee while she waited for it to boot up. Maybe I should invest in a new one, she thought as she waited for it. But she loved her trusty old laptop, even if Zelika, Giacomo and Lando made fun of it. It is Methuselah, Zelika had teased her. It doesn't have pixels, it has stone tablets. Nora was grinning to herself as her email folder popped up. Her smile faded when she clicked on the first one. Oh no. It was the cosmetics company she had been hired by, with a practically word-for-word copy of the letter she'd received the previous day. She was fired. Again. Damn, she breathed. What the hell was going on? Worse was to come. 3 more clients had sent letters too, ending their contracts, each expressing their apologies but not giving her a reason for withdrawing their offers. Nora felt tears prick her eyes, so she pulled her phone out and called Giacomo. He sounded angry. What the hell is their problem? I honestly can't tell you, baby. I don't think I did anything wrong. My commission was lower than average. I offered to do extra work for them. I just don't get it. Are you okay, Bella? She sighed. Yes, just disappointed. I feel like, gosh, I don't know, that my name has been sullied by this. I really hope not. I've worked too hard for this. You have. Look, Bella, there's plenty of work to do here. I'll send a car for you. It was on the tip of her tongue to refuse, but instead she found herself agreeing. She hid her upset from Zelika and Fred, and an hour later she was being driven out to Mountain View. Giacomo met her at the entrance, kissing her hello. I'm sorry, Bella. She shook her head, wanting to cry. It's okay. I just wished I knew why. Giacomo called in some favors with some contacts, but everyone was close-lipped. It wasn't until a few days later that they got their answer. An anonymous source at the cosmetics company sent Giacomo an image with the cryptic message. I think this will answer your question. It was a mock-up of the campaign Nora had been set to work on, launching the brand's new line. Front and center of the photograph mock-up, in all her long-legged icy blonde beauty. Tara. Nora groaned and put her head on the desk. Giacomo cursed in Italian. He put his hand on Nora's hair. Bella, I will sort this out. I promise. Nora wanted to argue, but knew that Giacomo would have more luck than she in this area. He had the reputation and the status. Tara was an international supermodel. Who was this interloper, Nora Reddy? If a brand could get the unattainable Tara Hubert to front their campaign in return for dumping a newcomer, why wouldn't they? How did she know? How did she know who I was working with? Giacomo had no answer for her. I will find out, mio caro. I promise you. 7 o'clock, and the bottle of sleeping pills just sat there tempting her. Zelika sat on the kitchen counter, mindlessly munching an apple. The apartment was too quiet and too dark. Maybe running this morning had been a mistake. Her doctor had switched her medication, and she was getting used to the new nausea, but it was distracting. 3 days of taking the tablets had left her queasy and lightheaded. Yes, they knocked her right out, but she went to the hallway to grab the phone and stopped. She picked up the photo of the 4 of them, Orlando, Nora, Giacomo, and herself. Happy. Happier, she corrected. Not perfect. She sighed and placed the photo face down. She took the phone into the living room and curled up in the armchair. Dialing, she waited for an answer. Hello? Hey, she smiled into the phone. What are you doing this evening? Tara Hubert left dinner and her date at the restaurant and waited outside for the valet to bring her car around. As she slid into the driver's seat, she started the engine and moved off, but then screeched to a halt as Giacomo leaned forward from the back seat. Tara clutched her chest, her heart banging against her ribs. What are you doing, Giacomo? His smile was chilling. Oh no. You first, Tara. What are you doing? Sabotaging Nora's career? I won't stand for it. Tara smiled nastily. Oh, you won't? And what exactly are you going to do about it? Giacomo met her eyes without saying a word, and Tara quelled the anger in them. She looked away. So she has to send you to fight her battles? Impressive. Tara, I would advise you not to test me. If you have a problem with me, that's fine. We will have to come to some sort of resolution. But Nora is off limits. Tara sneered. I'm just doing my job, Giacomo. Can I help it if they don't want some half-baked artist on their campaign? I'm warning you, Tara. She turned in her seat. Get out of my car, Giacomo. Unless you want me to drive you back to my apartment. I'm sure we can come to some kind of agreement there. Giacomo's nose turned up. You need to come to terms with the fact I'm never coming back to you, Tara. Ever. That boat sailed a long time ago. I'm off the market for good. Nora and I will be married very soon. Tara flinched at his words, pain shooting through her. Well, what a heartwarming Cinderella story that'll be. Do you understand me, Tara? Get out of my car, Giacomo, before I scream. My pleasure. Goodbye, Tara. And he was gone. Tara sat for a few minutes, brooding. Giacomo Conti, married. After how many months? 6? And yet, in 5 years with Tara, he hadn't even mentioned it once. To hell with you, Giacomo. And to hell with your beautiful fiancé. Zelika touched her glass to Orlando's and grinned at him. I hope I didn't cause you too much trouble by inviting you out tonight. They were seated in a little burger joint downtown, tall glasses of soda in front of them, waiting for their food. Orlando shook his head, smiling. You saved me from an evening of twiddling my thumbs. Firm is at a sleepover with one of her friends, the first one since her mom died, and honestly, I had no idea how to entertain myself again. I miss your company in the evenings. And I yours. I still think I needed to move back home and get independent, but yeah, some nights I miss just looking over at you and saying some random factoid. Orlando laughed. Ah, yes, your encyclopedic knowledge of everything. Jealous? He laughed again. Always. How's the new girl working out at the store? Fred? She's fantastic. I'm sure she's some kind of Pied Piper of books. Our sales have gone through the roof. They chatted easily throughout their meal, both groaning afterward that their bellies were full. They walked down to the Golden Gate Bridge and leaning against the railing, looking out at the boats on the bay, then Orlando asked her if she'd like to come back to his house for a drink. Sure thing, she said, and he grinned. Brace you. Oh, ha ha, she grimaced, rubbing her full belly. I actually think that burger might have killed me. Fatty. Hey. She giggled, and they teased each other mercilessly as they walked to find a cab. At home, she breathed in the comforting smell of the place, books, records, the faint hint of breakfast cereal, and Orlando's woodsy clean scent. When they had settled on the couches, Orlando passed her a bottle of beer and they sat back. When I was sick, I never told you how much of a comfort being here with you and Firma was. Orlando smiled. You did. You said it all the time. Zelika chuckled. I guess I did, but did you ever realize how much it meant to me? You and Firma were a lifeline. I don't know if my recovery would have gone so well. Orlando looked a little uncomfortable. Well now, I'm sure if you had told Nora at the start. Oh, I know. But it didn't work out like that. You will never know how glad I was to run into you at the hospital that day. She suddenly realized what she'd said and was horrified. Gosh, Lando, I mean Jesus. Me and my big mouth. I'm so sorry. You idiot, she berated herself. Did you really just say you were glad he was at the hospital to pick up his dead wife's things? His murdered wife? Idiot. 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 Orlando put his hand over hers. Zelika, chill. I know what you meant. I'm glad I was there for you too. He left his hand on hers, and Zelika could not help but wind her fingers through his. She stared at their conjoined hands for a long moment, and then looked up. She met Orlando's curious gaze, and then so naturally their lips met. His mouth was soft and his lips gentle. Zelika found a myriad of sensations flooding through her as they kissed. Lando? She whispered, but he shook his head. Don't say anything. Just. He slid his arms around her and pulled her close, kissing her deeply, passionately. I love you so much, Lando. So much. As he caught his breath, Zelika saw the change come over his face. Oh no, not this, please. Guilt. He withdrew from her, sitting up. Zelika pushed herself up, reaching for him, but he flinched away. He turned back to her almost immediately, but the damage was done. Zelika was mortified. I'm so sorry, he said, his voice barely a whisper. I can't. Not in her house. Zelika felt hot tears of shame flood down her cheeks, but she nodded. I understand. I'll go. I'm sorry, Zul. Please believe me when I say it is me, not you. Gosh. She shook her head, unable to speak. He walked her to the door. Let me call you a cab. She shook her head. No, I need the air. She turned to go, but he pulled her back into his arms. Leaning his forehead against hers, she could feel his tears dripping onto her face. I'm so sorry, Zul. I want to be able to love you, to be free to love you. I'm just not there yet. She kissed him softly. It's okay. But as she ran into the night down his street, she knew it wasn't okay. She debated calling a cab, but she didn't want to be around anyone. The bookstore was only a couple of blocks away. She'd stay there tonight, alone. Somewhere she could collect herself. Somewhere she could cry her heart out, and no one would hear her. Tara needed the ego boost, and that's why she was with Lucian to help her with the next part of her plan. Which was why she was with him again, the only reason. He had long since started to revolt against her. Because soon, very soon, she was going to need him to kill his ex-girlfriend. Zelika. 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 A poke in the ribs. Boss. Wake up. Zelika opened her eyes to see Fred leaning over her, at once amused and annoyed. The sun was streaming in from the windows. Fred had obviously opened the blinds before she'd seen Zelika. Zelika blinked a few times, her head a fuzzy whirl. She sat up, clutching the throw to her naked body. Geez. What time is it? 9 a.m. What on earth are you doing in here? Zelika stood, wrapping the blanket around her tightly. 9 a.m.? Damn, I must have been tired. Why are you asleep on the couches anyway? You know you have a bed at home, right? I couldn't be bothered to go home. Zelika was gathering up her clothes. She could have sworn she'd left her underwear on, but now she found it folded neatly on top of her jeans and t-shirt. Her limbs felt strange, sore as if she'd been lifting weights. I need to take a shower. Fred frowned. You could have crashed on my couch, you know. And if you're going to be buck naked, you might want to make sure the door's locked. The back door was open. Zelika stopped. What? Fred nodded. Yep. Unless. Fred grinned wickedly. You were expecting company? Zelika rolled her eyes. Behave yourself. Fred threw her a grin. Go clean yourself up, you shameless hussy. I'll let the screaming hordes in. Wait. She stopped Zelika and peered at her, frowning. How'd you get that? She poked at Zulika's neck, and Zelika winced. What is it? She went out to the back room and looked in the mirror. You've got a hickey. Fred stood watching her, arms folded across her chest. Whatever. Zelika let her hair drop, shrugged, and headed upstairs. Her eyes stung, and she sighed when she saw her red eyes and puffy cheeks. She had a terrible pain in her chest, but she knew it wasn't anything physical. Torturing herself, she checked her phone for messages. None. Oh gosh. What had she been thinking? Had she ruined her friendship with Orlando because of a one-night stand? The thought of never seeing him again was breaking her heart, but seeing him would be even harder. Help me, I don't know what to do. She flicked to the keypad on her phone and called the one person she knew she could talk to. Nora. Nora took one look at Zelika's face and sent her home. I'll finish out the day with Fred, then come to you. I'll tell Giacomo I won't be home tonight. Zelika dragged herself home and fell into bed to sleep until Nora came over. As she was falling asleep, the tears came, and she sobbed again, trying to tell herself that it shouldn't make such a big difference. So she had a one-night stand with her friend, her recently bereaved friend, and he'd freaked out. He hadn't said she'd disgusted him or that he didn't want her. He just felt guilty. Which was bad enough, because Zelika did as well. Not just because of Carmel. Not just because of her friend, but because, for Zelika, last night had been more than intimacy, more than just a one-night stand. It had been her first time. And for a second, it seemed like it had been the perfect time. It had been perfect until it wasn't. She rolled over onto her front and buried her tears in her pillow.
Chapter 13.
Giacomo knew that Nora was with Zelika, so he decided to go see his goddaughter and Orlando. Firma was excited. Nora had already asked her to be her flower girl, and as soon as Giacomo arrived, she showed him the sketches she had made of her dream dress. I would show you the ones I did of Auntie Nora, she told him seriously, but you're not supposed to see her dress, and if she picks one of them, then that's bad luck. I understand, he said in a grave voice, then winked at Lando. His friend looked tired. You okay, man? Lando mouthed later at him and Giacomo nodded. After takeout pizza, Firma went to bed. The two men sat outside with cold beers, and Lando told him about his night with Zelika. Giacomo listened, then patted his friend's back. Lando, I have to say it's not the biggest surprise. It isn't? Giacomo shrugged. Anyone can see you two are crazy about each other. Orlando groaned, dropping his head into his hands. That's just it. Carmel hasn't even been gone for a year. How could I fall for someone else so quickly? Give yourself a break, Lando. Did you mean to fall in love again? No? Are you disrespecting Carmel's memory? Hell no. She's up there cheering you on. You know how much Carmel and Zelika liked each other. Firma adores her. No one expects you to be a monk. Orlando rubbed his eyes and sighed. I promised I wouldn't get involved with anyone until I got closure for myself. For Firma. Until we know who killed Carmel and why. Lando, listen to me. Giacomo's voice was serious. Here's the brutal truth, we may never know. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh. Whether it was someone targeting Carmel or just a random psychopath, we might never know. You cannot put your life on hold for that. Orlando said nothing, staring out unseeingly at the backyard. Giacomo swigged his beer. Can I ask you something? Of course, mio fratello. Orlando looked at him, and Giacomo winced at the pain in his eyes. What if something happened to Nora, then less than a year later you realized, I'm in love with this whole new person? How would you feel? Giacomo hesitated, and then nodded. I understand. No, tell me. How would you feel? If someone murdered Nora, if someone shot her when she was carrying your child, if someone ended her life. Stop. Giacomo felt sick. Even though he knew Orlando was really talking to himself now, the images he was conjuring were making Giacomo's heart beat so hard against his ribs that it was painful. Orlando dropped his head into his hands, and Giacomo could see his shoulders shaking. Lando, stop torturing yourself. It happened. Giacomo, what if, by being careless, I've ruined Zelika's life and my life? I want my friend back, but I've hurt her. I know I have. Giacomo hugged his friend in his distress. Lando, I promise. You will get through this. It's not an impossible situation. Orlando walked slowly over and pushed the door open. The Anthology was empty of customers. Nora looked up at him, and he raised his eyebrows at her. She grinned and wandered out to the back room. Orlando walked to the counter and saw Nora push an equally confused Zelika into the store. Nora shut the door behind her, leaving them alone. Orlando braced himself, but was wrong-footed when Zelika gave him a shy smile. Hi. She blushed a little. Hey. He shook himself and smiled back. You okay? She nodded and poured out coffee for him. Orlando sat down, not wanting the spell to break, but not knowing what to say. Zelika seemed at a loss too. Zul? We have new cupcakes. Pumpkin. He laughed, and a moment later she grinned. Sorry. That was the lamest conversation opener ever. Nope. Nope. Pumpkin cupcakes. Way early for Halloween, though. Test run. Ah, so I'm your guinea pig? He picked one up and peeled the paper back. Yep. I was going to say it's because of your fine palate, but really, it's because you'll eat anything. She grinned at him, relaxing. Orlando nodded. Pretty much. He bit into the cake and chewed. It's good. She narrowed her eyes at him. Your face is saying something else entirely. Orlando shrugged and grinned, putting the other half of the cake down. You got me. Sorry, sweetheart, they're not great. She grinned. Yeah, that's what Nora and I thought. Orlando's eyes widened. Ah, so you just thought you'd have a little fun with me then? Yep. She was laughing at him now, looking like his Zelika rather than the stressed-out wraith of the last few days. Why waste some perfectly good, or as the case may be, not so good cupcakes? Ha ha ha. But he grinned. Seriously, you okay? She nodded. Yeah. Getting there. You? Same. Look. Don't say anything. Not yet. Let's just enjoy. She gestured around the both of them. You got it. She gave him a grateful smile. So not pumpkin. I need ideas for Halloween food. We're going to have a kids' party here. Fred's idea. Maybe Firma could come. He smiled at her. I think I can guarantee she will. Good. Zelika smiled, her body relaxing. So, any ideas? Orlando stroked his chin, pretending to ponder. Ghost on toast. Ghost toast. It's a winner. She nodded, pretending to consider it seriously. Just so happens, they've got a special on ghosts at the market. Orlando clicked his tongue and gave her the finger pistols. She grinned and refilled his cup. You are so silly. He chuckled. Always happy to help, ma'am. He looked around. Quiet in here today. Zelika nodded. It's hot outside. Everyone is at the beach. Orlando smiled at her. Zul, we can't ignore what happened between us. For what it's worth, I don't regret the act. I certainly don't regret it was with you. I just got freaked out. He nodded and she smiled. Me too. Lando. Would it make you feel better if I said it was pretty momentous for me too? Lando, it was my first time. For a second, he thought he hadn't heard her right. Excuse me? Zelika flushed red, but she gave a soft laugh. That's usually the reaction. You heard what I said, Lando. Orlando realized he was gaping at her, then he shut his mouth. Oh, Zul. It's okay. I'm glad I waited. I'm glad, even with the circumstances, that it was you. Orlando hesitated for a moment, then got up and came around the counter. He pulled her into his arms and hugged her. I don't know what to say. She leaned into him, her face buried in his chest. Don't say anything. Let's just stay like this for a moment. In the back room, Nora scribbled a note telling Zelika she was going out to lunch with Giacomo, then she skipped out. Giacomo was just pulling the car up to the curb and smiling. She got in and kissed him hello. You taste so good, she murmured against his lips, and he laughed. Are you hungry, mio caro? She grinned, nuzzling his neck. Not for food, no. Insatiable. You betcha. Take me somewhere, Conti. Giacomo grinned as he started the car. Take me to Baker Beach, you know where. I love you, Giacomo Conti. You make us want to do things I've never even considered. He started the car, his dark curls wild and his face flushed, but he grinned. Just think of all the things we haven't done yet. I'm thinking of taking you back to my island again, and maybe bringing some new stuff we could have fun with. That's my dream. She stroked the hair over his ear as he drove her to a small trattoria for something to eat. And so could you. That's my dream. Oh, that reminds me. She delved into her purse and retrieved the panties she had slipped off earlier. I can't go commando while we eat. He was still laughing when they walked hand in hand into the restaurant. Orlando got up reluctantly, pondering whether to call and get the sitter to go pick Firma up from school. He had been in the Anthology all day now, talking to Zelika and Nora, helping out, and laughing and joking with the customers. Zelika touched his arm. You okay? Yep. Just thinking about Firma. Nora grinned. Why don't you two go pick her up? She winked at Zelika and disappeared into the back. Orlando nodded, looking at Zelika. Walk with me? She smiled up at him. Aren't you tired? We have been working you hard all day. It was fun. She laughed. Try doing it all day, every day. Don't give me that. You love it. She nodded. Yeah, I do. She took the pumpkin cupcakes, untouched since that morning, and dumped them in the trash. Funny we didn't sell any more of these. It's almost as if someone were telling the customers how bad they were. She stuck her tongue out at Orlando, who grinned. What do you say to grabbing supper with Firma and me? She looked away, hesitated, then nodded. Yes, thank you. I would love that. He walked around the counter, hesitated, but then hugged her. She leaned against him for a second before pulling away. She smiled. He looked down at her. Wish I could say everything I want to you. Wish that very much. She nodded. Me too. But best not. Makes it harder. Yeah. I know. We both need time. We do. Now let's go get Firma. As they walked out of the store, Orlando's stride was lighter. His heartache was easing. Friends. Still family. It helped a lot. 6 months. 6 months in the planning, and it all came down to a few minutes today. Lucian looked at Tara as they sat in the car, and she smiled at him. Don't look so worried. It's going to be fine. He hoped so. After Orlando and Zelika had left, Nora watched them walk to the corner of the street and smiled to herself. Was this a good sign? She was just tidying the store when she heard the knock on the back door. Distracted, she forgot to check who it was. As she opened it and, to her dismay, saw it was Lucian, she tried to close it again, but he kicked it in, sending her flying back and crashing to the floor. He was on her then, pinning her hands down and sitting on her legs so she couldn't move or run. I just want to talk, Nora. Talk. Just hear me out. Son of a? She struggled with him, half-crazed. Let me go. Let me go. Lucian forced his mouth onto hers to quiet her, and she started to sob. Calm down, just listen to me for a few minutes, then I'll be gone, he lied. Still growling, Nora stared up at him. Nothing you could say is of any interest to me, you psycho. He punched her in the stomach and she recoiled, the wind knocked out of her. Now, I didn't want to do that, Nora, but you won't behave yourself. She was gasping for air as he got up, and she curled herself into a ball for a second before scrambling to her feet and backing away from him. Lucian held his hands up. I just want to talk about your impending wedding. I can't let you marry that man, Nora. I just can't. You belong to me. I don't belong to anyone. She screamed at him. I'm not someone's possession. You don't get to tell me how to run my life, you piece of dirt. Lucian leapt at her, his anger exploding as he picked her up and threw her across the room, shattering the window to the back room. Covered in glass, Nora clambered to her feet, ready to fight back, but he was too quick and too brutal. He hit her. Nora cried out, but Lucian, half crazed with rage, didn't stop. He beat her to the floor. Damn tramp. You ruined my life. Nora was hurt, but it only spurred Lucian to greater violence. Only when he noticed that Nora had stopped moving did he step back, breathing heavily. Gosh, was she still alive? He dropped to his knees and felt her throat, searching for a pulse. Nora? Alive. Her breathing was ragged, hitching. Suddenly, sense flooded back into Lucian's fevered mind, and he reeled away from her. What have I done? Breathing deeply, he pulled his phone out, finding it slipped through his fingers. He saw the blood on his hands. Oh gosh. Tara? Tara, gosh, I'm at the bookstore. I think I messed up. Help me. What do you want me to do? She sounded bored, and Lucian lost it. I just beat the crap out of my ex-girlfriend. Help me, you nasty little tramp. You wanted me to come see her. You must have known what would happen. Tara sighed. Is she dead? No, she's not dead. Lucian was screaming now. Calm down, Lucian. It's obvious what you need to do. You can't leave her like that, she'll lead the police right to you. What are you telling me to do? Kill her. Tara's voice was cold and flat. Lucian couldn't help but groan. I can't kill her, Tara. Yes, you can. There's a kitchen in that hole of a bookstore, right? Find something to use and get it over with. Make it look like a robbery. Lucian felt the sweat begin to pool on the back of his neck. Could he? Could he really do it? His legs were moving of their own accord. He walked into the kitchen and pulled open some drawers. There's a knife. Do it. Then this is all over for everyone. Lucian took up the blade, barely registering what he was doing, and went back out to his unconscious ex-girlfriend. The knife was a dinner knife. His hand tightened around the handle. It's too blunt. Do it from a height. Slam it. Geez. Tara was psychotic. Lucian dropped the blade. If only he hadn't waited, he could have killed Nora that day when she used her knee on him. That day, he was angry enough. Except, could he really go through with it? Kill another person? After all he had threatened and had imagined doing, he couldn't go through with it. Is it done? Is she dead? Lucian said nothing for a moment, then he gritted his teeth. She's dead. I did what you said. He heard Tara heave a sigh of relief. Good. Now get out of there and don't contact me for a few days. I'll call you. Lucian hung up the phone and looked down at his ex, still breathing. She was covered in blood, with scrapes from the broken window and bruises from their struggle. A cut at her hairline trickled down her face, and her split lip trembled slightly. Blood gathered beneath her, a stark contrast against the floor. He took a steady breath. He knew what needed to be done. The only question was how. Giacomo, having done no work all afternoon, was still smiling from their lunchtime escapade together as he pulled up at the bookstore. He got out knowing she might be upstairs working and went around the back. He stopped. The back door was ajar. Nora would never ever leave it like that. The window was smashed. No gosh, no please. Taking out his handkerchief, he used it to push the door open and saw the devastation inside. The broken glass and smashed furniture. Giacomo couldn't breathe. Something bad had happened here. Something very bad, and the worst of it was obvious. Nora was gone. Zelika shot an agonized glance at Orlando, who himself looked pale and shocked. Giacomo sat with his head in his hands as the police moved around them, gathering evidence and studying the chaos of the Anthology's back room. Zelika kept seeing the blood, the smashed glass, and the debris of what had to be a violent and brutal fight. Nora was gone. Was she dead? Zelika had no doubt that Lucian was behind this horror. Giacomo had told the police as much. He looked broken. I should never have let her out of my sight. Zelika hugged him. You know Nora would have hated that. One of the reasons she loves you is that you don't control her and you don't try and tell her what to do. This is not your fault, Giacomo. Then why do I feel like it is? He closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. The one bright thing is, I feel she is still alive. I know it. He took her because he wanted her, not to hide her. He couldn't finish that sentence, so Zelika nodded. That's a good thing to cling to, Giacomo? Orlando cleared his throat. The police are asking us to come to the station, answer some questions, and help with the search. Giacomo looked up at his friend. Good. I've already got my security out and looking, mio Dio. Zelika saw him staring down at the pool of blood on the floor. He beat her, he whispered. He hurt her. He sounded so desolate that Zelika felt tears drop down her face, and she began to cry. The first thing she registered was the smell. Musty sheets, and the sharp stench of industrial cleaner. The sound? A television. Nora opened her eyes. She lay on a bed, her left hand handcuffed to the frame. Every part of her body hurt. Her vision was blurry, and her eyes were stinging. She retched at the stench of the room, and then someone hovered into view. Don't throw up? You're gagged. You'll drown in your own vomit. Lucian. She tried to stretch her mouth free from the duct tape covering it, glaring at him and growling as best she could. Lucian laughed. I wouldn't bother, Nora. No one is going to hear you out here. The manager's an old buddy. No one knows you're here. He stroked her face tenderly. I had to take you with me, Nora. It was the only way to save you. She bugged out her eyes at him in disbelief, then wished she hadn't. A headache screeched around her skull and she winced, closing her eyes. A few moments later, she felt a cold cloth against her forehead and felt some relief despite herself. Lucian washed her face in cool water. She could hear him rinsing the cloth, and when she opened her eyes, she could see a bowl of pinkish water. Blood. I'm sorry I got so rough, baby. I didn't mean it. He was crazy. He was actually crazy. Nora felt the fear clenching in her stomach. Was he going to kill her? What had he meant by saving her? Lucian put the bowl of water down on the floor and looked at her. Now, I'm going to take that gag off. You can scream and holler, but no one is out here, and it'll just make me angry again. I don't want to hurt you, Nora, so don't make me. He ripped off the duct tape in one fast motion and she gasped. She licked her dry lips, and he held a cup of cold water in her mouth. She gulped it down gratefully, all the time deciding whether to scream or not. Not. Lucian meant what he said, and Nora knew she would have to be crafty to stand a chance of getting out of here alive. Why did you take me? Lucian sighed. Because someone told me to kill you. I couldn't do it. And this person would have made me do it. Who? He didn't answer, and Nora decided not to push it. Who would want her dead? She didn't think she had any enemies, not psychotic ones anyway. The only person who had physically harmed her was right here, and now he was telling her he was saving her? There was only one answer. Lucian was insane. Nora looked away from him. Do you have any aspirin? My head is killing me. Silently, he got up and went into the bathroom, and Nora used the opportunity to take in her surroundings. They were obviously in a sleazy motel. She didn't want to think about the counterpane she was lying on or what lurked in it. She gagged again gently, then shook herself. Concentrate. Her left arm was cuffed to the bed frame, but the cuffs were the kind you could get in an adult store, flimsy. She was pretty sure she could get out of them. Her stomach hurt the most, so she pulled up her shirt and winced. Huge bruises covered her skin, along with the impression of a boot print. Creep? She ran her tongue over her dry lips. Lucian had really beaten her to a pulp. How am I still alive? Don't ask that. The important thing is you are still alive. Now it's time to figure out how to get away from him. She knew Lucian and knew his fatal flaw. His arrogance and self-adoration. She would play up to it and seduce him into trusting her. Lucian appeared with 2 aspirin and another cup of water. She swallowed the pills down gratefully and leaned back, closing her eyes. She felt his lips against hers and felt sick. Kiss him. Start the process. She couldn't bring herself to respond, but she didn't pull away. Lucian kissed her sore, tender mouth gently. I love you so much, Nora. She felt something cold press against her belly, and when Lucian drew away, she saw it. The muzzle of the pistol was hard against her skin. Lucian smiled, but his eyes were cold. This is just a reminder, Nora. Don't mess with me, or I'll have to use this on you, and I really don't think either of us wants that. I love you, baby, but I will shoot you dead if you try to run. Nora felt cold at his words. This was really happening, wasn't it? She waited until Lucian was asleep before she let the tears fall. Please let me see Giacomo again. Please. She sobbed quietly until just after midnight, she fell into an uneasy sleep. Giacomo made sure Nora's abduction was all over the news and that Lucian's name and image were flashed up everywhere. California State Police was on alert, and because of Giacomo's position and wealth, the FBI got involved. After the statutory 24 hours had gone by, he sent an exhausted and drained Zelika home, telling Orlando to take care of her. In his apartment alone, Giacomo stared out at the city. Where are you, il mio amore? He leaned his head against the window. In the other room, he could hear the FBI agents talking in low voices, but he had never felt more alone than now. He slumped into his chair, the chair where he and Nora would sit with her cradled in his arms, her long legs swung over the armrest and her lips against his neck. They'd even tried to intimate, but it was awkward and impossible. He could still see her smile now, and the way she'd wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. I would do anything with you, my love, she whispered. Anything you'd ever wanted to try, anything you dreamed about. Just ask. Giacomo choked back a sob. Could it be possible he might never see her smile again? No. Wherever you are, il mio amore, fight. He grabbed his car keys and headed out of the apartment, not knowing where he was going, just knowing that he would not ever stop looking for her.
Chapter 14.
Orlando had driven them both back to his home, without asking her if she would like to be there. Zelika realized he knew how much she would need him around, especially if, God forbid, they got bad news. The house was quiet when they arrived. Where's Firma? At a friend's? I called them and told them what was happening. They offered to throw an impromptu sleepover. Zelika sighed. All this disruption in her young life. I know. Listen, sit. I'll make us some Irish coffee. I think we could both use the boost. Zelika smiled at him. That would be nice. In the living room, she flicked on the television, turned to the news, and watched the reports of Nora's abduction. She wondered if Nora hadn't been the fiancée of billionaire Giacomo Conti. How much of this news would simply be buried? A half-Indian, half-African-American girl goes missing in the big city. Would it even be reported? Zelika gritted her teeth. She knew the answer to that already. Why are you glaring at the television? Orlando was back with their coffee, and giving her a quizzical, half-amused glance. She told him, and he sighed. I hear ya. It's why I'm overprotective with Firma. When I was a kid out in the projects, dozens went missing. Not a peep from the TV news. It was almost expected. Is that the right word? Zelika nodded. Understood. I'm torn between being outraged that Nora is deemed important enough to report on because of who she's sleeping with, and being glad that they are reporting on her, regardless of circumstances. Orlando nodded, but said nothing. They sat in companionable silence, watching the news, listening to the same sound bites and interviews over and over, and not hearing any progress. Zelika got more agitated as experts commented on Nora and Giacomo's relationship, Nora's past, and even at one point her fashion sense. What has that got to do with anything? Zelika screeched at the television, then looked at Orlando, who was trying not to laugh at her indignation. He cracked, and that set her off, laughter giving her blessed relief from the tension. Gosh, why am I laughing? She said eventually, it's so inappropriate. Orlando patted her leg. You know what? Admittedly, I haven't known Nora that long, but I know she would be laughing too. Zelika nodded, a pang of sadness hitting her. She would. She was silent for a moment. I can see her now, wearing the latest in hostage chic. Gosh. She was trying to make a joke, but she got choked. Deep breath, Zul. Orlando's arm was around her shoulders. She leaned into him for comfort. Try to think it'll all be okay. Believe it will be. I do believe, she said quietly. I believe in her. I believe in Nora. Orlando pressed his lips against her temple. Me too, kiddo. Me too. Lucian waited until Nora fell asleep, then picked up his phone. Tara had been calling him all day, but he'd ignored it. He called her back now, and as soon as she picked up, she was yelling at him. What the hell, Lucian? Did you get rid of her, or not? Tell me, please, that you dumped her body somewhere, and you haven't been so stupid as to be keeping her alive somewhere? Lucian let her rant for a few minutes, then when she paused for breath, he spoke in a low, angry voice. Listen to me, you little tramp. Who do you think you are, Nora? What I do with or to her is none of your concern. I got her away from Conti. Isn't that what you wanted? He glanced back at Nora, asleep on the bed. She hadn't stirred during the call. I'm going to disappear and take Nora with me. Oh yes? Tara laughed nastily. Really? It'll be that easy, will it? From what I've seen of Nora Reddy, she's no pushover. Do you think she'll say, why yes, Lucian, seeing as you asked so nicely, you stupid, stupid man? The hell with you, Lucian shot back. You don't know the history we have between us. We were meant to be together. Oh, please spare me the Hallmark clichés. She's in love with Giacomo. Do you really want me to list all the ways that you don't begin to compare to him? Do yourself a favor, Lucian. Put a bullet in your ex-girlfriend and leave the state. You'll be better off. Where are you anyway? Lucian smiled to himself. Nowhere you'll find us. You think I'm going to tell you, psycho? Fine. I'm sure the police will catch up with you anyway. It's not like you give Mensa a run for their money, is it? Lucian ended the call with a growl. He turned and looked around at Nora. There were deep shadows under her eyes, bruises on her cheeks, and cuts and bruises on her lovely mouth. For a second, he felt shame. How could he have done this to her? He crouched next to her and stroked the hair away from her face. I'm sorry, beautiful. His voice was only a whisper, but she opened her eyes and looked back at him. Hi, he said tenderly. Are you okay? Nora said nothing, but gave a small nod of her head before closing her eyes again. Lucian leaned in and pressed his lips to hers. No, Tara, I won't kill her. How can I when everything I have ever wanted is within my grasp? I love you, he whispered. He lay down next to her, spooning her body. Slipping his arm around her waist, he stroked her belly through her t-shirt. Nora didn't react. Lucian closed his eyes and as he fell asleep, he pretended that they were still like they used to be in love. Nora wasn't okay at all. She wasn't in the region of being okay. She felt sick and lightheaded, and her body ached, not just with fear and sadness but with something she couldn't get a grip on. Where Lucian had kicked her, her stomach felt odd, as if something wasn't right inside of her. She could taste blood constantly, and wondered if she was bleeding internally. all of which meant she had no time. She had to figure out a way to get away from Lucian fast. She had to make him let his guard down. Gosh, the thought at the back of her mind that kept sneaking forward, that she might have to seduce him to make him vulnerable. The thought made her want to vomit, but she told herself anything to get away, to get back to Giacomo, back to salvation. She had faked being asleep during the phone call, and had listened to everything Lucian had said. She knew the other person had to be Tara. Who else could it be? Tara was the only person in the world she knew had a motive to want her gone. She still couldn't believe Tara would go so as to want her dead. Geez. That had scared her more than Lucian. It was always more of a betrayal when a woman behaved like that, at least for Nora. It upset her to think someone of her own sex could want to kill her. Gosh, how messed up is that, she asked herself. Like you expect it from a man? Yes. God help her, but yes. How many things in life were off limits to a woman because a man might kill her? Long walks at night. Not taking risks. Dressing how she wanted. You're getting off the point, Reddy. But her mind was whirling with all sorts of messed up thoughts. She drew in a long breath and shifted out of Lucian's grasp. She hated that he had the gall to hold her like a romantic partner, instead of her attacker or her kidnapper. To hold her like Giacomo did, to sully that memory. And yes, the thought had occurred to her. She would kill Lucian if she could. Suppose it meant being free of him. A plan began to form in her mind, and for the rest of the night she went over and over it, distracting herself from the growing agony in her body and the feeling that her time was running out. Giacomo was in his office, his security team around him being briefed by the FBI. As much as he wanted to find Nora himself, he had to admit that he didn't have the expertise needed to comb the city, the state, and the country if needed. There's no way they'll get out of the country, the FBI team leader had told him. We have notices up at every airport, border, and port. If his passport pings, we'll have him. What if he has fake documents? The FBI agent gave a quick nod. It's a possibility, but again, we have feelers out to the known dealers. It would have to be an insanely good forgery, and from what we know of Hargitay, he doesn't have the money or the contacts. That was a slight comfort. Someone must have seen them. Nora is a tall woman, and Hargitay is maybe only 1 or 2 inches taller. It wouldn't be easy for him to move her around if she's... Gosh, he nearly said dead. Geez. The FBI agent took pity on him. Mr. Conti, look. We're working every angle. We know who took Ms. Reddy, that's a big thing. We know it's not a ransom thing. Which is what scares me. If he's keeping her alive, what's keeping him from killing her when she doesn't do what he says? The FBI agent couldn't answer him. I'll leave you alone for a moment. Giacomo sat and brooded. Whatever you need to do to escape him, Nora, do it. Whatever it takes. I swear, I will never hold it against you. Just come home to me. The pain was becoming overwhelming. Nora sat on the toilet and peed, feeling her insides churning and cramping. When she got up, there was blood in the bowl. Damn, she whispered and had to steady herself against the cool tile wall to stop from fainting. Nora? You getting on, okay? I'm just going to shower. Fine? Gosh, such a bland, normal, everyday conversation to be having with your kidnapper. She cranked on the shower and left it to get warm, stripping off her dirty clothes. She felt wretched in them and decided to wash them. There were robes on the back of the door. She plugged the tub and let the shower water fill it as she washed herself, her hair, and her body. She saw a streak of red running down her leg and hoped it was just her period. She planned to tell Lucian, knowing he was always a bit squeamish. Maybe she could get him to leave her alone for a few minutes while he got her some tampons? Maybe. She used the other half of the complimentary soap to wash her underwear, jeans, and top, then hung them over the shower rail. She wrapped herself in the robe and combed her hair through. There was a blister pack of aspirin on the sink. She threw 3 down with some water and felt better. No? You done? It was a weird feeling. So many times when they had lived together, she'd heard him say that. It was both strange and upsetting. How had they come to this? She slid from the bathroom, and he looked at her in surprise. My clothes were dirty, she said shortly. I had to wash them. His eyes swept over her robed body, and she knew what he was thinking. Gosh, it made her feel sick. I have my period, she said, and it wasn't without satisfaction that she saw the lust in his eyes die. Gosh. He looked disgusted. I suppose you need some tampons? She nodded and half smiled at him. That would be nice. Thank you. Lucien's face softened at her smile. Anything else, baby? Anything that might make you feel better? She could almost believe the tenderness in his voice. Some new underwear might be good. Deodorant. And toothpaste? He half laughed. So practical. Fine, and how about some candy? Despite herself, she nodded. Red vines, please. And some bananas. I don't want to ask too much. That got him. He was starting to believe she was softening towards him. I will have to cuff you up though, Nora. I'm sorry. She shrugged. I figured. But please, for comfort's sake, can I be left in the bathroom? You know how it is. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Sure. When he'd gone out, to her amusement, wearing a comically bad blonde wig under his baseball cap, she looked around the bathroom for any weapon she could use. The top of the toilet tank was heavy porcelain. She could lift it, but she wasn't sure if she could swing it. A couple of tiles were loose. If she pried them off, she could use them to cut his throat while he slept. She kicked the baths around, but it seemed to be solidly built. Standing on the toilet, half crouched because of how she was cuffed, she could just about see through the small window. Outside it was dusk, and all she could see was a thick forest and the edge of the motel sign. She poked at the glass of the window, but it was set fast. She clambered down and sat on the toilet lid. Her eyes lit on the towel rail, and she put out her hand and grasped it. It wobbled in her hand. Loose? Her heart started to beat faster. She studied it and found that one end had loose screws, but the other was stuck fast. She tried to turn the nail with her fingernail, and her fingernail ripped off painfully. Nora cursed and looked around for something small and thin. Nothing. Damn. Maybe she could find a sliver of tile. She tried that, managed to pry a little piece off, and tried to use it. It snapped in her hand. She glared at the towel rail, then grasped it with a growl and shook it violently to jerk it free. It didn't budge. Panting, Nora was about to try again when she heard a car outside. She frowned. That was quick. Then she grinned. Yeah, it was quick, which meant they weren't far from civilization. She was sitting back on the floor when Lucien came in. He smiled at her. You're going to love me when you see what I got. She blinked. Did he really just say that? But seconds later, she forgot everything when he held up a bag of steaming hot fast food. I got way too much, but I figured, what the hell. He uncuffed her from the radiator and brought her into the bedroom. She almost swooned when she saw him pull out a foil-covered burger. With everything the way you like. They'd been living on crackers and potato chips. He handed her a cup of ice-cold soda. Sugar. Oh my God, so good. She couldn't help but sink her teeth into the burger, still steaming hot and oozing with ketchup and mustard. Lucien watched her with a smile on his face. She nodded to him. Keep him sweet. Thank you, Lucien. I appreciate it. He looked delighted. Also, he held up a packet of red vines. And I got you some new underwear, some blue jeans, and a couple of t-shirts. Also, the toiletries you wanted. Thank you. Lucien grinned. Maybe we could watch a film together? Relax? She nodded, careful not to seem too cooperative. Lull him into it. Now he thought she was on her period. She could get away with not, gosh, she didn't even want to contemplate sleeping with him, but if that's what it took. As they watched the movie, some dumb action film, she was noting everything in the room she could use as a weapon. Lucian kept looking at her, and she didn't want him to grow suspicious. She leaned her head against his chest to hide her eyes from him, and continued her stocktake. Lucian might be stupid, but he'd removed anything she could potentially grab: ashtrays, glass jugs, anything. She sighed. The towel rail or the toilet tank lid were still her best bets. By the time the film was over, Nora was exhausted. Whatever was going on inside her was draining her energy, and she lay her head down on the pillow and closed her eyes. She felt the bed shift as Lucian got up. She heard the toilet flush a few minutes later, and then the bed dipped as he lay down beside her. She kept her eyes shut as he kissed her mouth. "I love you," she heard him whisper. She kept up the pretense of being asleep, and it was only when she heard his snores that she opened her eyes and stared at him. "I hate you. I hate you, and if I get the chance, believe me, Lucian, I will destroy you." Tara lit one cigarette after another, sitting out on her balcony. Nora Reddy was alive, and Lucian, gosh, the idiot actually believed he would have a happy ever after with her. Geez. Tara had been fretting all day, ever since the FBI had come to see her. She had no doubt that Giacomo had sent them to her. They had asked her questions about Lucian and their affair. Did she have any contact with him? She'd given a command performance. Luckily, after the last call with Lucian, she dumped the burner phone she used to talk to him. God bless the sense that had made her use one in the first place. If the FBI had gotten hold of that, they would have found not only Lucian's number, but the hitman she'd hired to kill Carmel Price. Damn, what a mess. She should have told her contact to kill Nora a long time ago. Then, none of this would be happening. Damn you, Lucian. If she could just find him, then she would end Nora herself and Lucian. Make it look like a murder-suicide. She allowed herself a fantasy of that for a second, then pushed it away. Lucian was wise to her. He wouldn't ever tell her where he had Nora. So what to do? She sat lost in her thoughts when it came to her. She could have laughed out loud. So simple. Deflect and protect. Tara picked up her phone and called her agent. They decided to meet at the Anthology and use it as a base. Fred, her distress at Nora's abduction making her unusually subdued, brought them all coffee from the place a block away. Zelika hugged her. "Are you okay?" Fred shook her head. "I want to kill him, Zul. The damn wanker." Zelika nodded. "There's a pretty big hue." Fred lowered her voice. "How's Giacomo doing? He looks terrible for him, anyway." "Not good." Zelika sighed. "I knew he loved Nora, but even I didn't realize how much. If she doesn't return, I don't think he'll survive." She suddenly felt a wave of lightheadedness come over her, and she swayed. Fred gently steered her into a chair. "Have you slept at all?" "Not much." Zelika had to admit she felt wiped out, and Fred frowned at her. "Dude, you've been sick. You have to pace yourself. Here, have some of this." Fred handed her a hip flask, and Zelika grinned. "Seriously?" Fred snickered. "It's just orange juice, I swear. You need the sugar hit." Giacomo and Orlando came in. Zelika noticed Giacomo didn't look at the floor where Nora's blood had stained it. Her heart ached for him. "I'm just frustrated," he was saying to Orlando. "It's as if they've disappeared off of the face of the earth." Fred was switching the big screen TV on. It was an automatic thing now. She hit the mute button, so they wouldn't have to hear about anything new over and over. Giacomo's phone rang. "Yeah." He listened for a while, the others silently waiting for him, and then he gave a frustrated sigh. "Well, okay, take the net wider." "Yeah, Fresno. Anywhere you can think." "What? What about her?" They watched as his expression changed from frustrated to angry. "You have to be kidding me. Which channel?" Fred, reading his mind, handed him the TV remote and he flicked over. "Okay, I got it. I'll call you back." They all watched as Tara stood at a podium. Giacomo turned the sound up. As a friend of Mr. Conti's and of late of Ms. Reddy's, I do feel it is my job to advocate for them. Please, if you have any idea of Nora Reddy's whereabouts, please get in contact with the police. Her life could depend on your information. What the hell? Zelika was on her feet, but Giacomo held up his hand. Wait. They watched as Tara, dressed in a conservative navy dress with a white pilgrim collar, looked down as if she were trying to control her emotions. When she looked up into the camera, there were tears in her eyes. I have to confess something. I feel it is my fault that this has happened. She drew in a long breath. Almost a year ago, when I was engaged to Mr. Conti, I had an affair with a man called Lucian Hargati. Yes, the suspect. I don't know what I was thinking. I have regretted it ever since, but Lucian, if you are watching, please don't punish Nora for my mistake. Please bring her home. Thank you. Giacomo was frozen in disbelief. Zelika put a hand on his arm. You and Tara were engaged? He gave a strange laugh. No. At no time. Orlando made a disgusted noise. What is she playing at? She's making it all about her. Zelika looked between the two men. Will it help or hinder the case? I don't know which way. If she pisses Lucian off, gosh. Giacomo was grim-faced. If Nora dies, I'll make Tara's life a living hell. Nora could feel herself fading. The pain in her stomach, really her whole body now, was keeping her awake, and no matter how many aspirins she took, it wasn't getting better. Lucian was beginning to notice. You still got cramps? She nodded. She figured if she told him she was badly hurt, he would kill her rather than take her to the hospital. 3 days. 3 days since she'd been taken, but it felt like a lifetime. Her mind was foggy, and when she looked into the little mirror in the bathroom, she barely recognized herself. Her usually golden skin was a sickly yellow, and there were huge dark circles under her eyes. Now she was feeling so sick that she lay down voluntarily on the bed to sleep and closed her eyes. Sleep evaded her, but when Lucian suddenly cursed loudly at the television, she sat up and took notice. She watched in disbelief as Tara performed for the cameras. Lucian was angry. He looked around at Nora. Can you believe this skank? She couldn't help the words as they shot back at him. Well, you were intimate with her. Surely you would have known exactly what she was like? For a moment, she thought he was going to lose it, and regretted her words. Her body couldn't take another attack. But then, to her surprise, he looked shamefaced. I don't know what I was thinking, Nora. She can't hold a candle to you. Nora felt tears in her eyes. Don't feel bad for him, you crazy woman. She looked away. Doesn't matter anymore. She lay back down and closed her eyes, but the hot tears flooded through them anyway. Lucian obviously saw her shoulders shaking, because he was at her side in a flash. He uncuffed her hand from the bed frame and cradled her in his arms. Nora didn't know how any coherent thought got through to her. All she could think was, let him tell you. This is your chance to convince him to get his guard down. She didn't fight him, as he held her against his chest. They stayed like that for nearly an hour before Lucian's phone rang. He let her go and sat up, sighing. What do you want, Tara? Nora was suddenly desperate for a pee, so she pointed at herself and then the bathroom. Distracted, Lucian nodded and waved his hand. Nora walked slowly, as if her brain wasn't working at 100 miles an hour. She peed, then as she was washing her hands, she listened to Lucian arguing with Tara. Lucian cursed at Tara. What the hell was that farce on the television? Do you think I won't tell them about you? About what you did to that lawyer? Tara laughed. Screw you, Lucian. I told you to kill that tramp, and you not so politely declined. These are the consequences. One thing just thought you should know, I know where you are. Lucian ended the call, cursing and banging on the bathroom door. Nora, come on. We have to go. There was no answer. Damn, was she okay? She hadn't been looking so hot. Lucian banged again. Nora? "Baby, you okay?" When she didn't answer, he opened the door to find nothing. What the hell? He yanked the door wider and he saw her. He saw her in the final second before the towel rail she was holding crashed down on his skull and knocked him senseless. Nora didn't waste a second. She dropped the towel rail and ran. The motel room door was locked, but she knew that if she hunted for the key, Lucian might wake up, and then she'd be a dead woman. She picked up a chair and threw it through the window. It smashed into 1,000 pieces, and she crawled through the hole, ignoring the glass which cut into her skin. And then she was out. "Hey!" She heard someone shout behind her, but ignored him. If it was the manager, Lucien's buddy, she knew he wouldn't help her. She ran barefoot across the rain-soaked parking lot and into a clump of trees. She found herself in a small campground. An unattended tent sat nearby, and without thinking, she darted in, looked around for anything she could use, a cell phone or a weapon. Nothing. A small torch was all she could see, and she swiped it and headed out again. The motel had been halfway up a small mountain, and now Nora pushed forward through the thick trees, ignoring the searing agony of her body and the harsh ground on her bare feet. The adrenaline carried her through as she ran from her certain death. All she could think of was getting back to Giacomo. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, the adrenaline coursing through her, or the fear, but the sounds of pursuit were all she could hear. The rush of the trees and the brush around her as she ran, stumbling in the near full dark. The tiny torch bobbed and weaved, barely helping her at all. She fell, her body slamming against the ground and her ribs against a tree stump, agonizing pain shooting through her. The torch flew from her grip. She lay still, listening. She hadn't imagined it. She could hear his breathing close, so close. A twig snapped less than a foot from where she lay. Then she heard it, the whisper. "Nora, Nora, Nora." The urge to scream was overwhelming, but she didn't move, even closing her eyes in case what little light there was caught them. The world stopped turning. Then he was gone. For a second, Nora couldn't believe it, but then she scrambled to her feet, panting with terror. In a few minutes, she scrambled out onto the road and saw a Chevy truck. She ran toward it but saw the cabin was empty. She tugged on the door and it opened. With a choked laugh of delight, she saw the keys were in the ignition. Somehow she managed to put her foot down, screeching away from the mountain and away from Lucian. Her mind couldn't process the fact she was still alive, and her flight instinct took over, not caring if she was speeding or weaving all over the road. She prayed that a cop car would come along, that she would be stopped, even arrested. At least she would be safe. Now that the energy from the escape was leaving her, the pain returned, and she moaned as she fought off the lightheadedness. She had no idea where she was, so she just kept driving until she began to see road signs. Fresno. She almost burst into tears, so relieved she was still in her home state. "I'm coming home, Giacomo." But the pain was getting worse, and she desperately tried to fight off the dark spots encroaching on her vision. She heard the sudden screech of a police cruiser's sirens, and then the tears did come. Thank you." She pulled the truck over and got out, just as the deputy approached her. "Ma'am, are you okay?" "Ma'am?" Finally knowing she was safe, Nora did the only thing she could and collapsed, unconscious, into the deputy's arms. Giacomo was out driving around, as it was his normal night. He knew it was pointless and that he'd never find her like this, but he had to do something. The rain was getting heavier though, and visibility was poor. He drove around for an hour or two, then went home. The apartment rang with emptiness, with the ghost of her. Every room seemed to remind him of something about her, about them, and about the two of them being so in love. The kitchen, where they would cook together after work or try some new cordon bleu recipe on the weekend, to varying degrees of success. The living room is a place of comfort and relaxation, and very often, it is the place where their intimacy begins before moving to the bedroom. He closed his eyes, imagining her here with him now, her gentle touch, her fingertips tracing down his cheek, and her soft lips against his. Nora. Nora. He was jolted out of his reverie by both his phone ringing and his head of security knocking furiously, then, not waiting for permission to enter, bursting in. Giacomo stood, his phone to his ear, as the man nodded at him. Adrenaline coursed through his body. His security man nodded, smiling broadly. They found her.
Chapter 15.
Zelika's breath was coming in short gasps as she, Orlando, and Fred raced through the hospital corridors. As they turned into the relative's room, she saw Giacomo, his head in his hands, and her heart nearly failed. But then he looked up and smiled, and she saw genuine relief and joy in his eyes. He hugged her. She's going to be okay. She's in surgery at the moment, but the doctors say she should be fine. Zelika could feel the tension in Giacomo's body. What aren't you telling us, Jack? Sit down, all of you, and I'll tell you. Zelika kept a hold of his hand, and Giacomo squeezed it. He beat her. Badly. The docs say she has a splenic injury, and she's been bleeding internally for a couple of days. Luckily, it wasn't a huge rupture or she'd be gone. They're doing a repair now. The rest of her injuries are still bad, but they'll heal. Have you seen her? Giacomo shook his head. Not yet. They had to take her straight into the theater. She escaped, she got free herself. She had to steal a car, but a police cruiser stopped her. Once they realized who she was, they rushed her to hospital. She's back, Zul. She came back to us. Zelika burst into tears, and Giacomo laughed softly. That was my reaction when my head of security told me. I think I might have freaked him out. Orlando hugged his best friend and grinned. That'll do it every time. Gosh, brother, I'm so happy for you. For us all. Giacomo nodded. The police don't really know much yet. She wasn't in the condition to tell them. Except for one name. Lucian. Well, we kind of guessed. Yeah. How long will she be in surgery? Giacomo shook his head. I don't know. I just know I can't wait to see her. Nora opened her eyes, and for a moment, all she could feel was relief that the pain had gone away. Her body felt heavy though, and as she moved, her muscles protested. She sighed and she heard a chair move. Then he was there, her beautiful love, and he was all she could see. Il mio prezioso. Giacomo's smile was so full of love that Nora felt all the tension in her body drain away. Giacomo, ti amo. His lips found hers, but it was a gentle kiss, a tender kiss. Thank you for coming back to me, my beautiful Nora. She felt his tears on her cheeks, and her fingers stroked his dark curls. Always, my love, always. There didn't seem a need for words, not for the moment. Nora wrapped her arms around his neck, and Giacomo half sat, half lay with her. Neither of them saw Zelika look around the door, smile, and quietly back out, closing the door to give them the privacy they deserved. Lucian, his head screeching with pain, was on the run. He had stolen his manager's buddy's car and headed north, trying to get to Oregon. He almost made it. Tara and her henchmen caught up with him at the border. He'd risked checking into a cheap motel under a false name, but one of the staff there recognized him, and at dinner at the adjoining diner that night, had mouthed off to one of her friends that she was going to call the police on him and get a reward. Unluckily for her and Lucian, one of the detectives Tara had hired was sitting in the next booth. Lucian stood underneath the shower for a long time, washing away the blood that had turned his hair red, and thinking of the moment Nora had knocked him out. When he'd come around, saw the broken window, and realized she was gone, he'd given a howl of rag and panic. He'd plunged into the forest, knowing she had only one way down the mountain, and for a brief time thought he had seen her in front of him. He stopped and listened for breaking foliage and heavy breathing. He whispered her name, hoping that if she was hiding nearby, it would freak her out enough for her to blow her own cover. Nothing. Nora was gone. He knew Tara would be even more apoplectic that he'd kept Nora alive and then lost her. Plus, the police would be on his ass. Damn. How the hell did it get to this? He finished his shower and dressed in the thrift store fatigues he'd stolen earlier that day. Attempted murder, kidnapping, actual bodily harm, burglary, theft. They were going to throw the damn book at him. He had just sat down on the bed and flicked the television on when the door was kicked in. Tara's men grabbed Lucian and shoved him against the wall. Tara herself followed them in, her eyes cold, her beauty icy and terrifying. "You fool," she said. "You found every way to mess up my life, your life, and everyone's life. You should have killed Nora when I told you to." Lucian wasn't stupid. He knew there was only one way this was going to go down, so he had nothing left to lose. Go to hell. "Seriously, Lucian, I have to know. How did you ever think Nora would come back to you? She would leave Giacomo Conti for you?" He smiled back without humor. "Well, it worked for you." Tara paused. "And that was my mistake. Yours was not putting a bullet in Nora. A mistake that I will almost certainly have to rectify myself." He sneered at her. "You mean with one of your goons?" The great Ms. Tara Hubert would never get her own hands dirty. Tara gave a small laugh. "That's been your problem all along, Lucian. You underestimate women. You underestimated Nora, and you underestimated me. I'm almost tempted to give Nora her happiness ever after out of sheer admiration, except for the fact that it would mean her winning. And she doesn't get to do that. Don't hurt her." "Really? Now you're concerned about Nora's health? What does it matter anymore?" Tara held out her hand, and one of her men put the gun into it. She pressed the muzzle against Lucian's forehead. "Sorry, Lucian. I'm going to have to make sure now that she dies a really slow. If you had just done what I said." Lucian closed his eyes. "Nora, I'm sorry, I..." Tara pulled the trigger. When Nora had recovered enough to talk to the police, she was more than willing to tell them everything. Giacomo was with her for most of it, holding her hand and trying not to wince as she described the horrors of what had happened to her. Nora, though, was determined that both Lucian and Tara would pay for what they did. "Obviously, I can't prove it," she told the detective, a tall, handsome African-American called Hollister Bean, "but I would stake my life on Tara Hubert having something to do with Carmel Price's murder. If she could just order my murder because I got in the way of her being with Giacomo, she may well have tried to hide her affair with Lucian the same way." "Det." Bean nodded. "It's certainly something we should look into. It might explain that bizarre press conference she held. That pinged our radar immediately." Giacomo smiled grimly. "I can assure you, Detective, that nothing she said in that statement was remotely accurate. We were never engaged. She was never Nora's friend. Don't worry, we believe you. Ms. Reddy, this might be a delicate matter, but the doctors say there was no evidence of an assault. Is that correct?" Nora nodded and glanced at Giacomo. "No, Lucian did not try to force himself on me, this time at least. It was strange. He actually thought that by being nice to me, he could get me to respond to him. I knew that my only chance was to play along with him. Thankfully, it never got to the point where I had to make a choice to go that far." She drew in a deep breath and looked again at Giacomo. "But I would have done anything to get back to you. Anything." She studied him as he nodded. He didn't look away or seem angry. "I understand, mio caro." She didn't know why it was important that she tell him that. After all, she hadn't slept with Lucian, hadn't had to, thank God. But she wanted him to know she would have done everything to get home to him alive. How much she would sacrifice for his love. Giacomo touched her cheek tenderly. "Det." Bean nodded, watching them. "Well, after you escaped, we think he tried to pursue you but gave up. The motel room where you were held was emptied, but we found a hell of a lot of forensics. We're alerting every field office in the country. We'll find him." "What about Tara?" "Obviously, we'll bring her in for questioning, but unless we can definitively tie her to your abduction or Mrs. Price's killing. Lucian will testify against her," Nora was convinced. "They aren't on the best of terms, and he's such a coward. He'll roll on her, I guarantee it. The detective nodded and, pushing his chair back, stood to leave. I'll update you as soon as we know everything. In the meantime, Mr. Conti, I see you have arranged security for Ms. Reddy and yourself. I think that's a good idea. Until we have either Miss Hubert or Mr. Hargitay in custody, I would consider staying somewhere neither of them knows of. Giacomo nodded, and Nora thanked the detective. When they were alone, Giacomo sat on the side of her bed, careful not to jostle Nora. Her surgery had been a keyhole procedure to repair the spleen rather than remove it, but she was still in pain. She clicked the morphine medication button now. Does it hurt very much, mio caro? She smiled at him. Enough that it's distracting me, and the only thing I want to think about is you. He smiled and kissed her. I love you so much, Nora Reddy. She pressed her lips firmly to his. And I you, Giacomo Conti. She leaned her forehead against his. I know they're still out there, but something inside me says that we're almost home clear, you know? That there's nothing we cannot overcome, as long as we love each other. I agree. And to that end, the doctors say you'll be recovering for a few weeks yet. So maybe it's a good time to start planning our wedding. I need you to be my wife. I need to be your husband. It's that simple. She grinned. I'm with you. What were you thinking? Giacomo laughed. Bella, I'm a guy. All I want is to shout out to the world that the most brilliant, beautiful woman in the world somehow wants me. But still, City Hall is also fine. She chuckled. You know what I'd like? I'd like to get married in Italy with Zelika, Orlando, Firma, and your family. I want to meet your family, my love. Giacomo smiled delightedly. Then that's where we'll do it. My family is spread all around the country, but I do own a house in the Tuscan hills. We could get married there if you'd like. Perhaps when you are released and are well enough to travel, we can go there for your recuperation. That sounds heavenly. He moved so he could put his arms around her. I promise only good things from now on, Bella. Zelika waved goodbye to Firma as the child skipped happily into school. She had offered to take the girl, as Orlando had been called to a meeting in the city. As she walked back to Anthology, she felt tired. Now that Nora was safe, she thought she might be able to relax and sleep, but still she was haunted. In her bones, she felt exhausted. She had an appointment with her oncologist later in the week, and her instinct was telling her that he would not have good news. How could he? She'd never been so dog-tired in her life, and she was sure her cancer had worsened. Fred greeted her with a smile when she got to work, and despite herself, Zelika felt better. Fred had been her rock and her comfort at work since everything had happened. I honestly don't know how we coped without you, she told her young friend now. Fred rolled her eyes. Don't give me that. You've been like family to me. Zelika smiled and went into the back room. Family. Strange how life worked out. To Zelika, her family was not the one she grew up in, but rather the one she had found later. Nora. Orlando and Firma. Giacomo. Fred. But maybe, just maybe, there would be a link back to her past. Her stepfather had called her distressed, well, that was an understatement, devastated over Lucien's spiral into this desperate situation. Zelika had always had a distant, but respectful relationship with Peter Hargitay. She'd taken his name when her mother had married him, but after her death, the two of them rarely spoke, communicating mostly by Christmas card or email. Peter had always treated her mother well, so Zelika should not have blamed him for Lucien's behavior, but somehow she felt as if there had been something missing in the man's relationship with his son, something that triggered Lucien's obvious personality flaws. So when he had called and asked to come and see her, she had agreed, mostly because she wanted to get some answers. Her stepfather knew nothing of her illness, and she didn't particularly want to inform him. She called Orlando now and told him, and he immediately offered to be there with her. She was grateful. Ever since Nora's abduction, they had seemed to grow closer, not as romantic partners, but as she hesitated to use the word partners. As if the horror of the kidnapping had reminded them both that life was short and to spend it with the people whom you loved. She hoped her stepfather would find that kind of peace too. Hollister Bean felt every day of his 58 years. He steered the car into the motel parking lot and parked. He remembered coming to this island with Deanna for a day out the year before she had died. She'd loved all the farm shops and the small-town feel of the place. He didn't blame his old buddy Doug for moving here and getting away from the city, but he could never do it. Hollister was a Frisco man, a city man. He lived for the heady, frenetic pace of the homicide department, the growl of the city's underbelly, and the fact no day was the same as the other. Doug was now the police chief on this island on the Columbia River. When he'd called Hollister this morning and told him they had a body that matched Lucian Hargety's description, Hollister hadn't hesitated. He had gotten in his car immediately. As he got out, he noticed Doug across the road in a coffeehouse. Hollister looked at the old movie house's impressive facade, the old marquee offering up promises of fine coffee amongst friends. He smiled slightly at the mock film titles, To Kill a Mockingbird, The Sheltering Chai, Americano Psycho. He locked the car and walked over, pushing open the door and smiling at the pretty dark-haired girl who called out a greeting to him. She was talking to Doug, who turned and smiled at his old boss. Hollister wasn't one for hugs, but seeing the strain on his friend's face, he made an exception. Doug clapped him on the back and introduced him to his pretty friend Nora. Hollister refused her offer of coffee. "Thanks, but I'd sooner get to the scene if it's okay with my young friend here." Doug walked him back to the motel, leading him to a room at the far end of the lot. Already, the place was teeming with crime scene specialists. Doug made an annoyed sound in his throat. "I asked them not to disturb the body. Let's hope they haven't." The word of a small-town chief doesn't carry as much weight as a homicide cop. Hollister looked sideways at him, a small smile playing around his mouth. "Missing the power, Doug?" Doug grinned ruefully. "Some." A bored-looking medical examiner was leaning against the outside, making notes. Doug nodded at him and turned to Hollister. "I'd like you to go in alone for a second, take a quick look, then come out. First impressions." Hollister nodded and walked into the motel room. Flies rose, and a miasma of scavenging automatons swarmed around Hollister as he approached the corpse. He vainly batted a few away, the sheer number of them making his action redundant. The man's body was at the end of the room, spread-eagled on the floor. The smell was overwhelming, the scent of decay and putrefaction hitting the back of Hollister's throat, making him gag. He covered his mouth with a handkerchief and got closer. A bullet straight to the T-zone. Instant death. Lucian Hargety's eyes were open, staring, his face contorted in agony, and his mouth stretched out in a silent scream. Vomit rose in Hollister's throat. He stepped back, trying to avoid the blood that covered the cheap linoleum. He reached the door of the room and stepped into the mercifully fresh air. After a minute or two, he sucked in great lungfuls of oxygen. Doug stood watching, a tired, knowing expression on his face. The M.E. looked between the men curiously. Hollister nodded at him. "You can go in now." He waited until the doctor had gone in, then pulled Doug away from the motel room and the stench and horror. Hollister looked at his friend, his gaze resigned. "Yeah," he said. "It's him." Zelika crept into the room to grab a blanket. Giacomo, lying next to Nora, lifted his head. "Hey," he whispered. "Are you sure you don't mind us taking over your apartment? I feel bad that you're sleeping on your own couch." After Nora was released from the hospital after 10 days, Giacomo had wanted them to go to a hotel, anywhere that Tara wouldn't know, but Nora wanted somewhere familiar. His place was out, as was Orlando's, if Nora's suspicions about Tara's involvement with Carmel's murder were correct. Zelika had offered them her apartment, without hesitation. Tonight she had intended to stay at Orlando's, but she and Nora had been chatting so much that it had gotten way too late. Now Giacomo apologized again for invading her space. She rolled her eyes. "Please." She smiled and went out into the living room. Giacomo, having made sure Nora was fast asleep, followed her out. She okay? He nodded but looked strained. Zelika touched his arm. Hey, she's safe. She's alive. She's mending. Stop beating yourself up. This was not your fault. Giacomo slumped into the armchair and shook his head. Zelika sat opposite her friend, concern on her face. It's him. He did this. He's the only one at fault here. Well, him and that, gosh, I can't think of a name bad enough for that tramp of an ex-girlfriend of yours. Crusty Skank Womble. She looked pleased with her invention. Giacomo grinned. See, there you go. I knew you had it in you. Zelika smiled but then was silent. The thought of Tara wanting to kill Nora, I can't bear it, Giacomo. Her eyes filled with tears and he got up and hugged her. I know. It defies explanation. But that's the difference between her and us. There's a part of me that believes, really believes, that she isn't human. How the hell did I ever get involved with her? Giacomo sat on the arm of her chair, his expression confused. For a moment, he was silent. He looked up when he heard a noise from the bedroom. Zelika squeezed his arm. Get back in there, soldier. He nodded. Thanks, Zul. When he'd gone, closing the door quietly behind him, Zelika pulled the blanket over her and rested her head on the arm of the couch. Today, although she hadn't told anyone, her oncologist had confirmed her fears. The cancer had spread. She had been calm, nodded, and asked him about treatment options. More surgery. More chemo. She hadn't had time to process it yet, and now she found out she didn't want to. Don't wallow. Just deal with it step by step, and it'll be okay. Her cell phone was bleeped with a text message. How are you doing, kiddo? Orlando. She smiled, feeling a smidge like a third wheel. Otherwise good. I can come get you. Firm as at yet another sleepover. I swear that girl has more friends than I have hair on my head. Zelika giggled. Then I accept, but I'll take a cab. No way. I can be there in 20. Zelika hesitated, then laughed softly. Okay, but I'll come down. Nora's asleep. Gotcha. 15 minutes later, she had scribbled a hasty note to Nora and Giacomo, and sneaking back into her bedroom, she managed to grab her wash bag and a change of clothes. Nora and Giacomo were asleep, Nora wrapped protectively in Giacomo's arms, and Zelika couldn't help watching them for a few minutes. They looked so contented, so together, that it made Zelika's heart hurt. The only time she felt like that was with Orlando. She knew then that she was lost, that she loved him completely, and when she saw his email as he drove up to the sidewalk outside her apartment, she knew she had to tell him. She got into the car, and he leaned over to kiss her cheek. She deliberately moved so that she could kiss his lips. He looked surprised, then responded, his fingers coming up to cup her face. Zul? I'm tired of waiting, Orlando. So tired. I mean, no disrespect to Carmel. I promise you that I'm in love with you. I think I have been from the start. He opened his mouth to speak, but she shook her head. Please let me finish this before I chicken out. Lando, my cancer has spread. Now, it's not hopeless by any means, but there is a risk I might not make it. I want to be upfront about that. And so if you have any doubts, I can get out of this car right now and we'll call it even. I don't want to put you through that pain again, if you feel anything for me like I feel for you. So cards are on the table. I love you, and I want to be with you. I might have limited time left. I don't know. By the time she finished speaking, her voice was shaking. For a long moment, Orlando gazed at her, then quite deliberately started the car. Zelika took a shaky breath in, and he smiled at her. Let's go home, baby, he said in a low, tender voice. Let's go home. Orlando smiled, but 3 hours later, when the police came to tell Zelika that her stepbrother was dead, the smile disappeared. Lucian is dead. Nora softly repeated it to herself again, as she dried herself after taking a long hot shower. She could barely believe it herself. The whole world had seemed to shift on its axis when the police told her, and Giacomo, as if her life before Giacomo had never existed, and that Lucian, the man they were talking about, had been a stranger to her. She felt relief for herself, sadness for what might have been if Lucian hadn't gone off the rails, and concern for Zelika. Hollister Bean was coming to see them in an hour, but Nora didn't know how to feel. They had precious few details other than Lucian was dead. When Hollister told them Lucian had been murdered, Giacomo and the detective exchanged a glance. Tara? We think so. We have a warrant out for her arrest, but to be honest, without Lucian Hargaty's evidence. Giacomo cursed under his breath, glancing at Nora. Then it settled. We're leaving the country. I'm taking Nora to Italy for the rest of her recuperation. Hollister nodded. I think that's a good idea. Nora's hands were tingling with unease. What about Zul? Or Orlando and Firma? If what we think is true, they're not safe either. Giacomo sighed. We'll talk to them. Obviously, I can't make them come with us. If they don't want to, then I'll make sure they have the best security in place. Hollister nodded. Good plan. I think you, Nora, are still in the greatest danger, you and Giacomo. If she's as psychotic as we think. She is. Giacomo sounded angrier than Nora had ever seen him. His eyes had a dangerous intensity to them, and his brow was deeply furrowed. He looked beautiful and terrifying at the same time, an avenging angel. When you find Tara, let her know from me. I will never stop trying to bring her down. Later, Giacomo drove them back to their apartment to pack for Italy. As Nora emptied the chest of drawers, she looked deep in thought. What are you thinking, mio caro? She looked up and gave him a smile. I was just thinking how Tara is at the root of everything. If she hadn't cheated on you, we might never have met in the first place. Giacomo nodded, but his face was serious. Possibly. But I like to believe we would have found our way to each other. Nora smiled. I think so too. Giacomo put down the stack of t-shirts he was about to put in his case, and took her in his arms. Principessa, I'm certain of it. Gosh, Nora, he stroked her long hair back over her shoulder. There would be no life without you. None? Right back at you, handsome. I can't wait to be your husband, mio caro. She grinned. You might regret that, I'm a terrible nag. He chuckled. Well, I know that already. She laughed and leaned into his body. How long did the doctor say until we could? She trailed off with a knowing look in her eyes. Giacomo chuckled. Bella, we have to be strong for at least the next month. I don't want to risk your health. She grumbled and he grinned. Although, there are other ways we could enjoy ourselves that wouldn't involve too much strain. He made her lie down on the bed, then pushed her dress up to her hips. Nora grinned down at him. Where you going, Buster? He laughed softly. 2 hours later, they were on his private jet heading across the country. Nora was asleep in the little bedroom at the back of the plane, but Giacomo was unable to sleep. He grabbed his phone and headed back into the main cabin. He called his head of security. Any news on Tara's whereabouts? We have a few leads, sir. One of my contacts said she was in New York at the weekend. She may still be there, but she's in hiding. She knows the police are after her, but she definitely realizes that if we get to her first. If we get to her first, take her to the hangar. I want to deal with her myself. Of course. We've briefed your team in Italy. They're doing daily security sweeps at the villa. Good. Giacomo sighed and rubbed his hand over his eyes. The one advantage she has is who her contacts are. Where they are. Her father was a mob boss, right? Right? Look, just do what you can to keep her and her goons away from Nora. She won't get near, boss. Giacomo prayed he was right. Tara's father, George, glared at his daughter as she strode into his home in Chicago. What the hell kind of mess have you got into now, girl? Murder? She waved her hand. Pa, I am your daughter. I had a problem. I dealt with it. With all the subtlety of a wrecking ball. Tara shrugged. Her father didn't scare her, something he'd always admired in her. She was totally without empathy. George Hubert recognized the psychopath in his daughter, and even encouraged it. But her propensity for not thinking her actions through was beginning to threaten their lives. Tara, this is going to take a while to figure out. She raised her eyebrows at him. Really? It's such a little thing. Let me understand this. George got up. You cheated on your rich, good-looking boyfriend. Your boyfriend's best friend's wife catches you out, so you have her killed. Just so happens, she's a prominent human rights lawyer. Not very low-key. Then your boyfriend finds out you're sleeping with this nobody, and to get revenge, he hires the romantic partner's girlfriend. Then he falls in love with the girlfriend. Tara shifted uncomfortably in her chair, knowing her father was about to get angry. She hated it when he got angry. You make it sound so petty, ridiculous. That's because it is, Tara. It is. For the love of God. Why did you kill Lucian Hargitay? Dad, they haven't got a case. There's no evidence. Except you ran. You don't think that looks suspicious? Tara said nothing. She could feel herself regressing back to a sulky teen. Her father sighed. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to contact the police and offer to fully cooperate with them. If what you say is true, then we don't have a problem except with the press, and we can work on that. Tara sat fuming but then nodded. Fine. I'm confident the police have nothing on me, but if I'm going to risk it, I need you to do something for me. What? She smiled grimly. Giacomo's fiancé never gets to see her wedding day. George Hubert glared at his daughter for a long moment, then almost imperceptibly he gave a nod. Her murder was the last thing on Nora's mind as she walked through the cool stone corridors of Giacomo's Tuscan villa. The place was from a fantasy, she thought, all billowy white drapes at the windows and outside, the Tuscan countryside with rolling hills and olive groves. Heaven, she sighed, and Giacomo smiled at her. I'm glad you like it. Understatement. I think I must be dreaming. He took her hand and led her inside to his bedroom. There was a huge four-poster bed with draped white mosquito netting and pure white Egyptian cotton sheets. But then her attention was solely on the gorgeous man who took her in his arms and kissed her. I can't wait until I can be with you properly. But until then, we can still enjoy each other. Giacomo looked down at her. You're frowning. She told him what she was thinking, and his smile faded. I know, mio amore, I'm angry too. But I thank the stars every day that you're still here, that you're safe. They lay together in comfortable silence for a time, Giacomo's long warm fingers stroking her skin. Giacomo? If it weren't for Zul and Orlando and your work, I could easily stay here forever. He laughed. I know, Principessa. It's tempting, no? But as you say, we have our family back in San Francisco. My work, eh? I have been thinking of taking a step back anyway, and doing something different as a side project. Really? What? Something charitable, but I have no idea what yet. I thought we could work on whatever it might be together. Nora felt excited. Really? I would love that. We make a good team. Nora smiled at him. We do. She felt grateful all over again for this lovely man who had given her so much and who believed in her so absolutely. Gosh, il mio amore. I pray these few weeks go fast. She laughed and kissed him. Me too, baby. Me too.
Chapter 16.
Firma looked between her father and Zelika and nodded slowly. Good. Daddy has been lonely, and I hate that. Zelika and Orlando waited for her to say more, but she merely smiled at them. Zelika shot a glance at Orlando before taking the young girl's hand. Firma, I'm not trying to replace your mommy. No one could ever do that. I miss her so much, so I know you do. Firma nodded. I know. It's a separate thing. Orlando beamed. When did you get so smart? Firma giggled. I'm not silly, Daddy. I know that you and Zelika like each other. I told Aunt Claudette that I thought you should be together and make each other happy now. Zelika felt both happy about Firma's response and uneasy about Claudette. Although she had always gotten along just fine with Orlando's sister, there still had been a distance too. Claudette was not easily won over, Zelika guessed. She asked Orlando later, and he confirmed his sister's stoic nature. I'm the emotional one in our family, he admitted with a rueful smile. Claudie has always been the rock, the steady one. But you shouldn't be nervous, she does like you. But will she like us? Zelika fretted, and Orlando kissed her. Of course she will. She wants me to be happy too. But at lunch with his sister later on that week, Claudette raised her doubts. I'm scared, she admitted. Scared that because Zelika is still so sick, she won't pull through, and that you and Firma will be right back where you were after Carmel died. Orlando nodded slowly. I understand that, Claudie. But Zelika is getting the treatment she needs. She's going to be fine. Zelika sat in the chair at the oncologist's office and waited to see the oncologist. It had been a few weeks now, and tomorrow she would be admitted to hospital for her surgery. The oncologist smiled at her. Ready for the big day? I'm going to get all those suckers out. You'll see that I do. She smiled at his optimism. Doc, give me the hard truth. Do you think you can get them all? He nodded. Look, I'm not being gung-ho or telling you what you want to hear. From your scans, the tumors are where we can get them, and with a course of chemo, I don't see why you shouldn't go into remission. Obviously, there are no guarantees, but I'm very optimistic. At home, she packed her overnight bag for the stay, then on a whim she called Nora in Italy. It had been a few weeks now that Nora had been in Tuscany, and Zelika missed her friend. Hey babe. Nora sounded relaxed and happy, and it lifted Zelika's heart. Ciao Bella. How are you? Nora laughed. I'm very good, thank you. Had my last appraisal at the hospital today. Zelika laughed, knowing what that meant. How's the wedding planning coming along? Have you met Giacomo's family yet? His brother and sister are coming tomorrow. I met his parents. His mom is lovely. Zelika heard the slight tension in her friend's voice. And his dad? Nora hesitated. He's hard to read. I'm not sure he doesn't think of me as a gold digger yet. Zelika made a disgusted noise. I hope Giacomo put him straight. Nora half laughed. I haven't said that to Giacomo. It's just the impression I got. I may be wrong. Gosh, I miss you, bub. Zelika felt a pang. I miss you too. Hopefully, we'll be together soon. How are things going with Lando? Zelika smiled. Blissful. But you know, early days. How are you feeling now? Do you have any news for us? It was on the tip of her tongue to tell Nora about her surgery, wanting to hear her friend comfort her and tell her everything was going to be okay. But she knew Nora would want to drop everything and fly back immediately, and there was no way Zelika would deprive her of her time with Giacomo, not after everything they'd been through. Later, when Orlando got home with Firma, they cooked together, Firma holding court about her day and a show-and-tell she had nailed as her father and Zelika moved around each other. Firma knew about Zelika's surgery, and when Zelika went to kiss her goodnight later on, she hugged Zelika tightly. I know everything is going to be okay, Zuli. I just know it. Zelika had hidden the tears in her eyes as she hugged the little girl. Orlando was undressing as she went into the bedroom. She smiled at him, and he took her into his arms. How are you feeling, baby? She leaned her body against his. Exhausted, I've got to admit. He pressed his lips to hers and she responded, sighing into the kiss. Baby, everything is going to be okay. She chuckled. Your daughter just said exactly the same thing. Smart girl. Takes after her dad. She laughed and climbed onto the bed, tugging him after her. Come lay down with me. Orlando cradled her in his arms, and Zelika felt safe in his stronghold. Lando? Yeah, babe. If anything does go wrong, or they can't take all the cancer out, then we'll deal with whatever comes along. Whatever comes along, Zelika. I love you. Firma loves you. We are a family. Zelika realized then that although she wanted Nora here, both she and her friend now had their person, the love of their lives, who would support them and in turn who they could lean on. Nora had Giacomo, and she had Orlando. Zelika stroked his face now. Thank you, my darling. Thank you. Giacomo had come from a lunch with his father, and his mood was bleak. Although he had suspected some reticence on his father's part about his forthcoming marriage, he hadn't realized the depth of his dad's doubts about Nora. I don't understand where she came from, Enrico Conti had told his son. First, she is just the girlfriend of Tara's romantic partner, and then she is suddenly your fiancé? Giacomo had fixed his father with a cold look. After everything Nora has been through, you think she has ulterior motives? Really, Papa? You met her, her loyalty, her love, and her sweet nature shine out from her. How can you think like that when you never once accused Tara, who at this point might be a murderer, of the same thing? His father waved a hand. I don't believe that for a second, and besides, Tara is from our world. And what world is that? Wealth. Status. Breeding. Giacomo pushed his chair back, making a disgusted noise. Nora is the classiest person I know, Papa, and very soon she'll be my wife. Do you honestly think money matters to her? It matters to everyone. Giacomo was still thinking of his father's words as he drove back from Florence. Switching the engine off, he sat in the car for a long moment, trying to get rid of the tension in his shoulders. It was early evening, and dusk was beginning to fall. The villa was lit by soft, warm light coming from a few of the windows. At the perimeter of the grounds, he could see his security guards keeping vigilance. In the evenings, his staff would go back to their own homes after dinner, and he and Nora would have the place to themselves. Nora, even thinking her name made the tightness in his chest ease, replaced with a certainty. The certainty of love and of destiny. She was his future, and no one would ever come between them again. He got out of the car and went into his home. The villa was quiet, but as he turned into the hallway, the huge staircase to the second floor in front of him, he saw her. She had lit candles and placed them all the way up the staircase, and now she sat, clothed in a simple white dress, her long dark hair pulled over one shoulder. Buonasera il mio amore. Hello, Giacomo. I've been waiting for you. Ti amo, he said, with all the feeling inside him. Ti amerò per sempre, Nora ready. Per sempre. I'll love you forever. Afterward, she fell asleep in his arms, and Giacomo buried his face in her hair, breathing her in. How had he lived before Nora? He couldn't fathom it. Sleep found him quickly, as he was exhausted, but it was an uneasy sleep. The nightmares began almost immediately. Their wedding. Thousands of white flowers were bedecking the terrace at the villa, and all of their friends and family gathered to celebrate them. Nora was an angel in white, and her eyes were glued to him, her smile full of joy. She walked down the aisle on Orlando's arm and almost reached them, when Giacomo felt a cold breeze sweep over him, and clouds went across the sun. As Nora approached where Giacomo was waiting, a figure stepped between them. In horror, Giacomo watched as the figure pressed a gun to Nora. At first she didn't react, and Orlando seemed not to notice the shooter, but he dropped Nora's arm and stepped away. Then, there was no one there except Nora and Giacomo. He tried to go to her, but he couldn't move, and as he watched, spots of red appeared on her wedding dress. Nora looked confused as the blood began to pour from her wounds. She looked at Giacomo. "But I'm pregnant," she said softly. "I have a daughter, Firma, our daughter. Why would anyone do this?" She crumpled to the floor, and the scene was suddenly awash with a wave of blood. All Giacomo could do was open his mouth and scream, and all he could taste was death. Giacomo. Giacomo. Stop, it's okay. It was just a dream. Stop. You're hurting me, stop. He opened his eyes and recoiled away from Nora. He collapsed back against one of the bedposts and sat, panting for air. "Gosh, Nora, scusa, I'm so sorry." Nora, her eyes wide and frightened, reached out a hand to him. "It's okay, baby, truly. You were screaming." For a second, his mind whirled, and he couldn't make sense of anything. He pressed his fingers into his eyes. Mio Dio. Nora sat in silence, waiting for him. Her hand stroked his arm gently. He'd hurt her. He opened his eyes and took her hands, studying her wrists. "They're fine, Giacomo." "Seriously? I'm more worried about you." Nora gently extracted one of her hands and touched his face. "How long have you been having nightmares?" He sighed. "They started when you were missing, and stopped after I knew you were going to be okay. I have no idea why it started again." Nora gave him a small, mischievous smile. "Maybe something to do with heightened emotion?" His body relaxed then. "Are you sure I didn't hurt you?" "Absolutely sure." "Do you want to tell me about the dream?" He shook his head. "No, I don't want to think about it." She crawled over to him and curled herself into his arms. "Then maybe we can do something to distract you." He smiled down at her fondly. Insatiable. "You betcha."
Chapter 17.
Grayson Harris was used to getting jobs from George Hubert. Hubert called him when he wanted someone dealt with speedily and discreetly, and as long as he was paid upfront, he was happy to do it. Lately, however, he has felt dissatisfaction with his job. The people he was hired to kill, some of them he was sure, didn't deserve to be dealt with that way. And then there was Delilah, his granddaughter and the love of his life. Her chocolate brown eyes and merry nature gave him something he could not describe. A new outlook on life. Maybe, he thought to himself now, as he sat down opposite Hubert. That old cliché, but it was true. She made him believe in good again. Was it too late to redeem himself? He'd never liked George Hubert, but he knew the other man trusted him to get the job done. It satisfied Grayson that he was the one person Hubert seemed afraid of. Hubert handed him a manila folder now. "I need it done quickly and discreetly." Grayson opened the folder and took out the photograph. A woman? That was a first for Hubert and Grayson. Hubert didn't look comfortable, and suddenly Grayson realized that maybe this wasn't Hubert's job. He knew all about Tara, Hubert's spoiled pain of a daughter. He would wager any amount of money that this woman in the photo was Tara's ex's new woman. "Put a bullet in her, and I'll make sure you're paid double your normal fee." Grayson put the folder back on the desk. "I don't kill innocent women." Hubert sat back, dissatisfied. "Look, normally I wouldn't ask, triple fee." "Come on, man, you don't even know her." Grayson stared at him. He looked back down at the photograph. Gosh, she was a beauty. Long dark hair, curvaceous body, chocolate brown eyes. He gazed at the picture for a long moment, then gave his answer to George Hubert. Tara had been questioned for 24 hours and released without charge. She was almost gleeful as she left the station with her father's lawyer, but back at the house, her father merely nodded. "Fine? Is the other thing arranged?" Her father turned cold eyes on her. "Nora ready, will be dead soon enough. But you little tramp, you will spend the rest of your life making this mess up to me and to the family." Tara rolled her eyes. Whatever. She never saw her father's hand before it slammed into her face. The force of the blow knocked her out of the chair and onto the floor. Before she could make a sound, her father picked her up and threw her across the room. She crashed into a cabinet of fine china, the glass breaking. She slumped to the floor and started to sob, wailing as he approached her again. He bent down and took her chin between his fingers. Now girl, you will start to make this right so that when Ms. Reddy is murdered it doesn't come back to us. Because I swear, Tara, I don't care if you are my daughter, if you bring this down on my house, you'll meet a fate far worse than she does. Zelika opened her eyes and tested herself, searching for the pain. She knew she was on a morphine drip, but still, post-operative pain was a certainty. Yet she felt nothing. Damn, am I dead? Then she heard voices, familiar voices. Zuli? A child's voice followed a man's deep mellifluous tones, calling her name. Yes, I'm here. She blinked and tried to focus as her vision cleared, then she saw them. She saw them and she smiled. Firma. Orlando. Both were grinning like maniacs at her, and she knew without being told what the surgeons had achieved. She was cancer-free. Orlando had called Nora and Giacomo after the surgery, and now he told Zelika that they were coming over for a week to see her. Nora had called, and Zelika could tell she was delighted and overwhelmed, even if she remonstrated with Zelika for not telling her about the surgery. When Nora arrived at the hospital, she threw her arms around Zelika, and the two women hugged for what seemed like an hour. When Zelika finally drew away, both of them started crying. You look wonderful. Nora sniffed, smiling through her tears, and Zelika laughed. Yes, we both do rock the snot. Nora laughed, and Giacomo cleared his throat. Listen, why don't we leave you two alone and go grab some coffee? He bore Orlando and Firma off to the hospital's cafeteria. How do you feel? Really? Zelika nodded. Seriously, so good. Better than I have for months. I think that's having the cloud lifted away from me, mentally as much as it is physically, you know? Nora nodded and grinned. I do. Gosh, Zul. It's so good to see you. Zelika studied her friend. And what about you? You're glowing? Nora grinned shyly. All good, I swear. Now listen, maid of honor, we have some dress shopping to do when you feel up to it. I'm there. Have you been to the bookstore yet? Nora nodded. We checked in with Fred this morning. That girl is a force of nature. The place looks great. Zelika nodded. Yep, we landed on our feet there. When are you getting out of here? A couple of days, hopefully. No later than Friday, thank God. Nora grinned. The food that bad? Zelika snickered. No, but you know me, I'm fussy. Well, if you're up to it, Giacomo and I would like to take you out to dinner when you get out of here. Zelika smiled. In that case, I'm definitely getting out of here as soon as possible. Zelika was zipping herself into a beautiful red dress. During her sickness, she had lost about 60 pounds from her already slender frame, and now she wanted to get her athletic but curvy figure back. Orlando, already dressed, was watching her from his reclined deposition on the bed. She grinned at his reflection in the mirror. You know, you could help. Chuckling, he got up and came over to her, drifting a fingertip down her bare spine and making her shiver. She leaned back into his touch for a second, then decided that was a bad idea, as her dress hit the floor and he was carrying her back to bed. We're going to be so late. They won't mind, they're probably doing exactly the same thing as us. They were an hour late to the restaurant, and as soon as Nora saw them, she started laughing. Don't worry, we only just got here too. The meal was exquisite, and the four friends chatted amiably about the wedding. So you'll obviously let me fly you all over myself, right? Giacomo looked at his friend, who laughed. On this occasion, yes, buddy. I'll let you spend some exorbitant price on flying my family and me to Italy. Good. No arguments, said Giacomo in a tone that made Nora giggle. See, I let you be masterful one time, and you think you can do it all the time. Giacomo laughed and kissed her cheek, murmuring something into her ear that made her blush. Nora looked radiant, Zelika thought to herself. Absolutely radiant. She was wearing a white cotton dress, which glowed against her dusky skin, and her dark hair was pulled into a messy bun at the nape of her neck. Gosh, you two will have beautiful kids, she thought as she looked at Nora and Giacomo, their heads bent close together, as they flirted with each other. You were made for each other. They lingered over coffee, until finally, at just past 11 p.m., Giacomo glanced at his watch. I hate to be the party pooper, but I have a meeting at 7 a.m. Boo, said Nora, but she stood up with him. As they all walked from the restaurant, Orlando put his arm around Zelika's shoulders. Nora and Giacomo stood outside waiting for them. Zelika never saw it coming. There was confusion, people on the street pushing past them, Giacomo's raised voice, a man who was staring intently at Nora, and then Zelika heard it. Pop. 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 Her ears rang as she recognized them as gunshots. What the hell? Everything seemed to go in slow motion. Nora jerked backward, and as she fell, Giacomo caught her, and Zelika saw the blood. No. No, please, this can't be happening. There was a buzzing in her ears. Giacomo cradled Nora in his arms, sobbing, his hand pressing down on the bullet wounds she had. Nora's eyes were closed, and she didn't respond when Giacomo screamed her name. Zelika saw the shooter, the killer, disappear into the crowds. People were screaming, and she could already hear sirens, but it was her best friend's face from which she couldn't take her eyes. Nora. Nora. Wake up. Orlando, his face a mask of horror, was crouched next to Giacomo and his stricken love, begging Nora to be okay. Zelika fell to her knees. Giacomo looked up at her. I can't wake her up. His voice was broken. Zelika felt useless. Numb. Paramedics were there then. That was fast. No pulse. No. No. Don't you dare die, Nora. Not now. Let's get to her to the ER. In a taxi cab following the ambulance, Orlando's arms tightened around her. The emergency room chaos. Please let her be okay. Hours of surgery. Hours. The surgeon is coming to see them. The sadness and regret in his eyes. No. No. This isn't real. But it was real. Nora was dead. George Hubert listened to the message, then put the phone down and went to find Tara. His daughter was in her old bedroom, wearing old sweats, no makeup covering the bruises on her face. He felt no sympathy for her. It's done, he said to her, and she nodded. Good. George sighed. No, I mean, it's done. The girl's dead, and so is our relationship. You destroyed what was left of my patience, Tara. Get your stuff. Hugo will drive you back to the city. I don't want to see you again. He left his daughter staring after him and walked back to his study. It had been a long time since he had known Tara was a liability. So now he'd had enough. She had enough of her own money. She wouldn't suffer. He just hoped she kept her head and stayed away from Giacomo Conti. Because George Hubert was 100% sure his daughter would not survive that encounter. At 6 a.m. the following morning, Giacomo came to get them, his face blank. Come with me. He led them down into the basement halls of the hospital, and past steam pipes and shadowy closets. He asked them to follow him into a room that was poorly lit, and at first Zelika, her eyes swollen from crying, didn't see him. When Giacomo flicked the light on, she blinked, then recoiled for a second. You son of a gun. It was Nora's killer. Zelika lost her senses and flew at him, her fingers outstretched to scratch his eyes out. Zul, stop. Zul froze and then turned to see her best friend, her dead but somehow very much alive best friend, step out of the shadows. What is going on? Orlando looked as shocked as Zelika. Nora took Giacomo's hand, and Zelika could see she was trembling. I'm sorry we had to put you through last night, but we needed it to look real. For everyone else. She nodded at the killer. This is Grayson Harris. He was hired by Tara's father to kill me. He chose another path. Zelika felt the energy drain out of her, and she sank into a chair. Why? Why not go to the police? Grayson Harris half smiled. I'm afraid that's my fault, or rather my old occupation's job. Zelika stared at him with cold eyes. Why should any of us care if you're arrested, Mr. Harris? Because he could have just taken George Hubert's money, killed Nora, and gotten clean away. Giacomo's voice was calm, but there was a tiny break in it, and Zelika softened. Right? She turned back to Nora, who was watching her with a wary look in her eyes. So why the charade? We need Tara to think Nora is dead. We need her to show her hand. We think she's hiding out at her dad's place, somewhere we can't get to her. If she thinks Nora is dead, she might try the whole lean on me thing. She'll come out of the woodwork or whatever, and then we'll have her. Giacomo looked at Orlando. Lando, Grayson found out something you should hear. Orlando blanched, obviously guessing what he was about to say. Carmel's murder. He faced Grayson, his gaze intent on the other man. Just tell me, was it you? Grayson stood. No. I don't kill women. I swear that to you. I'm very sorry for your loss. To be honest, I was somewhat of a fan of your wife's, as bizarre as that might sound for someone like me. I didn't kill her. He looked at Nora and smiled. I would not have killed you either, Ms. Reddy. But you know that. I do. Nora gave a nervous laugh. Excuse me, but this whole thing is just bizarre to me. Still. Zelika walked over to her and wrapped her arms around her. I understand why you did what you did, and great acting by the way, both of you, but man, when this is all over, I'm opening a can of whoop ass on you, buddy. Nora laughed and hugged her. I don't blame you, it was pretty grim. Even the surgeon and emergency room staff were in on it. Amazing what funding a new wing of the hospital will get you, Giacomo smiled, and Zelika nodded. Right? Orlando cleared his throat. So how is this going to work? I mean, you can't just walk out of here. The paparazzi are already baying for blood out front. Nora nodded. I'm going to be a master of disguise. Really? No, she grinned at him. I'll be wearing a surgical mask and scrubs. It really is that complicated. Then I'll get a cab to a hotel and camp out there for a few days until we see how the land lies. Giacomo slid his arm around her waist. Not too long, Principessa. And if it's safe, then I'll sneak in. So what now? Now we'll just have to wait. Nora opened the door of the hotel room a crack and chuckled. You just couldn't stay away, huh? She opened the door, pulled Giacomo inside, and locked the door again. He caught her mouth with his, lingering over the kiss. Nora laughed as Giacomo lay down by her side, both catching their breath. Well, earlier I was exploring this hotel. Do you know what? They have a rooftop. Giacomo propped himself up on his elbow. You don't seem to understand this whole keep out of sight thing, do you? Nora laughed. I was careful. Besides, no one saw me. Anyway, I was thinking. Giacomo smirked. Dirty girl. Nora pressed her body against his. Well, if it doesn't appeal. Giacomo considered it for a long moment, and his cell phone buzzed. Hold that thought, mio caro. He grabbed his phone and read the text message. In an instant, his face changed from playful to a fierce triumph. He looked at Nora, his eyes blazing. Guess what? What? Tara took the bait. Tara sat in the hotel restaurant, idly flicking through her text messages. Or should I say old text messages, she thought. Her friends had drifted away from her of late, and she was sure they all blamed for Nora's murder. They had been friends of Giacomo too before he split with Tara, and now they had chosen sides. Well, who cares? Tara wasn't at all bothered by their disloyalty. She had her career and her money, and now she was finally free of her father and his nonsense. Maybe she should rehire that dude to kill her father. She was lost in thought, waiting for Giacomo to show up, when the maitre d' appeared by her side. Miss Hubert? I have a call at the front desk for you. Really? Who is it? Mr. Conti, I believe. Why hadn't he called her cell phone? Tara sighed, got up, and followed the maitre d' out to the reception. He indicated a phone just inside the office. Tara walked in and picked up the phone. Hello? Bootramp. Nora's voice was hard. Shocked, Tara didn't have time to respond before someone grabbed her from behind, and a needle was stuck into her neck. Zelika had kissed Orlando before he left the house on his way to meet Giacomo, Nora, and the very captive Tara. Zelika looked up at him. Don't do anything, I mean if she tries to. She couldn't get the words out, and he gave her a half smile. Just say it plain, kiddo. Zelika drew in a deep breath. Stay, you. You are better than her. He kissed her cheek. I promise. Even if she acts up. His face got serious then. But I can't tell Giacomo or Nora what to do. If they want Tara dead, then it's their decision, but I cannot imagine Nora going for it. Orlando studied her. Tara killed your brother. You have as much to say to her as anyone. I could get a sitter for Firma. Zelika shook her head. Lucian was dead to me the minute he attacked Nora. I want Firma to feel safe in her bed. Orlando kissed her softly. I love you, you know. Zelika smiled up at him. I do know. Ditto. Orlando laughed. Girl, you've been watching Ghost again. Ever get sick of it? Hell no. Hurry home to me. I will.
Chapter 18.
Tara opened her eyes. Tied tightly to a hardwood chair, she blinked in the cold light of the hangar. The air was cold, and the private jet stood silently in the huge building. She recognized it immediately. Conti 1. She'd flown on it many times. She wasn't surprised to see who her captors were. Her eyes fixed on the woman who sat on the desk opposite her. You just won't die, will you? Tara's speech was slurred, and humiliatingly, she felt a gob of drool spill from the side of her mouth. Nora smiled coldly. Oh, I will. Just at the end of a long, happy life with Giacomo, instead of when a spoiled, bratty little tramp like you decides it's time. Tara smirked. I swear you must have a magical vagina. Lucian wouldn't kill you when I told him to. Giacomo is like a dog on a leash. I should have gotten. She trailed off when she saw Orlando step into her field of vision. Should have gotten, the same man you hired to kill my wife to kill Nora? Tara was silent. She glanced around to see Giacomo watching her, his fury all too evident and his green eyes dark with anger. She studied him, this man she used to love. Wait, did she really ever love him? Yes. Gosh, he was beautiful. She looked back at Nora. Tara knew in her heart that she would never match up to Nora Reddy in any department, beauty, brains, courage. She looked away from Nora's steady glance. I suppose this is where you kill me and dispose of my body? You, she nodded at Orlando. I can see it in your eyes. The rage. The need for vengeance. Orlando's expression was like stone. So that's an admission then? You had my wife murdered? Tara clamped her mouth shut. Giacomo walked over to her, and despite her bravado, she shrank back in the chair. He put a hand on each arm of her chair, and leaned in so his face was inches from hers. You would think that, he said softly. You would automatically assume that we brought you here to kill you. Because that's your go-to, isn't it, Tara? Murder. You had Carmel killed because she found out about you sleeping with Hargitay. You killed Hargitay because he wouldn't kill Nora. And you tried to have my beautiful girl killed out of sheer spite. He pinched Tara's chin between his fingers. We are not like you, Tara. She jerked her chin away from him. The hell with you, Giacomo. He smiled a chilly, icy smile. You wish, you little tramp. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to deliver you to the police. You're going to admit everything and take your punishment. Or? He glanced around at Nora, who nodded. Or you can walk free from here. Tara blinked. What? You can go free. She started to laugh hysterically. The hell with you people. Have the balls to take your revenge. Giacomo half smiled. Oh, we already are. Your name is poison now. Every contact you have will no longer take your call. Every contract is now null and void. No restaurant will take your booking, no fashion designer will hire you to walk in their shows, and no magazine wants you on their cover. Ever. Tara sneered at him. I don't believe you. They still have to sell their product, but who does that better than me? Giacomo looked over at Nora and winked. She beamed back at him and Tara laughed. Her? She doesn't have what it takes to do my job. Nora chuckled derisively. Yes, the capacity to stand up straight and walk somehow eludes me. Giacomo gave a genuine laugh then, before looking back at Tara. Nora doesn't have to sell herself out like you, but, funnily enough, they were interested in the story of the beautiful girl who survived, the gorgeous woman with a brain the size of Sicily and a heart of gold. Think about it, Tara, who would they rather have? The washed-up ice queen who treats people like crap? Or the warm-hearted heroine who escaped a madman and is about to marry the luckiest man in the world? Nora hopped off the desk and came to stand next to him, linking her fingers with his. Tara watched them, her eyes narrowed. So, Nora will be taking over all your commitments before retiring from modeling to do, actual work. Nora chuckled, looking up at her love. So cheeky. Giacomo kissed her. I know. I couldn't resist. Tara spat at them. Gosh, you make me sick. Nora turned to her. You know what, Tara? I would never trust a man who hurt a woman. Hit her. As much as both Giacomo and Orlando would love a freebie at kicking your ass right now, neither of them would stoop that low. Me, on the other hand? I grew up in a trailer park. And she slapped the other woman hard once across the face. Well, now that was satisfying. She grabbed the back of Tara's head and forced her to look at her. Don't ever mess with my man, my family, or me again. Do you understand me? Or I will happily do time for ending you. Tara recoiled from the growl in Nora's voice and felt a grudging admiration. You know, my dad's going to be pissed that his guy took the money and didn't kill you. Nora burst out laughing. Oh, you moron, your dad already knows. His guy, as you call it, told him he wouldn't do the job and never took his money. Giacomo went to see your father and, well, baby, do you want to tell Tara what her daddy dear told you? Tara felt her heart begin to clench and tighten. Giacomo was obviously enjoying this. He said he didn't have a problem with Nora living, that he only hired the guy as a last favor to his about-to-be disowned daughter. Said it wasn't worth his while to keep his promise. Your dad couldn't give a crap about you, princess. Nora smiled. And to my mind that makes precisely 0 people who do give a crap about you. So what we're offering is the best you're going to get. Tara laughed then. What the hell are you offering? Prison or destitution? Yup. That's it. But you get to live, is the point we're making, I think. Orlando cleared his throat. Unless, of course, you want to tell us who killed my wife and where to find him? Tara smirked. And lose the only card I have left? Orlando stepped towards her, but Nora stopped him. Allow me, Lando. Tara tried to scream in the second before Nora's fist smashed into her temple and knocked her cold. Garbage. Garbage and gulls and grime. Tara opened her eyes. She was dumped on a landfill site. She stood up and clambered down of the pile, gagging and heaving all the way. A couple of raggedy dumpster divers stared at her, but she ignored them. Her clothes and her hair were soaked in old stinky food and God knows what else. It wasn't until she finally tumbled to the bottom of the trash pile that she saw them. Paparazzi. And every single one of them was laughing at her. 6 weeks later. As they sat outside the cafe on Florence's sun-drenched streets, Enrico Conti read the newspaper silently as his son and Nora waited for his reaction. Tara's picture was still headline news, even after all these weeks. Her broken contracts, her fall from grace, and now she had disappeared. Nora couldn't rustle up any sympathy for her. She watched her future father-in-law from the corner of her eye. Since they'd returned to Italy, she'd spent even more time with Giacomo's lovely mother, Vittoria, his sister, Adriana, and occasionally his brother Enzo, but his father had still kept his distance. He was certainly polite to her, and she thought he might be thawing, but no sooner than she thought she'd made progress, he would retreat again. Giacomo had assured her that his father wouldn't stand in the way of their marriage, and now, with the wedding a week away, Nora couldn't feel anything but optimistic about the future. In 2 days, Orlando, Zelika, Fred, and Firma would be arriving, and then she and Zelika would be frantically trying to organize everything. She regretted not having some gelato, as the weather was so warm, but she felt too relaxed, Giacomo's arm around her, to bother asking for some now. Giacomo and Enrico were chatting about something in Italian now, and although she was picking up the language, she didn't listen along, instead just people watching. Nora fiddled with the coffee cup as the two men spoke. She tried not to keep glancing at Enrico Conti, trying to read his reaction to her. She felt as if there was a little thawing, but he was so hard to read she couldn't be sure. The sun was beating down on Florence, bright on the cafe's windows, and at first she could not believe what she was seeing until the woman came closer. Tara. The blonde woman, her face unmade, her hair bedraggled, lurched towards them, her gaze fixed on Giacomo, who had his back turned towards Tara. Giacomo. All three of them stood, people around them scattering as Tara raised the gun and pointed it at Giacomo's chest. "You ruined my life, you creep." Giacomo was calm. "No, Tara. You ruined your own life." The gun was shaking in her hand, but Nora saw her flick off the safety. "No. No way." Without another thought, she shoved Giacomo hard, right into his father as Tara fired the gun. Nora felt a sting in her shoulder, but the adrenaline had kicked in, and she dived at Tara, knocking the gun away from her. "Get off me, you tramp." Tara was scratching and clawing at the other woman, but Nora was in no mood to be messed with. She slammed her fist into Tara's face over and over, all of her pain, her guilt, and her anger fueling her. It took both Giacomo and his father to pull her off the other woman. Giacomo wrapped his arms around her, as 2 polizia came running to help. Nora couldn't recall what had happened next. The red mist in her brain was so virulent, so overpowering, she felt like she was a gibbering ball of rage. Every ounce of pain, hurt, betrayal, and fear came out of her as soon as she'd seen Tara point that gun at her beloved Giacomo. And she knew that even if Tara killed her, she would not let Giacomo die. She finally calmed down as the doctor examined her shoulder. Giacomo was holding her other hand, and his father stood away back, watching the scene with that unreadable expression of his. "It's just a flesh wound, thankfully," the doctor said finally. They had been surprised to find an American doctor working at the Florence hospital's emergency room. "You won't even need surgery." "Good. With respect, doctor, I've seen the inside of a hospital too much recently." Her voice was scratchy, and she felt Giacomo's lips pressed against her temple. "I'll numb the area, and we'll get you cleaned and stitched up. Now, how do you feel about yourself? The bullet didn't do the damage, but the shock could affect you." Nora shook her head. "No, I'm fine, Doc, I promise. I'd rather be with Giacomo than in here. If I relapse or anything, I'll come back." The doctor nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Well, hang out here, Supergirl, and we'll get you cleaned up." Nora closed her eyes and leaned against Giacomo. "It's really over now, huh?" They had seen Tara dragged away by grim-faced polizia, and later the chief inspector had assured them that Tara would be facing a raft of charges. "The FBI have also reached out to us. Mr. Conti, perhaps you would like to speak to them when you have a moment." Giacomo reminded them of this, and excused himself to call the agency. Nora sat in silence, suddenly feeling uncomfortable with Giacomo's father. Enrico Conti pulled up a chair and sat next to her. To Nora's shock, he took her hand, and she saw tears in her eyes. "What you did today," he said in broken English. "You saved my son. You put yourself in harm's way for him." "Of course I did, Enrico," she said softly. "I would die for Giacomo. Happily. Willingly. As he would die for me. I know you think I'm some opportunist, latching on to the nearest billionaire. I honestly don't give two craps about his money. It's his money. I make my own way in the world. Yes, sometimes the things he wants to do are out of my pocket, but we balance that out. Money is nothing in comparison to time. The time I spend with him. With our friends. With his family. That is more precious to me than any amount of money." Enrico smiled at her. "I believe you, Nora Reddy. I am sorry I was so reticent. Is that the word?" She grinned. "It is. Your English is better than you know. And never apologize for protecting your son. Although the circumstances weren't great, I'm glad I was able to show you how I really feel about him." Enrico stood and bent to kiss her cheek. "I must tell you, even before today, I was beginning to change my mind about your motives. Goodness shines from you, Nora." Nora flushed scarlet. "That's a lovely thing to hear. Thank you. I speak only the truth." She grinned. "Truth?" Enrico chuckled. "I speak only the truth. I will have to spend more time with you to improve my English." "I would like that." Giacomo came back then, and she saw the happiness on his face when he saw them laughing together, but he didn't mention it. "The FBI just told me that the hitman who killed Carmel rolled on Tara in exchange for a lesser sentence. She's going away for the rest of her life." Nora gave a little gasp. "Gosh, I'm so happy for Orlando and Firma. Closure at last." Enrico nodded, smiling, and excused himself. Nora knew he was giving them some privacy. Giacomo nodded, sitting down beside her. "I called Orlando, he's pretty happy. He's even letting me fly them all over in the jet." Nora blinked. "Wow. We're really getting married in less than a week." Giacomo touched the wound on her shoulder. "The battle-scarred bride." She grinned at him and pressed her lips to his. "You betcha. I'll wear this scar with pride, my love." His smile faded, and he took her face in his hands, his eyes serious and intense. "You saved my life today. Again. You are my miracle, Nora Reddy." He kissed her slowly and tenderly, pouring all his love into the embrace, and ignoring the amused looks of the nurses who wandered in and out, and of the doctor who came to stitch her wound.
The end. Sneak peek for His Secret Girl. We hope you enjoyed listening to His Beautiful Revenge by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for His Secret Girl by Michelle Love. His Secret Girl, A Forbidden Romance.
Chapter 1. Christopher.
Not long ago, the laughter of my children always managed to stir my heart in a way nothing else ever had. Even as adults, the sound of their laughter riding the wind made me smile. When they were young, I lived my life for my girls. But time passed, life happened, and somehow that all changed. My role as the doting father seemed like eons ago. Now I had nothing, no one. And I couldn't be happier about it. "Dad." I heard my oldest, Lauren, call out. "We know you're home. Don't bother hiding from us." "Ashley, and I want to know all about how your 46th birthday went yesterday." My 46th birthday. Damn, I'm old. Sitting on the back deck watching the sun as it dropped out of the sky, I didn't particularly want to hear anything my darling daughters had to say. They'd just come back from a weekend shopping spree, with their pain of a mother. I didn't want to hear a thing about my ex-wife. 5 blissful years of being happily divorced had gone by, and I looked forward to many more years of paradise without that banshee in my life. "Dad." Ashley called out in her sing-song voice. Where are you? Come out, wherever you are. On the deck, my loves. I figured I might as well let them say their piece and get it over with. I hoped the glass of scotch I held in my hand would help steady me for their jabs. High heels clicked over the wooden floor as my always fashionable daughters made their way out to me. Lauren, at 25, had done little with her life thus far. It seemed she planned on majoring in purchasing all the clothing possible at the college of Daddy's credit card. There you are. Shuffling through her enormous purse, she fished out a yellow envelope. From me, Daddy. Happy 46th birthday. She punctuated her sentence with a kiss on my cheek. Thank you, my dear. Opening the envelope, I found a blue card inside. Fireworks covered the front of the card, and exclaimed that I should have a happy one. Inside, there was a signature, Lauren Taylor, and nothing more than that. Well, it's only a day late. And $1 and sentiment short. Thank you, darling. Ashley took a seat across from me, and then smoothed her hand over new denim jeans that fit her like a glove. I didn't have a chance to get you a card. Her narrow shoulders moved with a shrug. But you already have everything money can buy, so that makes it pretty hard to buy gifts for you. Sorry about that. I found it odd that my youngest daughter would try to make me feel guilty for not needing anything. Ashley, at 23, wasn't exactly a scholar either. Unfortunately, Lisa, their mother, never taught them much in terms of ambition. My ex's master plan was for our girls to do what she did. Find a man, train him right, help him become a success, and then ride his coattails. Lisa had done that for 21 years before I found out she'd been cheating on me throughout most of our marriage. I had been unhappy with our marriage for at least 5 years before I found her in our bed with another man. Whether it was wrong of me or not, I was happy to have a legitimate reason to divorce the woman who'd made my life hell for what felt like an eternity. Lauren took a seat at the table, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. Mom said we should get you a cane for your birthday, old man. I didn't find that so funny. I suppose it must be all the surgeries that made her forget she's a week older than me. But when you have to go in once a year to get your face lifted, and every couple of years to get your fake boobs pulled up, I guess you forget how old you really are. I knew it was a shitty thing to say, but I didn't care. Put your claws away, Dad, Ashley said with a smirk as she raked her hand in the air. She told us to tell you happy birthday from her, and that she would like nothing more than to join us some weekend here at the lake. It would be a cold day in hell before I invited that woman to my home. No. I took a sip of the scotch to stop me from saying anything else. I prided myself on keeping most of my unkind remarks to myself, trying not to vent to our daughters about their shitty mother. Today felt extra challenging. When I left Lisa, I left her with the home we'd raised our children in. She could have that place. Rushing to find a place of my own, I bought myself a small 4-bedroom, 5-bath home in Manchester. I had to stay in New Hampshire. My company demanded too much of my attention not to. After the divorce was finalized, and I was no longer afraid that Lisa would get half of everything I owned, I bought a large, stately mansion on the shores of Massabesic Lake just outside of Manchester. Settling down in my own house, I was finally able to feel like myself again. It was my very own mansion, which I could furnish and decorate as I saw fit for once and not how my wife dictated. I wasn't in the new lake house long before Lauren came to me, asking if she could move in. Watching the unending parade of men through her mother's bedroom was getting old even for her. Not long after she moved in, Ashley showed up with her driver struggling to unload all of her things. I'm moving in, Dad. I see that. With a nod, I'd let her move in. Life returned to a bit of the routine I'd left behind when I moved out of our family home. Having them in the house wasn't nearly as bad as it had been with their mother around to stir things up. The girls didn't bicker with each other as much as they had when we all lived under the same massive roof. They got along quite well, as a matter of fact. We all did. Of course, I didn't try to make them do much of anything. They came and went as they pleased. Each had their own credit card that I would pay off each month. They weren't completely spoiled. I did set limits on their cards. Only $50,000 a month. If they met their limit, then they had nothing more to spend until the next month came around. I thought it fair enough. Somewhere deep inside, I knew I should point my girls in some kind of direction. I wasn't getting any younger, and I wanted to make sure my girls could take care of themselves if anything should ever happen to me. I think you two should start thinking about college or a career or something. Why? Ashley asked as she rolled her blue eyes. We're just kidding about your age. You've got tons more time. No reason for us to get all worried about money right now. Lauren smiled at me as she batted her long dark fake lashes. Yeah, Daddy, why start worrying now? Taking another sip of scotch, I wondered how I could possibly explain something as profound as doing a job because you should be skilled in at least one thing in life. But nothing came to mind. Okay, forget it. Even when you do kick it, we're set. Ashley reached out, taking the glass out of my hand. You should stop drinking and maybe take up yoga so you'll live longer. I took my glass back. I don't need yoga when there's alcohol to help me relax after a tough day at work. Inspiration struck. See, that's what I'm talking about. You girls should know how it feels to do a good day's work, to reap the rewards from doing that. It feels great to accomplish something. To set goals and to be able to see them through, it's more than satisfying. No, Lauren spouted. Mom says that we don't need to work. She says we're always going to have money. She made sure that you made tons of money, so she would never have to worry about it. And that money will continue to make more money until the day you die, and then it will still keep growing because of the investments you've made. My God, these girls are spoiled rotten. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I had to remind myself that I'd married their mother at the tender age of 20. The sweet way she'd say my name in her quiet, shy voice was, "Christopher, come here, baby." That all changed. I was no longer her beloved Christopher. She'd started calling me Chris after our vows were said. Sweet names were no longer part of the marital package. And I didn't understand why. After our graduation, Lisa began the daunting task of finding just the right job for me. I'd never thought about working in the food industry until she found an opening at a wholesale food company. I came in as a manager, and after I'd climbed the ladder to the top, she came to me with a new idea. Why not start your own company and take this one out of business? She'd asked me one day. I've made sure our credit is excellent. You could get a business loan and start building up our company as soon as you want to, Chris. What do you say? I'd said yes. I did it all, just like she told me to. But I didn't make her my partner in any of it. Thank God. She might have had the idea, but her involvement and interest in the company ended there. As long as I was bringing in money, she didn't care about anything else. My divorce lawyer had been damn proud of me for leaving her out when I'd asked him to help me keep as much as I could with the divorce. Lisa had wanted half, and she wasn't budging on that. Thanks to her infidelities, she got way less than half. I gave her our home, and she got to keep the 3 cars I'd paid for. In the end, all I had to provide her with was $1 billion from my company, Global Distributing. I counted myself lucky to have gotten away, only losing that much. But I had to admit, she took much more than money from me. My ability to trust, to love, had crumbled along with my marriage. My desire to have a woman in my life was gone too. All I really wanted was to live happily ever after, alone. Well, my girls could be around. But no romance was required, or even desired in my life. Too many years of living with a self-serving narcissist had taken its toll on me. Love, lust, and even attraction were lost to me. Daddy, did you hear me? Lauren asked. I hadn't heard a word, as I drifted off in my own thoughts. No. I said that you should think about letting Mom come over, for at least a cookout or something. You know how much she's always loved this lake. We could take her out on the boat. She'd love that. And she really wants to be your friend, Dad. She talked about you all weekend. She patted my hand. Please. I always had a hard time saying no to my girls, except when it came to their mother. No way in hell, precious. I don't want your mother to come here. This is my place. One day, when you fall in love, you'll understand better. I don't hold any grudges or hate in my heart. That said, I don't want your mother involved in my life in any way. Ashley swiped blonde locks that were so similar to her mother's out of her face. See, I told you, Lauren. He can't get over what she did to him. Oh, I'm over it. I got up to go inside, needing to leave the whole conversation behind me. And I want to stay over it. Night-night, girls. Aside from my daughters, women weren't something I wanted in my life, friend-wise or romance-wise. I'm done.
Chapter 2. Emma.
On my 20th birthday, my dad had terrible news. Instead of coming home with the usual, a chocolate birthday cake and a bouquet of balloons, he came home empty-handed. The look of despair on his face told me that there were more important things to worry about than a missing cake. "Dad, are you okay?" He shook his head and looked around the living room. "Where's Mom?" "In the kitchen, cooking shrimp Alfredo for my birthday dinner." I didn't like the way my father was acting. He'd never looked so bad. "What's wrong?" Walking past me, he said, "Come on, I only want to say this once." I followed him to the kitchen, where my mother took one look at him, and then dropped the spoon she'd been stirring with. She walked straight to him, hugging him tightly. "Sebastian, what's happened?" "The warehouse is shutting down." He sighed deeply. "The company went bankrupt. No one from corporate has ever mentioned any financial problems. I just got a call from the main office. I was told to tell my people that today is their last day and that it's my last day too. Someone came from the bank to lock up the warehouse. It's been repossessed." The shock made me feel numb. My father had been with that company since before I was born. I didn't understand how an entire company could just up and go out of business like that. I guess I should tell Lainey at the boutique that I need to work full-time. Mom let Dad out of the hug and looked at me with drooping eyes. "Yes, Emma, we'll all need to do whatever we can to make ends meet until your father can get another job. Celeste, you know I'm not going to find a job that'll pay me as well as the warehouse." Slumping over, he made it to a chair and sat down. Putting his head in his hands, he groaned. "I'm 46 years old, no one's going to hire me." "Well, that's ageism," my mother remarked. "I'm only a year younger than you, and I bet I can get a job. Besides, I'm sure there are a lot of managerial positions at any number of companies around here. Not one that pays what mine did." He lifted his eyes to look around the kitchen. "The mortgage payment alone will wipe out what's left in our bank account. Then there are the 3 car payments. The other bills will have to be paid too. I'm afraid we're going to lose everything, Celeste. You, Emma, and I can all go to work doing whatever we can, but it won't be as much as I've been making." "You're talking like we're doomed, Sebastian?" Mom went back to the stove to stir the sauce. I jumped in to help her, and I could see from her expression that Dad's words were weighing heavily on her despite her attempt at optimism. "Here, Mom, let me help you." Handing me the spoon, she went to the fridge and pulled out a beer. Popping the top, she placed it on the small kitchen table in front of my father. "Here, drink this. Hopefully, it'll settle your brain a bit. We'll figure things out, honey. I know we'll be fine." After chugging the beer, a thing I'd never seen my father do, he put the empty can on the table. "Not the way we've been living, we won't." "So we downsize," Mom said with a positive attitude. "It won't kill us to trade our cars in for cheaper ones. Or better yet, we can trade all 3 in and just get one." Dad looked like he wanted to cry. "I don't want you and Emma to lose your cars." "I don't mind," I chimed in. "I'll do anything to help out, Dad." He smiled, albeit weakly. "You're a good girl, Emma. My little baby girl." "I'm kind of not a baby anymore, Dad. I did turn 20 today, you know," I reminded him. "You'll always be my baby girl, Emma Hancock." Getting up, he hugged me and kissed the top of my head. Happy birthday, sweetheart. I'm sorry I forgot to pick up the cake and balloons. There's no need to apologize. I understand completely. I kissed his cheek, which was bristly with a 5 o'clock shadow. Letting me go, he went to the fridge and pulled out another beer. I wish I could tell you that I'll make it up to you, but we're going to have to watch every penny until I figure something out. After a solemn birthday dinner, I walked next door to visit my best friend Valerie. She and I were the same age, and had lived next door to each other forever. She met me at the front door with a small pink bag in her hands. Happy birthday, Emma. She held it out to me. I got you a little something. I felt lucky that my birthday had fallen on a Friday. Otherwise, Emma would have been at her dorm at Columbia University in New York, and not at home. You didn't have to get me anything. Placing the bag in my hands, she went on, I know that. Just open it. I pulled out a small box and opened the lid to find a charm for the bracelet she'd given me when I'd turned 15. An angel? I looked at her for an explanation. Yes, I wanted you to have an angel to look over you. She ran her arm around my shoulders, and then pulled me to walk with her to the back patio of her parents' house. You see, Emma, I feel like you need some type of guardian in your life. You seem to be kind of stunted. Stunted? I asked, feeling a little surprised by her words. Yes, stunted. She let go of my shoulders to take a seat at the patio table. I sat down as well, and then looked at the little angel with a sparkling clear crystal set in the middle of it. This is very nice, Val. Thank you so much. I was trying to put an end to this conversation, wanting to move on from that awkward, stunted comment. But she came right back to it. Emma, what do you want to do with your life? And there it is. I work at the boutique, and I like doing that. I put the angel back into the box and back into the pink bag, before placing it on the table, feeling a little prickly. Working at a boutique isn't a career, Emma. Her hands settled on her lap, psychiatrist style, not that Valerie took those types of classes at Columbia. She was majoring in English, with the goal of becoming a teacher. And what does that mean, Valerie? I knew what she meant. She meant that I should go to college too. It means that you need to broaden your horizons, and that means getting an education. Her dark eyes peered into mine. If you don't want to go the traditional route, you can always get some type of certification. That never takes long. I don't have anything I want to get certified in. Then, I thought about my father's job predicament. Plus, Dad lost his job today. He can't pay for me to take any classes right now. I don't have any money saved, and even if I did, I would use it to help out my family. She looked shocked. Your dad lost his job? Yeah. Fingering the fringe of my cut-off denim shorts, I felt an odd sensation in the pit of my stomach. I think there are a lot of changes ahead for my parents and me. I'm so sorry, Emma. She looked genuinely sorry too. If I would have known that, I wouldn't have brought this up. It's just that you're 20 now. A grown-up. Not a kid anymore, you know? Valerie had always looked out for me. I knew she meant well, but she didn't understand me for a person who'd known me nearly my entire life. I know I'm not exactly a kid anymore. I just don't know what I really want to do with my life yet. I like where I work now. And Lainey, let me help out by ordering the merchandise. I really like that part of the job. Besides, some people do work in retail their whole lives, and there's nothing wrong with that. Slowly, she nodded. Maybe you could be a buyer for a larger store like Macy's or something? She always did think big. But I've never cared about flash or grandeur. I like the size of the store I'm working for now. You might not believe it, but making sure I pick out things that will sell in that small of a shop isn't exactly easy. The pressure of buying for a department store like Macy's would just be too much. Pressure isn't such a bad thing, Emma. She looked over the thick black frames of her glasses, giving me the teacher's expression she was starting to perfect. Sometimes pressure helps build perfection. You just made that up, didn't you? I laughed as she shrugged. I knew it. All I'm saying is that pressure is inevitable in life. Stop running away from it and embrace it. She pushed the glasses back up on her nose. I think that's why you've kept all the boys at a distance, too. You're afraid of the pressure they'd put on you if you let any who've made googly eyes at you over the years do more than speak for 2 minutes. Rolling my eyes, I had to correct her. I give them all at least 3 minutes of my time, Val. You know that. Shaking her head, she laughed, but she wasn't done with me. A guy needs more than 3 minutes to get to know you, or you him for that matter. I haven't wanted to get to know any of the guys I've met like that. And I don't want any of them to get to know me. Besides, there was a bit more to it than that. I sighed. First of all, you should know something. I haven't talked about it because frankly, it's embarrassing. I promised my father that I would let him talk to any guy they first find myself interested in, before ever going out on a date. The look of pure confusion on her face told me that most girls didn't have the same problem I had. Why would you make a promise like that, Emma? What is this, the 1950s? Are you insane? No. But the way she looked at me had me rethinking that assessment. Look, Dad knows me. He trusts me and I trust him. And I do believe he has my best interests at heart. You're fooling yourself, girl. She leaned back in the chair, fanning herself. You're a grown woman now, Emma Hancock. You're a beautiful young woman, too. She leaned up, propping her elbows on the table, then her chin on her palms. Maybe it's time you start embracing that. Hell, you're 20, and I haven't even seen you wear makeup. Let me put some on you before you leave. Oh no. I shook my head. Dad would have a fit. Rolling her eyes, she added, I bet he would. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't wear it, if you want to. Do it a little at a time, and I bet he won't even notice it. I knew he would. No. Especially not right now. I've never seen him look as awful as he did when he came home today, Val. I mean it. I can't go shaking things up now. Her lips pulled up to one side as she scrutinized me. There will come a time when you will have to shake things up, little Emma Hancock. Well, today will not be that day.
Chapter 3. Christopher.
A soft rapping on my office door pulled my attention away from the computer screen. My assistant, Mrs. Kramer, opened the door, letting herself in. Mr. Taylor, how are you doing this morning? Fine. I've received an interesting email this morning. I may be on the next flight to China, if the Skype meeting I'd like you to arrange works out. I turned the screen around for her to see. A handful of farmers wanted to grow organic crops, and they wanted my company to distribute them. Before I agreed to anything, I'd have to visit the farms myself. They would have to prove to me that their products were truly organic, or I wouldn't put them on my lists. Sliding the tortoiseshell-framed reading glasses onto her thin face, she read the email. This is interesting. Turning my keyboard around, she tapped away on it, forwarding a copy to her email. I'll get on this meeting right away. Great. Sitting back, I put my hands behind my head. A trip, even if it's just a quick business trip, will do me good. I've been in the office way too much the last few years. You have. She walked over to the coffee pot to make me some of her famous coffee. But then again, you can't deny that focusing on work helped you forget about all the crap that was going on in your personal life. That's much better than turning to alcohol, or something even more destructive like so many people do when dealing with divorce. Well, there is that. But I probably drink a bit more than I should, too. I'm merely human. I thought about how different my life had been since leaving my wife. But then again, I don't drink to drown my sorrows. I don't have any of those anymore. I do it because I can, without anyone trying to make me feel guilty. Not one to pry much into anyone's personal life, Mrs. Kramer quickly turned the conversation. Mr. Taylor, I've been kind of falling behind on my work lately. I hadn't noticed. The woman never fell behind on anything. Is everything okay? Sure. She brushed her graying hair back after turning on the coffee machine. It's just that you keep coming up with new projects so quickly that it's getting hard for me to keep up. I had to remember that the woman was well past the age of retirement, but she had many good years left in her, and wasn't the type to stay home and knit. Should I slow down some? No. She shook her head and then went to look out the window. This company needs you to keep on doing what you've been doing. She turned to look at me again. I love my job. I want to keep working until I can't anymore. With my husband gone now, being home doesn't feel the same. Mrs. Kramer's husband had died 2 years earlier. The woman had handled herself professionally throughout the whole ordeal. I'm sure it doesn't feel the same. I nodded to her. The coffee machine dinged as the brew filled the cup below it. She watched the dark liquid as it poured into the mug. It never will. Her eyes cut to mine. So, you see, I want to keep this job as long as you'll let me. I know a younger person could keep up with you a lot better, Mr. Taylor. But I'm going to need an assistant of my own if I'm going to be able to do it. Of course, you can have an assistant. I got up to grab the coffee, beating her to it. Head to human resources and get them on it. Her expression told me she felt relieved. I was afraid you'd say you couldn't do that for me. It seems I've been worried for nothing. It made me feel terrible that she'd think such a thing. Mrs. Kramer, if you ever need anything at all, you just need to ask. I'm not trying to work you to death here. And I'm not trying to boot you out, either. I want you to work here for as long as you want to. You're invaluable. It was the truth. But don't forget, you've got a pretty great retirement here. If you feel like you need to stop working, then you do what's best. Life's too short not to live it the way you want to. She nodded in agreement. For now, I want to continue working. And getting an assistant will make things better. Take some of the pressure off me. She made her way to the door. I'll get to work on that meeting. It may take a day or so to get anything set with our time difference. I'll let you know as soon as I've got it all hashed out. As she left, I thought about what it would be like when she wasn't my assistant anymore. Perhaps her new assistant might one day take her place. I jotted a quick email to her, telling her I wanted to be involved with the hiring of the new assistant. If that person could one day work for me, then I wanted to make sure I could get along with them too. I'd become picky about the people I surrounded myself with since the divorce. Too many of my ex-wife's romantic partners were men I thought of as friends. And too many of the women that I thought were friends stopped talking to me in favor of maintaining a relationship with my ex. To be honest, I'd lost a bit of my faith in people as a whole. Life hadn't turned out the way I thought it would. The relationship I put all my hopes and dreams into sank like the Titanic. My daughters had grown into shallow people. My friends were all but gone as I'd cut them out one by one. Life wasn't going anywhere near the way I'd planned it. Even though things hadn't worked out the way I'd thought they would, I wasn't sad, upset, or mad about it. I'd grown quite content with my life. So what if my daughters were shallow? That was their life, not mine. I still loved them just the same. So what if I made the mistake of marrying a woman who eventually cheated on me? It didn't ruin me. At least not completely. I still had my company, I still had my wealth. And as far as cutting out the friends I'd had, I hadn't really lost anything. During my marriage, I'd surrounded myself with people just like Lisa. And who needs people around who are just trying to use you? There wasn't anything for me to complain about. My company thrived. I spent my time spent wisely. And I had nothing or no one to worry about. My daughters did make that part easy. Neither of them ever got into any trouble. No illicit substances. No partying like so many other rich kids. No promiscuous behavior. They could have been just like their mother, and that would have given me a reason to worry. But they didn't act like her in that regard. Thank God. However, I knew if I ever tried to bring a woman around, there'd be trouble in my little slice of paradise. My daughters would turn into nasty little weasels then. I knew that for sure. They weren't shy about telling me that it was their mother or no one for me. And not even their mother, unless she turned over a new leaf. Funny how they'd turned the tables on me. As their father, I should have been the one to give them hell about who they dated. But I stayed out of their love lives, preferring to remain ignorant on that score. It might have been nice for the girls to butt out of my love life. But I didn't have one, so it never occurred to me to tell them off. And the fact that I had no desire to date made the idea of putting up a fight with my kids feel like an unnecessary chore. Things were simple, and I adored simple. Simple things always appealed to me. I liked Scotch neat, my favorite color was white, and hands down, I always prefer a peanut butter and strawberry jelly sandwich over any other food. As I sat there thinking about what a simple man I was, a bit of anger began to seep into me towards my ex-wife. She didn't have it bad with me. We rarely fought about anything. I let her have her way all the time. I gave her expensive gifts when she left hints about what she wanted. And I gave her everything, and then some in our bedroom. The slightest zing of pain shot through my heart. With a sigh, I released the pain, letting it all go. No reason to be hurt by what she did, old man. Selfish people only ever think of themselves. Don't take it personally. I'd made it through all the divorce ugliness by using those words. Not taking things personally was the key for me. Those words had kept me sane for the last 5 years, and I had a firm belief that they'd continue providing me with peace of mind for years to come. Another soft knock at my door, and Mrs. Kramer peeked her head in again. "Excuse me, Mr. Taylor. I wanted to ask you if you thought you could come back here around 9 tonight for that Skype meeting. Mr. Wong and Mr. Lee will be available at 9 in the morning, Beijing time." "That's not a problem at all." "Set it up." Getting out of my chair, I put on my jacket. "I'm going to go home and get some lunch. I'll take the rest of the day off, then come back up here for the meeting. Since I'll have to be here for that meeting too, may I also take the remainder of the day off, sir?" She looked at me with hope-filled eyes. I had no idea how it had happened, but my assistant, the one who'd been with me from the very beginning, seemed to not know me at all. "Of course, you can take the rest of today off. I won't be here anyway. I'll see you at about 8:30 then." "Yes." She nodded, then turned to leave. "Thank you, sir." Reaching out, I put my hand on her shoulder, feeling like she needed a bit of reassurance. "Mrs. Kramer, you're a valued employee here at Global Distributing. I want you to know that." "Thank you, sir." She looked at me with pale green eyes. "I've started worrying so much lately, wondering if the job I do could be done better by someone else, someone younger." "Stop wondering. It can't be done better by anyone else." Patting her on the back, I hoped to make her feel more like herself. "Mrs. Kramer, not only are you a tremendous asset, you're a wonderful person, and I love having you as my right hand." I thought I saw a glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Taylor. That's wonderful to hear. I don't know what's gotten into me lately. I just keep thinking about how I'm the oldest person working here, and how I don't belong." "You most definitely belong here, Mrs. Kramer. Please never doubt that." Now I really felt bad about how much I'd been shutting people out of my life. I know I've been distant for the last few years. I need to make some changes in myself. If I'm so closed off that I haven't noticed you feeling insecure, if I've been contributing to this issue of you feeling out of place, then I need to do something to change that. Thank you for opening my eyes. See you this evening. Maybe my life did need to be punched up a bit, but how was I supposed to do that?
Chapter 4. Emma.
Pink chiffon scarves littered the counter as I tagged them before putting them on display. Lainey came out of the back with another box. "These were just delivered. I'm so happy they came in." These pink sunglasses will look so good displayed with those scarves you picked out. I think so too. I picked up a handful of the scarves. I'll use that display stand over there since we'll be adding the sunglasses. Lainey put her hand on my shoulder to stop me. Hang on a minute. Slipping a pair of sunglasses on me, she looked me over and then took a scarf out of my hand to wrap it around my neck loosely. Yes, you look great in pale pink. It goes so well with your golden brown hair and green eyes. A smile curved her lips. You keep these. And start wearing some of these clothes, Emma. You make them look great. It'll boost sales. Ducking my head, I felt my cheeks heat with embarrassment. I can't accept these. You can? Lainey took the scarves from me. I tell you what, go pick out an entire outfit to match the glasses and scarf. Then go put it on and cut the tags off. I'm serious. I want you to wear the clothes I have on my rack, girl. You've got a great body and you're so pretty too. I need to use that to get some sales. Running my hand over my large hips, I had to disagree. Lainey, I don't have a great body. I've got a great big body. Looking in the full-length mirror, I shook my head at my reflection. My butt is big and not in a good way. Laughter pealed through the air. Your butt is fantastic, Emma. Go pick out an outfit. I saw her fishing through a basket full of makeup. And once you're all dressed, I'll do your makeup. My dad will get mad if I come home with makeup on, Lainey. Saying it made me feel like a little kid, but it was true. He would get mad at me if I came home like that. Then you can wash it off before you leave. She put some of the things she'd found on the counter, as she looked at me with a no-nonsense expression. I'm not taking no for an answer. Knowing she wouldn't let me get out of it, I turned away to find something to match the new accessories. I found a blouse with blues and purples and the slightest bit of pale pink. Pairing the shirt with a pair of billowy white slacks, I felt good about the outfit I picked out. You like this, Lainey? She shook her head. Pick out something that will flatter your figure, not hide it. What you've got there is more for a woman with 30 extra pounds to hide. She eyed something across the boutique and went for it. Like this. After putting the clothes I'd picked back on their racks, I turned to find her holding up a top with a plunging neckline and a pale pink pencil skirt that would fit me like a glove. No way. Cocking one brow, she laid down the law. Yes way. Put them on. I'll grab a pair of heels to round this all out. In the dressing room, I pulled off the loose-fitting dress I'd worn to work. Staring at my reflection, I looked at my white cotton panties that covered my stomach to just below my belly button. My bra was on the bulky side to help hold up my breasts. I hated my body. My tummy wasn't flat but round like the rest of my body. Thick upper thighs turned into skinny calves and bony ankles. With a sigh, I put on the clothes I never would have chosen for myself, and found that my panties and bra made the clothes look bulky. The outfit definitely didn't fit the way it would if I had something less unwieldy underneath. I went out to show Lainey. See, this won't work. She looked me over as she walked toward me with a pair of 4-inch lilac heels. Not with that bra and underwear. Shaking her head, she walked over to the lingerie section and picked out a white satin set. Put these on too. And do yourself a favor, Emma. Throw all those granny panties out and those bras too. Invest in some cute unmentionables. She finished that off with a wink. I can't. Not right now anyway. I took what she gave me, then went back into the dressing room to start all over again. With the right undergarments, it looked much nicer. Wow, I look like I could work in an office or something. Wait until I do your hair and makeup. As the store wasn't busy at all, Lainey set to work on me. It helped to fill our time, and Lainey seemed thrilled with the results. Wow, you look so different. Just as she finished, one of our regulars came in and looked right at me. Oh, hello, she said politely before looking at Lainey. You hired a new girl? Lainey laughed, then bumped her shoulder to mine. See, you do look different. It's me, Mrs. Hampton. I couldn't believe she hadn't recognized me. Emma? No, she said as she looked me over. Emma Hancock, I can't believe how great you look, all dressed up and made up. You look so mature. You should keep this new look up. Shrugging my shoulders, I knew that wasn't an option. This makeup will have to go before I leave the boutique. I pointed at the low-cut shirt. And this will have to come off too, I'm afraid. Running my hand over my hip where the skirt hugged me tightly, I was sad to add it to the list of things that would have to come off before I went home. This too, unfortunately. Lainey gave me one ugly look. No way, Emma. Tell your archaic father that I said it's part of your uniform for work. What can he say if you tell him that? I wasn't sure what he'd say. Well, I do have to keep this job, he'll agree with that, I said with meaning. Mrs. Hampton's expression turned to one of compassion. I heard about the closure of his warehouse. That's tough. And there's not a lot for the workers to do around here. My nephew worked there as a loader. He packed up and moved all the way to Utah for a job. He's got some family there that he can stay with until he gets on his feet. Utah? I asked. It hadn't occurred to me that my father might have to move somewhere else to find a job. I hope Dad can find something here. Shaking her head, Mrs. Hampton said, It'll be tricky, that's for sure. He managed one of the biggest businesses in town. With the factory closed, there are more workers than jobs right now in our little city. She was right. Bristol, Rhode Island, didn't have a booming job market at the best of times. Yeah, he managed one of the biggest businesses in this town. So he should be able to get a job at one of the other large businesses here, right? Lainey put her hand on my shoulder, looking sympathetic. I don't know, Emma. Those other businesses have their own managers and people waiting in line to get those jobs. It might be tough for your dad, lots of companies around here hire from within. But I wish him all the best. The fact that you have this job and are switching to full-time will help. You'll be able to take care of yourself at least, and your parents won't have to support you. Nodding, I knew she was right. And Mom is looking for a job as we speak. You're right. All I have to do is tell Dad that if I want to keep this job, I have to adhere to your new dress code. It felt a little weird, but it seemed like forces beyond my control were pushing me out of my comfort zone. And I had to admit that I loved what I saw in the mirror. Later, as I drove home, my tummy did flips as I headed toward my house in the outfit Lainey had given me. Just imagining my father's reaction kept me lightheaded. When I parked my car and headed inside, every step felt heavier than the last. Come on, Emma, you can do this. When I came in through the side door, I didn't hear anyone. Mom? Dad? Back here, honey, Dad called out. Walking toward the den, I saw my parents sitting together on one of the sofas. The dim lighting hid me a bit as I came into the room. Hi, I'm home. Lainey put me on full-time today. Dad squinted as he looked at me. What the hell are you wearing? And here it goes. My palms began to sweat. Lainey wants me to start wearing the clothes we sell at the store, from now on. It makes sense, Dad. Leaning over Mom, he flipped on the lamp beside her. And what the hell is all over your face? Makeup. My legs got shaky and I had to take a seat before I fell. I was still wearing the heels, and while I'd gotten used to them throughout the day, my legs weren't up for this challenge. Lainey wants me to wear makeup while I'm at work. She'll do it for me there. I don't have to buy any or anything like that. And she did your hair too? Mom asked. I ran my hand through it, loving how silky it felt. Yes, ma'am. It looks pretty, Mom said, then looked at my father. She looks nice, Sebastian. With a huff, he put in his 2 cents. She looks like she's 30 years old. I don't think so, I said in a whisper. You do. He looked down at the floor, and then back up at me. Emma, there's no need to rush growing up. Now go on and wash that crap off your face. And those clothes aren't appropriate. I understand your boss wants you to wear them at work, but I'd prefer it if you changed into your own clothes before you come home. Hopefully, you won't have that job much longer anyway. That was news to me. What do you mean by that? Don't you need me to keep this job, Dad? Right now I do. But I'm going to make a phone call to an old friend of mine. He reached over to pick up the can of beer that sat on the table in front of him. Christopher Taylor has a very successful business, and I hope he might have a place for me in his company. I've never heard of him. I chewed my lower lip, as butterflies began to take flight in my stomach. He's not from around here, is he? No, he's not. Dad put the beer back on the table. His company is in Manchester, New Hampshire. I'd never been to New Hampshire. How far is that from here? About 2.5 hours. That's if traffic is good. Which it usually isn't. He picked up his beer again and took a drink. Mom took over. If your father can get a job there, then we'd sell this house and move closer. To Manchester? I asked in disbelief. We'd always lived right where we were, here in our home in Bristol. I didn't want to leave, to have to start all over in an unfamiliar place. Yes, we would move to Manchester, Emma. I think a change of scenery would be nice. Don't you? Mom smiled really big to entice me to join her in the spirit of change. It didn't work. No. Mom, I don't want to move. I've got Valerie here. She's like my only real friend. And my job. I love my job. Valerie goes to Columbia in New York, Mom reminded me. She can drive to Manchester to see you. And there are jobs there too. This would be a great opportunity for your father if it all works out. Global Distributing is one of the largest food distribution companies in the world. Dad nodded. So go on and change out of those clothes. Hopefully, I'll know if I've got a job by tomorrow. If I do, you can quit that job, and then you won't have to wear makeup or inappropriate clothing. But you should still do your hair like that, Emma, Mom said. It looks nice that way. I just took it out of the ponytail, and Lainey ran over it with a hair straightener. I walked away with my shoulders slumped. I suppose I can learn to do it myself. But I was hoping she could teach me how to do my makeup. You don't need to know how to do that, Dad called out after me. You're just fine without it, honey. But I'm better with it, I mumbled underneath my breath. Crossing my fingers, I silently hoped Ted's friend wouldn't have a job for him. Soon after, I uncrossed them and changed my negative thought to a positive one, hoping for the very best for all of us. And hoping that the very best thing would be what I wanted, which was to stay right where we were.
End of sneak peek for His Secret Girl, A Forbidden Romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.